Hello, everybody. I thought I'd come on here and have a brief word with you before we explore this Warhammer 40k lore video about the Sanctus Reach campaign. I hope you appreciate the work I've put into this. I don't mean the video itself, the fact that I am greasy-haired and bearded like a space wolf. My name is Wolfie Wolfston. This video mostly concerns knights and space wolves in the most pure of 40k combat, the most glorious and righteous of 40k combat, annihilation of the green skin. Is there anything more glorious in the world than annihilating this alien foe? I don't think so. But there is much dacker, much chopping, much howling to the moon, much stomping, much ion shields, and so on and so forth. The game is pretty decent. I've played it. If you want to pick it up, I'll include a link below in the description. And if you do, that helps me out as well. But the main thing you can do to help the channel, because the algo isn't my friend right now, is like the video, comment on the video, and remember to subscribe and hit the bell. And if you've got hypes, you have to do so many things these days. But if you do any of those things, that massively helps me out. I cannot thank you enough, and thank you for sticking with the channel during my recent difficulties. We are back in full swing. New videos are on the way. But I hope you enjoy this. It's a fun war of annihilation. So I hope you enjoy. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Also, before I go, it's Space Wolves, so pretty much every other word is wolf. You've been warned. Ta-ra.
The Sanctus Reach campaign. This campaign occurred briefly before the fall of Cadia and the birth of the Cicatrix Maledictum. And not only that, to the campaign fought by Magnus in the Fenris system. It drew in vast Imperial resources that were needed for other fronts, and the knightly houses of this region and the ranks of the Imperial Guard stood stalwartly against the hordes of the green skin. But it was not till the wolf packs of the Vilke Fenrika came to their aid that the Imperial forces were able to stand and fight fully against the green tide. Waaagh. Waaagh was a teeming fleet of Ork invaders that smashed its way straight through Sanctus Reach. At its head was Grukk himself, an Ork warlord with such a bloody reputation that Orks flocked from all around to fight at his side. The Ork warlord Grukk is a 10-foot brute of muscle and rage. His physical presence alone makes him an intimidating sight, and underneath his scarred and pock-marked skin lies a body as hard as iron. Even when unarmed, he is a terrifying sight. When he dons his monstrous power claw, Grukk becomes practically unstoppable. It is a well-known fact that Grukk will fly into a berserk fury whenever his temper reaches its limit, and it doesn't take much to set him off. He once trashed an entire settlement purely because a grot attendant spilled engine oil on his breakfast. As a younger Ork, Grukk killed Krug the Tyrant, war boss of his tribe, to seize power for himself. While such leadership challenges are par for the course in Ork society, the utter brutality of the battle and the spectacular fashion in which Grukk finished his old rival gave rise to the nickname Face-Rippa. Though the Orks of Grukk's tribe would never admit it, they are all a bit scared of Grukk, and rightly so. No one wants to lose face in front of all his mates, after all. Grukk's power claw is a howling, whining beast of a thing. It features a jutting custom buzzsaw that Grukk uses to live up to his nickname as often as he can. It also magnifies his strength from merely impressive to utterly terrifying. At the slaughter of Black Gulch, a Grukk famously tore open a malfunctioning drop pod to get at the Space Marines inside. He then cut all 10 of the Adeptus Astartes into pieces one by one, in a series of increasingly violent kills. It was such an ignoble fate that the commanders of the battle company authorized a revenge strike upon Grukk himself. Despite inflicting severe damage, the Space Marines were unable to complete their mission. Grukk is still alive today, albeit covered in a grotesque patchwork of thick, knotted scars. The same cannot be said of the Obsidian Glaives chapter. Though his strength is legendary, it is Grukk's utter certainty that he cannot lose that makes him so dangerous. He makes a habit of leading every charge, no matter the odds, and publicly butchers any orc stupid enough to question his rule. Grukk is always encrusted with the clotted blood of those he has killed. He never wipes it off, either, considering such acts as cleaning or washing to be runt's work. His supporters claim that he has never lost a fight, not even once. It is this bloody reputation and Grukk's habit of painting his ships with gore that has led to his crusade of violence being known to his followers as the Red Waaagh. This kind of renown spreads like wildfire in Orky society. Though he has never spared a thought towards the arts of leadership, Grukk has unintentionally started a war that has blazed from one side of Sanctus Reach to the other. Ork fleets from every part of the Sanctus Reach system converge upon the front line each week, hoping to get a glimpse of the Face-Rippa in action. Many of the Orks inbound on the system believe that Warlord Grukk is blessed by Gork himself, whatever that means. With every battle the Ork Warlord wins, Waaagh Grukk grows more powerful. There is very little chance of stopping it before it reaches critical mass and wipes out a swathe of Imperial space altogether. The Sanctus Reach system is named after the star Sanctus, and it is currently one of the most stable stellar bodies in the sector, though its solar flares plague nearby Obsteria every year. Obsteria itself is a world of barren rock, battered by radiation from solar flares. Despite its harsh conditions, or perhaps because of them, Obsteria is the homeworld of the Obsidian Glaives chapter, or at least it was. The world was the first planet to bear the brunt of Waaagh Grukk. The majority of the Obsidian Glaives chapter mobilized to hold back the Ork menace, but despite slaying hundreds of thousands of the greenskins that made planetfall, every day saw millions more land upon Obsteria until the Space Marines were slain. Terendil is a paradise world that was declared perditus in 773 M32 for reasons that are none of your business. Ghoul Jensen is a hive world with a population of 200 billion, or at least it was. The planetary governor, Ghoul Jensen, the later 14th, ordered the planet's PDF to fortify his capital, Hive Jensen, to the exclusion of all other duties. Such was his influence that his command was obeyed. The redeployment delayed the capital hive's destruction for 3 days, after the rest of the planet had been ransacked. Malagai Morka was a rogue trading post, with a population of less than 5 million. The Orks were denied their fight on the planet. The vendors that dwelt there were so well connected with rogue trader fleets that they had time enough to flee the planet before the Waaagh stripped it bare. Squire's Rest was an agri-world of 10 million souls. Squire's Rest was once a powerful agri-world, but in the last few years it had been plagued by Ork raiders whose heavily armed junk craft had the jolly Ork symbol emblazoned upon their prows. It is thought that these raiders form the outriders for Waaagh Grukk. And last but not least, the capital world of Alaric Prime. The planet of Alaric Prime is as hidebound by tradition and protocol as any other night world. Yet it also has to bear the further burden of several thousand years of careless lawmaking. No lord upon Alaric Prime has ever been repealed. It is illegal to yawn during daylight hours, illegal to talk when a noble is speaking in earshot, even illegal to point at the stars in the night sky. So numerous and restrictive are the archaic laws of Alaric Prime that a full 2/3 of the planet's populace has been incarcerated or exiled by the overzealous justicars attached to each knightly house. Most of Alaric Prime's surface is covered in a viscous sulfuric solution, far thicker than seawater. The main continent of Alaric Prime is known as Sacred Isle, each island around it the domain of one of its knightly houses. The islands that form the rest of the habitable lands are little more than penitentiaries. Very few of those imprisoned are truly guilty of malicious conduct, but those that are, criminal by nature, inevitably thrive in the lawless proto-societies that result. Distant thunder. As the planets of Sanctus Reach crumbled one by one before the onslaught of Waaagh, Alaric Prime girded itself for war. Aid was summoned from a nearby fleet out of Cadia and from the scholar progenium world of Edificus. Before long, the planet was fortified for the coming invasion, though strife still blighted the ancient houses of Alaric Prime. The first warning that the planet had of the greenskin menace was on the vernal equinox of 443998 M41, when the twin astropaths of House Kestrin experienced the same midnight trauma. Each of the gaunt twins had vomited green ectoplasm during a terrible nightmare. Barefoot, they had rushed through the sconce-lit corridors of Castle Castrin to the bedchamber of their master, Lord Gelmort. The shivering astropaths gabbled over each other's words, but each told of a billion bestial voices, joined in one great unending war cry. Their spasms grew worse, and soon the pair lapsed into fever dreams. When the import of their tale sank in, Gelmort Castren came close to panic. Every lord of the Imperium dreads his aides reporting an incoming Xenos invasion. House Castren's astropaths had detected not just an incursion, but an entire Waaagh headed in their direction. That night, Gelmort sent messenger skulls arcing out to every one of the knightly houses. Before long, each of the hovering devices had chattered its warning into the vox chamber of a different noble. All bar one was ignored. The houses of Alaric Prime had long stood divided. Many of the noble lineages had long-standing feuds, and the years of oppressive tradition had bred frequent civil wars that had blighted the archipelagos and landmasses of Alaric Prime without exception. Though Gelmort Castren's message had reached each of its intended recipients, almost all of Lord Gelmort's rivals had scornfully dismissed its content as a bluff or a distraction tactic. They believed that House Castren wanted to increase its own power base, whilst the other lords turned their attention to their own defence. The exception was Lord Neru of House de Gallio. Having once piloted his knight suit against the Ork pirates raiding Squire's Rest, the old warrior knew that the greenskin threat was a deadly reality, one that could overpower even the obsidian glaives. His own astropath had run screaming into the night 2 hours before Gelmort's messenger skull had drifted in, adding veracity to the claims of imminent invasion. At dawn the next day, Lord Neru gathered his most trusted nobles into his keep's Rotunda Magnificat. A heated discussion took place. Neru proposed that they breach the sealed doors of Sacred Mountain at the earliest opportunity, using the ancient technologies within to summon aid. Such a course of action was tantamount to blasphemy. De Gallio's chamberlains politely reminded their lord it was named the Sacred Mountain for a reason, for it contained relics from the time of the knightly house's founding over 10 millennia ago. Not only that, but rumour had it that the mountain's gates bore a powerful curse. Surely no man would risk bringing doom upon his house. Neru believed they had no choice. Across the globe, reports were trickling in that each house's astropaths were falling into a fugue state. clawing at their skin and ranting about green-hued tides. The knightly houses could not stand against an entire Waaagh. Even in the unlikely event they could unite the scattered people of the planet into a single army, they must break open the vaults of Sacred Mountain or die to a man when the Ork invasion hit home. The nobles' men fell quiet, for the strict laws of Alaric Prime forbade the breach of holy ground. Only 2 of Neru's men dared speak up in support of his plan. His Knight Regal, Ursor Firesword, and his Aegis, Sire Jedrick of the Black Shield. Shaking his head, Lord de Gallio stormed out of Rotunda Magnificat and strode straight to the Chamber of Echoes. There he installed himself into his throne mechanicum and descended into the control cortex of his personalized knight, the White Warden. The ancient war machine whirred into life, battle protocols flashing as it prepared for the trek to Castle Kestrin. Within a single day, Neru de Gallio and his noble escort stood before Lord Gilmort's candlelit court. Despite the protestations of his advisors, Gilmort needed little convincing that Lord Neru's proposed course was sound. His own astropaths had been completely incapacitated by the psychic bow wave of Orkoid energy, and he too had heard the legends of Imperial Archaeotech at the heart of Sacred Mountain. The next day sun rose as Neru de Gallio, piloting the White Warden, ordered his retainers to melt through the adamantium bulkheads of Sacred Mountain. Deep inside the mountain's vaulted chambers, the nobles of House Castran and de Gallio found all manner of forbidden technologies that bridge the gap between flesh and metal. Held high amongst the relics was a wrinkled astropath, trapped like a fly in amber by a stasis field. His swollen cranium 3 times the size of a normal man's head. Without hesitation, Neru de Gallio deactivated the stasis field, holding the ancient astropath frozen in time. A psychic scream ripped through the darkness, stunning the nobles and howling out into space. The psyker died almost immediately, but his cradle's dusty cogitator array showed that a distress call had been sent. All that was left was to wait. A tense month passed. The knightly houses of Velemistrin, Bramika, Tarin, and Kamata were united in their censure of House Castran and de Gallio for their presumption in breaching Sacred Mountain, and the fragile diplomacy that held the planet's uneasy truce quickly broke down. Just as the houses were on the brink of open war, a reed-thin message crackled out within each keep's vox chamber. Its audio sign was that of one Castellan Stein, Acadian commander whose fleet had been tasked with reinforcing Gul Jensen. Though the Cadians had arrived too late to fulfill their primary mission, they had outrun the cumbersome ships of the Red Waaagh, and hence were able to bolster the defences of Alaric Prime. En route, they had rendezvoused with a fleet of black-armoured warships hailing from the nearby Scoloprogenium planet Edivicus, scrambling in response to the astropathic distress call. Less than 2 weeks after the bulk landers of the Astra Militarum had made planetfall, Alaric Prime had been transformed. Each of its cities, fortresses, and island penitentiaries had been war-scraped, optimized, and reinforced masterfully by Cadian strategists. Regiments of disciplined soldiery manned every Aegis line and crenellated bunker complex. Those knightly houses that had managed to put aside their differences loomed in support, ready for battle. Here the Imperium would make their stand. House de Gallio. House de Gallio was indisputably the most powerful knightly house upon Alaric Prime, in part due to the strength of its ancient alliance with the Adeptus Mechanicus. However, one could deny that de Gallio's influence was directly related to an advantage that no other Alarican house could boast: unparalleled mobility in times of war. House de Gallio has a long and proud history of seafaring. Once, its steamships were little more than ugly hulks that conveyed the criminal elements of Alaric Prime to incarceration upon the volcanic hellscape of Isle Ignavich. Since it opened a sideline in oceanic trade, the house has grown considerably in influence and wealth. At the house's inception, it had but one solitary knight active, known as the White Warden. By the time its trade routes were fully established across Alaric Prime, its sea-borne sacristies held several dozen knights, each a warrior of great repute. Even the mightiest battle steamer of Lord Nero's fleet is a mere tug beside the fusion-powered superstructure known as Isle de Gallio. Originally a mobile conglomeration of prison hulks, Isle de Gallio has become far more than a conjoined fleet. Over the centuries, layers of sea mulch and captured turf have laid strata of organic matter over the adamantium stanchions of its foundations. It has come to resemble nothing less than a small landmass that roams the oceans of Alaric Prime under its own power. In times of civil war, the titanic Isle de Gallio makes haste for the coastline nearest to the battle, its fusion engines powering it through the ocean spray so fast that its attendant navy struggles to maintain its cordon around the island's perimeter. Once land is sighted, the navy spreads out into a great battle line of heavily armoured ships, pounding the coastline with artillery shells once the enemy is in range. Isle de Gallio itself will power in close, its knights striding across the bridges extruding from the isle's landmass into the shallow waters before charging across the dunes and launching themselves into the fight. Isle de Gallio is so large that it has its own civilian population. Several teeming cities dot its skyline, supporting all manner of industries and ensuring the isle's preeminence as a trading hub. Despite this, rival houses whisper that the islanders are inbred to a man, calling its warriors sea lions, fish eyes, and all manner of other unflattering nicknames. As the noble lineage of House de Gallio remains free from genetic weakness, in truth they are always more than enough mamsels and consorts in each generation willing to exchange the boredom of their land-bound houses for a life of sea-borne adventure. The patriarch of the house is Nero de Gallio, known to his men as the Sea Blade and to his closest friends as the Old Walrus. Nero de Gallio's flair in the arts of battle is legendary, as is his alarming facial hair. His consort, the svelte and skull-masked Lady of the Keys, is a powerful political force in her own right. She has been instrumental in the meteoric rise of House de Gallio to the pinnacle of influence on Alaric Prime, possessing a fearsome intellect and considerable charisma. Anyone who so much as hints that Nero or his consort might be past their prime is given the honour of fighting alongside the White Warden, de Gallio's battle-scarred but indomitable knight suit. As the battle rages, the Patriarch's detractor is forced to reassess his opinion. No one can argue with a kill count that is more than double that of the next man. The Waaagh descends. The knightly houses of Alaric Prime march to bolster their planet's defences at the very last opportunity. Millions of highly trained Imperial Guard already stood ready to defend the planet. Alaric Prime had become more than just a populous world. It was a symbol of the Imperium's defiance in the face of the Ork threat. Despite their initial reservations, most of the nobles of the knightly houses were impressed by the no-nonsense approach of the Cadians. The officer in charge of Alaric Prime's defences was an irritable but extremely capable leader named Jackran Stein. Castellan Stein had barked orders and browbeaten his naysayers so consistently that by the time the Orks neared the planet, his Hydra squadrons and Icarus batteries could throw a net of firepower into the skies above every vital site. Nero de Gallio and Lord Golmort joked that their flying messenger skulls had better roll along the ground if they wanted to escape being bullseyed by a Cadian with an itchy trigger finger. The general atmosphere across the planet was one of courage under adversity. Even those mainlander houses that still resented de Gallio for forcing their hand held their peace, whilst the Cadians and scholar progenium troopers were around. Though the knightly houses of the main islands were at truce, dangerous discontent still brewed amongst the houses of the lesser islands. There were many hidden pacts and agreements made, several of which revolved around the accidental extermination of houses de Gallio and Castron when the fighting began in earnest. Many islander houses had enlisted thousands of minor offenders from the prison systems into regiments they had daubed house militia. These undisciplined and immoral companies were unpredictable, but even the strictest commissar turned a blind eye, recognizing they would need every able man when the Waaagh hit home. Night after night slunk past. Word of the coming invasion had spread from one side of the planet to the other, and rumour was becoming certainty as the populace beheld the incoming invaders with their own eyes. Merely by looking up after sunset, it was possible to see the pinpricks of light growing larger as the Ork fleet approached. Hundreds of new stars filled the skies, their engine flares flickering like pulsars. The civilians told themselves the Cadians had masterminded a defense that would easily shatter the Ork fleet. As if to confirm the supposition, Scoptic plates taken by the Cadian battleship showed an invading force that was ramshackle in the extreme. Most of the ships, though blunt and fearsome in their aspect, were little more than rusted iron slabs, bolted together in a haphazard fashion. It was deemed a wonder they had not fallen apart during the invasion of Obsteria and Ghoul Jensen. Nobles from House Kamata and Terim began to take bets as to whose knight would tally the most ship kills if any Orks made it through the Cadian flak net. Neru de Gallio shook his head in dismay, and the Cadians remained grimly silent on the matter. To underestimate the Ork was to prepare only for the grave. As the Ork craft reached low orbit, the terrible truth of their invasion plan became clear. The night sky was stitched with a crosshatch of red light as the Icarus las cannons of Firestorm redoubts answered Castellan-Stein's commands. Almost every laser beam found its target, but almost every one of them fizzled into nothingness. On came the Ork ships, growing closer by the moment. A spherical corona of fire blossomed around each of the Ork rust ships as the energy of atmospheric entry betrayed their secret, a globe of force that protected the craft from harm. Though their physical construction was appalling, the force fields of the primitive Xenos craft were all but impenetrable. War klaxons sounded across the planet as the nobles joined their minds to the mechanical sentiences of their knights. The Cadians kept up their attack, sending solid shot and laser fire into the skies. Perhaps 1 in 20 of the Ork rust ships were turned into blazing comets, disintegrating as they came, but the rest of them thundered down to Alaric Prime's surface with the tortured scream of engines. The ground shook wherever the rust ships struck, staggering even the great suits of knight armor. Giant ramps and drawbridges slammed down from the sides of each craft, and with a roar that sent ice-cold fear into the spines of all who heard it, the Orks began to pour out. Even the Cadians were astonished by the brutal efficiency with which the Orks' advance forces made planetfall. The ramshackle construction of the rust ships at first thought to be a great weakness now proved an advantage. Thousands of greenskins poured out of every hatch, hole and seam, trampling over each other in their haste to launch the first assault. Smoke-belching vehicles trundled across the crude drawbridges. At the waist of each rust ship, truly huge war engines ground their way bodily through the transport's hull plates to stagger onto the plains below. The initial Ork assault had thundered down from the landmass around Sacred Mountain. It was rumored the Orks had psychers of their own of a sort, and perhaps they too had heard the psychic distress cry from within the depths of the peak. The 1,000-mile ring of fortifications around Sacred Mountain bristled with heavy guns. Macro cannon strongpoints hurled shell after shell into the massing Orks that stomped and roared in the shadow of their rusted craft. Quad-linked las cannons blasted apart death dreads and battle wagons, as they ground their way clear of the scrum, and heavy bolters barked out a deadly rhythm whenever the massing greenskins spilled into their maximum range. Explosion after explosion boomed out, a deafening and blinding spectacle that made even the most battle-hardened Cadians shield their eyes at its intensity. No matter the amount of carnage meted out by the Imperial gun lines, the Orks still came on. They poured towards the Imperial defences in a seething, shouting mass. Their great roar of bloodlust was like a wall of sound in itself, a roar that got louder with every passing second. The firecracker snap of lasgun volleys joined the thud of heavy weapons fire as the Orks came in range of the Cadian troopers manning each redoubt. And still, it was not enough to halt the tide. The Ork charge hit home like a tidal wave. Bodies were flung in all directions. Bullets whizzed and ricocheted all about, and guardsmen were snagged and dragged from the walls into the roiling mass of stinking alien flesh beneath. Incredibly, the Orks were using each other as stepping stones, piling atop one another in their haste to spill blood. The war for Alaric Prime had begun. The Knights strike back. Despite their extensive preparations, the Imperial Guard defenders were reeling from the intensity of the Ork attack. The nobles of each knightly house strode into the fray in their titanic war machines, determined to prove their mettle on the field. They met their match when the Orks revealed a secret weapon of their own. Steam pistons groaned and lock bolts shuddered as the adamantium-clad war machines of the Alarican nobles looped towards the Ork horde. Together the knights numbered over 24. The foremost warriors of House Valmestrin and Bramica pounded into battle behind those of Lord Galmort Castren, eager to prove their worth. Rapid-firing battle cannons boomed, each blast overlapping the next in a tooth-rattling fusillade. The waves of Orks, hurling themselves forward, were flung in all directions by each explosion. Great sprays of dark crimson blood gouted into the air like liquid fireworks wherever the battle cannon shells hit home. High inside the cockpits of their knights paladin, the nobles of House Terrin panted like wolves on the hunt. Sire Dander of House Bramica laughed on the edge of hysteria as he revelled in the glorious release of battle. High on the ramparts of their fortress, the Cadian officers watched intently, voxing back and forth as the charge of the Alaric Prime's defenders hit home. The knights were killing score upon score of the invading Xenos, and the occasional Ork missile that corkscrewed into the knights exploded prematurely on their ion shields or ricocheted off their thick plating without causing any real harm. The planet's nobles were clearly no strangers to war. Lord Gelmort's paladins stormed into the broken morass of Xenos bodies, the cold metal feet of their war engines crunching greenskins into the dirt wherever movement twitched. Giant helms swung left and right, scanning the horde for the banners and totems that indicated leadership, whilst battle cannons blazed again and again. In their wake came the knights errant of House Valmistrin and Bramica. Heavy stubbers suppressed any rallying Xenos to their flanks, whilst the thermal cannons stabbed great columns of destruction into those Ork war constructs that had survived the rampage. Working in concert, the knights systematically annihilated the Orks in a broad column that led straight into the central mass of the heaving green tide. A trail of blackened, steaming destruction extended behind them as they crushed, blasted, and stamped their way to the heart of the horde. The Orks were responding, slowly at first, but with increasing cohesion. Like the parting of the Great Sea, the greenskins flowed around the knights' forward blitz, then swarmed in again behind them, cutting them off from the Cadians altogether and aiming their haphazard volleys at the flank and rear of each machine. Stein's bellowed vox orders crackled over each noble's choirnet. One by one, they were voluntarily muted by the knights. It was their time to kill, and they were close to the throat of their prey. House Kestrin's paladins plunged on into the horde, ion shields reconfigured to guard their rears. Reaper chainswords smashed poorly made Ork walkers into scrap metal. Many of the Xenos fled in disarray, as yet more battle cannon shells and melter blasts hit home amongst them. The foremost knights had reached the shadow of the largest rust ship, but their true prey was nowhere to be seen. The war machines were surrounded, and their brazen challenge had yet to be answered in force. The air filled with the ear-splitting screech of tortured metal as a full quarter of the rust ship's flank began to fall open, a hinged slab of oxidized iron taller than a hab block. The flank fell downwards, blotting out the sun for those knights that had drawn too near to the craft. 6 of their number threw their war machines into full reverse, crushing Orks underfoot as they backed through the throng. The orange-striped knight of Sire Vocus was not so nimble. Hamstrung by the well-cutters of a mob of green-skinned pyromaniacs, its pilot could do nothing but fire its battle cannon at maximum elevation in an impotent attempt to halt the immense tonnage bearing down on it. Sire Vocus's prized war machine was flattened like a rations tin under a jackboot. The muted thump of the knight's detonation could be heard a split second before the rust ship's flank hit the ground with a tremendous crash. A wave of dust and iron particles burst outward across the battlefield, blinding greenskin and knight alike, before billowing into the Cadian defense line. As one, the Orks roared their approval, beating their chests and storming forward as the stunned defenders gave them the chance they needed. With their targets hidden by the dust storm, the tight volleys of the Cadians failed to find their mark. The green tide, barely held at bay in the first charge, broke over the Cadian fortifications with the force of a river-bursting dam. Here the Orks were at their deadliest, robbed of coordinated support from their big guns. Platoon after platoon of Astra Militarum died as the Xenos charge hit home. Tribes of barbaric, maniacal greenskins smashed heads from necks and sank chain-toothed axes into the faces of their reeling human prey. An unruly orgy of violence rolled outward, the bayonets of the Cadians barely slowing the muscle-bound terrors, roaring and biting in their midst. Within the space of a minute, the Ork vanguard had broken the Cadian line wide open. Broken corpses and silenced heavy weapons were hurled into the platoons mustering behind, a barbaric challenge before the charge began anew. By the sides of the rush ship, the ochre clouds had begun to clear. The surviving nobles gaped in horror as the thinning curtain of dust revealed a vision of destruction. Lumbering out of the rush ship was an Orkoid war god, made metal and given life, its titanic frame all belly and belligerence. The rusted beast was so large it made the knights ranged around it look like hunchbacked mutants confronting a grossly overweight Ogryn. One of the effigy's arms, a cannon taller than any of its adversaries, boomed its challenge. Sire Faragheist's knight was flung backwards, ion shield overloaded and limbs scattered amongst the wreckage. War horns blaring a reply, Sire Lumina's knight charged up the rust ship's impromptu ramp and ducked within the beast's reach. Its reaper chainsword bit deep into its plated gut, which vented a geyser of oily steam. In response, the monstrosity loosed a spiral-painted rocket at point-blank range. It blasted Sir Lumina's knight off balance for long enough that the beast could bring its grotesque chainsaw arm round in a gnashing arc. Lumina's knight was not cut in half so much as mangled and crushed beyond recovery, falling to its knees a moment before the Ork monstrosity gut-barged its juddering corpse into a dozen pieces. The fall of charging knights had burnt a great furrow into the Ork horde, but in their haste to prove themselves they had overextended badly. The magnitude of their mistake only became clear when an Ork war engine debarked from the flagship Wrath of Gork, guns blazing. Already the fate of the knightly houses hung in the balance. All around the greenskin horde was closing in, their crude heavy weapons aimed at the engines and rear quarters of the knights as they faced down the warbeast. The remaining walkers circled the orc monstrosity, their ion shields crackling defiance as they pounded its torso and head with battle cannon shells. The beast's iron hide had to be thicker than a bastion's walls to survive such punishment, but survive it did. The monster loomed forward, staggering down what was left of the ship's ramp with the idiot aggression of a drunken brawler. Blasting wildly with its cannon, it smashed into Sire Falsheen Castron's purple-plumed knight, knocking the walker into the dirt, before raising a great foot and stamping the knight's helm deep into its chest. Lord Galmort cried out in grief and defiance, driving his knights around to close on the beast's rear. His thermal cannon speared out, blasting the orc machine's primary engines to molten slag. The war beast stamped and shuddered as it tried to confront its tormentor, but the knight's cannons screamed fire once more, carving off the monster's chainsaw arm in a spray of glowing gobbets. A loud clank came from the brutish walker's head. Lord Galmort recoiled in shock as a hulking orc leapt from the thick smoke between the war beast's horns and landed with a thump on his knight's helm. The patriarch fired his knight's heavy stubber, blasting point-blank at the maniac greenskin clinging to his war engine. Even inside his cockpit he could hear the bullets pinging from the fiend's armored hide. Sweating and wide-eyed, he commanded his fellow nobles to hold fire as he sent a desperate pulse of thought to his ion shield. Electrical energies began to crackle around the orc's armor, building to a deadly crescendo that threatened to fry the Xenos alive. Sylvost Verminstreen ignored Galmort's order to hold fire and took the shot. A battle cannon shell smashed into Galmort's cockpit with explosive force, sending his knight reeling back as its ion shield dissipated. It was all the chance the orc warboss needed. With a wrenching screech, the carapace hatch of Lord Galmort's knight was ripped away. Xenos drool spattered into the noble's face as the orc bellowed his triumph a few feet above him. A smoke-belching power claw lunged down and plucked Galmort from his throne, his body jerking wildly and spraying sheets of blood as it was sawed in two. All around, the green horde chanted and roared, "Grukk! Grukk! Grukk!" over and over as their leader gouged on the hot flesh of his foe. Reaper chainsaw raised. Galmort's son, Moloris, swung in for a revenge kill. However, as he passed the orc war effigy, it lurched suddenly to the left, hammering into Moloris's knight and sending it stumbling into the dirt. Growling, war boss Grukk leapt from Galmort's crippled war machine to land in front of the bowed Moloris. Sparks rained down as the orc's saw claw sheared off the Castron knight's helm plate. Servos strained and whined as Moloris fought to return his knight to its feet, but he was not quick enough. Grukk head-butted the icon screen that was the only thing between him and the Castron noble. It shattered, and the orc stamped one iron-shod boot into the pudgy noble's chest. Ribs crunched and blood squirted as Grukk ground his screaming foe's innards underfoot. Reeling at the loss of their leaders, the surviving knights Castron backed away towards the Cadian defense line. In focusing on the war beast's destruction, however, they had allowed the orc horde to all but swallow them completely. The aliens clambered up each knight's leg, lobbing stick bombs into engine blocks and shearing cables with chain-toothed axes. Sire Dindar of House Brahmika fell backwards as an orc tractor beam found purchase on his carapace, toppling his knight a moment before a mob of greenskins with welding torches swarmed over it and cut it to pieces. Oberstrauss of House Terrin barged through the throng before his knight was blasted apart by a lucky shot from one of the rust ship's guns. The situation looked dire. Only 3 knights were left when the throaty roar of tank engines filled the air. 30 blocky hulls crested the rolling hills to the east of the Imperial Guard's defense lines. The armored division fanned out, laying down a rolling bombardment that fell just behind the remaining knights. Encircling Ork vehicles were sent pinwheeling into the air or blasted into a rain of nuts, bolts, and scything hull plates. A great shout of aggression came from the Ork horde as it ran headlong towards the line of tanks. The Cadian vehicles calmly reversed at the same speed the Orks were advancing, drawing them into the teeth of their guns. The Orks that had been overrunning the defense lines, seeing this new foe, abandoned the slim pickings they had left and sprinted towards the attack converging on the armoured regiment. Their insane bravado proved their downfall when a trio of hellhound flame tanks hurtled from behind the battle tanks, their sheets of liquid fire reducing mob after mob of charging Orks to ash. Before long, the thick stench of burning greenskin flesh filled the air. Brought a reprieve, the remaining Cadian platoons spread amongst the defence lines, and those few knights that had escaped the disaster shared Vox signs with the terse Cadian High Command. They were to head south and rendezvous by the banks of Boiling River. The Ork vanguard had been blunted, albeit at a tremendous cost. In the process, however, every single knight of House Kestrin, including Lord Gelmort, had met a violent and painful death. Stein's Anvil. The Cadians are famous for the precision with which they wage war, yet against a foe as unpredictable as the Orks, even their discipline was tested to the limit. As millions of Ork invaders spilled from their rust ships, it became obvious that only by isolating and destroying each element of the Xenos army could the Imperium hope for victory. Castellan Stain knew his Tactica Imperialis well. The war doctrine of that ancient tome teaches that where the enemy comes on in a great horde, it is best to meet them at a narrow point, so that their numbers cannot be brought to bear. The large numbers of rust ships and the wide open plains of Alaric Prime had robbed him of such a strategy, so Steen had planned to rebuff the Ork attack from a defended position instead, attempting to blunt its momentum with a wall of lasfire. Only one rust ship's horde had been neutralized. He intended to retreat to Boiling River and use its great bridges as killing fields to deal with the next rust ship swarm. If all went well, they would roll out their mobile defense across the continent, fighting a running battle where the Orks would struggle to bring their numbers to bear. Things had gone worse than badly during the initial engagement, however. The calamitous events that unfolded amongst the Imperial lines had allowed more Orks to muster south of Sacred Mountain. Now the horizon was black with Xenos marauders, stomping and shouting with boundless battle lust. Recon sentinels had reported back that many of the greenskins were engaged in salvage operations, hauling not only their own wreckage back to the rust ships, but also that of the fallen knights. What had become of the pilots, Stein didn't like to think. Lowering his magnoculars, the Castellan shook his head in disappointment. The Ork attack had been slowed but not stymied in the least. Greenskins still boiled out of the hull of the Titanic craft, and to its leeward side another 1,000-strong horde had amassed. Even now the Greenskins' throng flowed towards them, merging with the salvagers on the windward side to come on in a great mass. The scale of the Ork invasion was becoming horribly clear. Stein made a quick mental calculation. If each one of the rust ships fighting through the flak storm in low orbit held a similar number of Xenos warriors as those already planetside, Alaric Prime would be lost in less than a week. With an effort of will, the Cadian officer returned his thoughts to the task at hand. There was an extermination to be conducted, and with Boiling River as their ally, a great toll could be taken on the approaching horde. As the Castellan's command tank sent Vox codes to the battle tanks and artillery of the Cadian 1652nd and 1653rd, his infantry quickly and efficiently formed up into the formation his men called Stein's Anvil. Platoon after platoon took up position on the banks of the river, heavy weapons braced and ammunition piled high. If reports from Stein's Valkyries were accurate, the poor coordination of the Ork invasion still afforded them a chance to suppress it section by section. The remainder of Grukk's forces planetside could be held and perhaps even broken on the banks of Boiling River before the warriors from the easternmost rush ships made their way northwards to cut off the Cadian escape route. Such a military feat would require impeccable discipline and perfect timing. Stein smiled thinly to himself. Those were qualities that every man in the Cadian 1651st possessed in great measure. He had seen to it himself. As the Cadians made their final preparations on the banks of the Boiling River, the Voxnet crackled intermittently with nautical shanty signs. To Stein's mind, they could have come from only one source. It looked like war boss Grukk was about to get a surprise of his own. As soon as the Orks were in range, the artillery squadrons of the Cadian 1653rd opened fire. Heavy munitions rained death into the massed horde, stomping its way towards the riverbanks. Manticores fired high-explosive rockets in soaring arcs. Wyverns hurled munitions that filled the air with razor shards, and basilisks thundered a 30-gun salute to Stein's battle plan. The din of the rolling barrage was immense. From Stein's vantage point, it looked as if the gods themselves were leveling their hatred at the Xenos throng. Just as the Castellan had anticipated, the Ork masses ran forward rather than falling back, hoping to close within the reach of the Imperial Guard artillery. It was a savage strategy, but ultimately a foolish one. A flotilla of ramshackle Ork vehicles hove into sight, the dust trails of their passage marking them clear as day. One by one, they found themselves under pinpoint fire from the platoons that occupied the bastions beyond the river, and one by one, they blossomed into flame. Whenever a mob of Orks grew close to the banks of Boiling River, 100 lasguns would spike out into their ranks until the Orks had to climb over the corpses of their comrades to advance. Stein nodded appreciatively as his platoons went about their bloody work. The signals ringing out across the Voxnet were coming in so fast it was difficult to keep track. The Cadians stationed at Bridge Zeta Sec had fired their own artillery barrage into the ironclad Ork army inbound on their position, but with far less effect. Their detonations had been all but nullified by crackling force fields that protected the Orks from harm. The riverside platoons were culling Orks at a gratifying rate, but the tide of invaders would not be stemmed for much longer. It was time for Phase 2 of Stein's battle plan to swing into place. As the Orks' foot soldiers pounded towards the bridges, a trio of Chimera armored transports hurtled up the ramps of both the Zeta Sec and Zeta Turret bridges. The vehicles formed a wall of steel, multi-lasers blazing. They had barely stopped moving before the squads of Ogrins debarked from inside and lumbered past them, each abhuman warrior hefting a slab shield as the Orks' fusillade thickened. Crude bullets hammered away at the shield wall to no real effect. Hurled stick bombs left the warriors unfazed, their thick armor plates absorbing each blast. Rotund Xenos bomber beasts bounded towards them, fuses hissing on their backs. The great Ogrins merely toe-punted the beasts into the river, pillars of murky water erupting wherever they detonated. Amongst the bastions on the east side of Bridge Zeta Turret, Castellan Stein watched the exertions of his abhumans with no small measure of pride. The Ogrin counterattack could buy them all the time they needed. The Orks' vanguard, in their eagerness for war, plunged bodily into the river and attempted to swim across. They soon found out why the people of Alaric Prime called it Boiling River. The sulphurous vents that bubbled on the riverbed made sections of the watercourse hiss with simmering toxic fumes. To the amazement of the Cadians stationed on the riverbank, the greenskins kept on coming, where a human would have been boiled alive. Across the wide watercourse, the Orks spilt into the river like a stampeding herd of beasts, thrashing their great ape-like arms as they slowly propelled themselves through the bubbling liquid. Though the toxicity of the waters killed only a small portion of the Orks, it slowed the rest enough to make their deaths all but certain. Thousands of ruby-red las beams burned the air as the platoon stationed on the riverbanks ignored the egg stink of the river's sulphurous fumes and opened fire with well-drilled precision. Before long, the water was filled with smouldering green-skinned corpses that bumped together as they floated towards the yawning mouth of the great estuary. Then Grukk himself reached the fight. With his war effigy reduced to a scrap metal fortress by Gormort Valmestream, the war boss had trundled to the front line in a massive horned wagon emblazoned with a giant white bull's head. The vehicle was the target of flurries of missiles and laser blasts from the Cadians manning the other side of the river. But despite dozens of armor plates being blasted from its chassis, the thing kept coming. It thumped bodily over the tank traps at the end of the bridge before its metal maw clanged open, disgorging a posse of massive orcs. At their head was Grukk himself, his power claw revving and his voice raised in a bestial roar, while his massive attack squig drooled human blood from between man-trap jaws. Stein and the rest of the Cadian High Command muttered darkly at this new development, reassigning their Valkyrie and Vendetta air support to intercept the Xenos commander before he could reach the Cadian line. In the distance, lights winked and columns of jet flame lit the night as the heavy aircraft of the Militarum Tempestus regiments lifted off from the Sky Shield Nexus, Torx APCs tracking in their wake. They were only a few miles distant, stationed between bridges Zeta Sec and Zeta Turt, but the war boss was faster. Smashing luckless underlings from his path, he stormed across the span of the bridge, through a blinding net of lasfire, head lowered like a charging bullgrox. The Ogrins upon the bridge set their slab shields and prepared for the Ork elite's impact. But Grukk had built up a cannonball momentum. He hit the Ogrins' line with such force the massive abhumans were bowled bodily to the ground. The war boss started to lash out with his power claw, not soaring and crushing as he had against the Imperial Knights a few hours before, but using it as a giant metal club to bludgeon the reeling Ogrins to mush. Bonehead Grunk, the sergeant of the Bull Ogrin squad, raised his power maul in both hands and took a swing at Grukk's head that would have decapitated a space marine. Grukk stepped backwards at the critical moment before launching forward to shoulder barge Grunk over the side of the bridge. The Ogrin's bellowing faded as boiling river pulled him deep below. The Ogrins were reinforced by another 2 full Ogrin squads just as Grukk's bodyguard hit home. Each knob was clad in the heaviest armor their mechs could provide. An untidy brawl that was more wrestling match than melee spilled across the bridge. The Valkyries and Vendettas that had scrambled from the nearby Sky Shield Nexus passed overhead, but with their abhuman comrades mingled amongst the Ork meganobs, decent firing solutions were all but impossible. Behind the Ork elite came a roaring flood of Ork warriors that stamped and chanted, the air all but set alight by their ravening bloodlust. Blasts of fizzing green energy arced up into the skies from strangely dressed shamans in their midst, 2 of them finding the vendettas that roared overhead, striking their engines and sending them spinning out of control. The Cadians stationed on the other side of the bridge focused their fire and made every volley count, killing hundreds of Orks and forcing those behind to scramble over the corpses of their comrades. They might as well have been throwing rocks against the waters of a burst dam. The green tide broke over the mauling meganobs and Ogrins in the centre of the bridge and poured past, Grukk and his bodyguard all but hidden from sight. As the Orks hurtled and leapt for the other side of the bridge, lasfire spat, and with each passing second a dozen more Orks died. It was not enough. Castellan Stein had predicted this eventually, even expected it. Platoon by platoon, the Cadians began to withdraw, their pace measured as they moved to new, predetermined positions without talking or slowing their rate of fire. Such was their precision and training that each soldier emptied his las clip at the same time as the rest of his squad, kneeling to reload just as the squad behind them took up the slack. The Orks boiled from the bridge in a scrambling heap, many of their number as much dead as alive as the horde fell over itself in their haste to reach close quarters. Some of them succeeded, tearing into the withdrawing Cadians with such force that the guardsmen could not escape. Choppers rose and fell. Limbs were hacked from bodies and heads cut in half as the frenzied violence of the Waaagh took its toll. Wherever a Cadian platoon fell, the triumphant Orks lucked up from their bloody work only to realize they were exposed in a clear killing field. Heavy weapon platoons deployed at the rear of the guard line hammered mass-reactive bolts and las cannon fire into the blood-covered marauders. Ork bodies shuddered and were ripped apart as the guardsmen avenged their comrades with grim efficiency. Each time an Ork mob reached the Cadian line, it would quickly find itself in a no-man's land. Moments later, it would be ripped apart by the counterfire of nearby support platoons. Stein's trap had been set well, and its jaws were claiming Xenos lives by the hundred. The Bullogrin squads had finally fallen to Grukk's onslaught, and the number of Orks charging across the bridge had proven practically endless. Still, the sheer discipline of the Cadian platoons had seen their ordered retreat tactics triumph again and again. As the Orks bottlenecked themselves on the far side of the river, the artillery companies of the 1653rd sent barrage after barrage hammering into the mass of green flesh, each blast taking a great chunk out of the horde. Stein nodded. So far, for every one of his men that had fallen, 50, perhaps 60 Orks were littering the bridgeheads as corpses. Then came something the Cadian High Command had not predicted. Pinpricks of green light skidded and fizzed across the plains behind the Imperial Guard lines before blooming into shimmering hemispheres the size of habdomes. The bubbles burst with audible pops to expose mob after mob of Orks, covered in blue war paint and stomping their feet in unison as they chanted, "Here we go," over and over again. The artillery squadrons gazed in shocked awe at the frothing warriors that had materialized only a few hundred feet from them, the Xenos psychers in their midst still glowing with faint green light. Desultory las fire took down a handful of the newcomers, but it was of no use. The Orks swarmed amongst the static artillery, clambering over tracks and backplates to catch the panicking gunmen, desperately trying to escape. It was hopeless. In a matter of minutes, the basilisk and wyvern positions were overrun. Stein frowned as the Vox reports from his artillery went silent, and commanded his air support to come back around. Less than a minute later, Tempestus Prime, Whitlocks, Valkyries, and Vendettas were inbound again, las cannons picking off Orks here and there with each pass. The Orks were all over the artillery batteries. Even heavy bolter fire had little effect on them. Alarmingly, the barrel of each basilisk had been raised to maximum elevation. Many of the captured basilisks lurched into one another with screeches of metal or turned slowly on the spot, but for the most part they opened fire. There came a staccato series of booms as the artillery pieces, looted by the blue-painted Ork raiders, hammered their payloads into the skies. Up the earth-shaker shells went, each tracing the steepest of paraboles in the air before falling back down into the ranks of the withdrawing Cadian platoons below. The sheer violence of the sudden barrage destroyed all cohesion in the Cadian retreat. Each round killed a dozen or more of the tightly packed soldiery, slowly retreating from the front line. With the guardsmen on the riverbanks occupied by the sudden heavy fire, the Orks that had swam across boiling river were free to clamber up the banks, blades held between their snaggle-toothed jaws. Within minutes, the entire battle line was engulfed in violence. The ordered, disciplined Cadian withdrawal was fast becoming a total rout. Stein was barking orders into his Vox, desperate to restore the tatters of his battle plan and secure the planned retreat to the flanks of Sacred Mountain, when his astropath, Zeal, approached him. Apprehension was etched upon the mystic's eyeless face. Stein motioned for his men to be silent, as Zeal stuttered his report. 2 more Ork hordes had made planetfall to the southeast. He could feel a dull, threatening roar in the back of his mind that told him the savage armies were moving in to cut off their line of escape. The Voxnet crackled with shouts and screams as the Ork assault redoubled in intensity. Castellan Stein was cursing furiously when there came a clear and welcome drawl over the comms channel, calm and measured, and heavy with the weight of years. "This is Lord Nero de Gallio, requesting permission to join the festivities." "Bloody well get on with it then," shouted Stein, veins bulging in his neck. Less than a minute later, the ground shook with such violence that the entire Cadian High Command were almost pitched from their feet. All eyes turned south to see that the horizon had sprouted a profusion of towers and hive spires. In the far distance, a looming cliff of metal ground towards the forces at Zeta Turt, its sheer mass forcing the ground to shudder in revulsion. Isle de Gallio slammed bodily into the mouth of the great estuary. It clogged the kilometre-wide watercourse like a cork sealing a bottle. Giant ramps, each easily as large as the river bridges the Ork invaders were now charging across, slammed down onto the mainland. Across their span marched dozens, scores even, of Imperial Knights. The giant walkers advanced at a looping run that filled the horizon with dull red dust, splitting up into 4 sub-houses as they came. 2 of the Knight Lances took the west bank, moving in to bombard the thickening bottleneck of Orks attempting to cross at Zeta Turt. The other 2 battle groups headed east at speed, moving on an intercept course to cut off the Ork hordes that Zeal had detected to the southeast. The dull thump of distant explosions echoed across the plains as the Knights blasted the leading vehicles at the head of each horde to scrap metal. Stein breathed a heavy sigh of relief, thanking the Emperor for a moment before shouting out clipped instructions to each of his subsidiary commands. The orders were relayed for the ranks in tones that brooked no argument. Slowly, painstakingly, and at a great cost in lives, the Cadian echelons re-established order. Militarum Tempestus regiments commanded by Tempestus Prime Whitlock flew in at speed, disembarking from their rear doors of their Valkyries in mid-air. Activating their grab chutes, the descending warriors scythed down the Orks milling around the artillery batteries with pinpoint hotshot lasgun fire, killing every last one of the Xenos before their boots even touched the ground. Squad by squad, the Cadians mounted up into their Taurus and Chimera transports and began their retreat in earnest. Cannon turrets pivoted backward to fire a stream of las and solid shot into the horde as it milled and swirled behind them, the Xenos shouting obscenities in their wake. The alabaster lancers of Lord Nero de Gallio, at full strength and with ammunition to spare, chanted the joyous battle hymns of their ancient order as they bore down upon the Ork invaders. They hit Grukk's bottlenecked column at Zeta Turt like a cavalier's spear plunging into the neck of a terrible green wine. Thermal cannons reduced Orks to superheated mist, and rapid-firing battle cannons tore gouges out of the packed ranks, just as the Cadian 1653rd Artillery had done before. The death toll quickly mounted. Lord de Gallio himself led a squadron of his finest knights to the far end of the bridge, ion shields reconfigured so they crackled between his warriors and the missiles that corkscrewed crazily from the horde in their direction. With a series of pinpoint blasts from their thermal cannons, the lancers melted through the stout girders and stanchions that raised the bridge above the boiling waters. Their plan was sound, to strand the Orks of the first rushed ship on one side of the great estuary to allow their Cadian allies to escape. But the bridge had withstood the passage of millennia, and it would not fall easily. Worse still, the massive forms of Grukk and his Meganovs were bullying their way through the horde towards them at speed. Lord de Gallio's knight suit, the White Warden, stamped its way into the throng, crunching low with a hiss of hydraulics. The knight's Reaper chainsword whirred in a horizontal arc only a few feet from the ground. Dozens of Orks were chewed into red mist as the Warden's arm ground on. But de Gallio's true target was not the greenskins. At the fullest extent of the arc, the Warden's chainsword carved right through into the central stanchion that held the bridge firm. Screaming in exertion at its titanium teeth, juddering through the heart of the bridge, Focused heavy stubber fire from Degalio's escort brought down any orcs that got too close to their lord, holding them back for a few vital seconds. With a great metallic scream, Degalio pushed the barrel of his knight's battle cannon under the ruined bridge next to its chainsword and discharged a point-blank blast. Slowly, miraculously, the White Warden lifted the splintering end of Bridge Zeta Turt, like an ancient Alarakan demigod performing a mythical feat of strength. Rubble cascaded down, crushing the orcs that were pushed into the gap as hundreds of their tribe mates fought to get within striking range of the great ivory walker. With a tremendous crack of stone, the bridge toppled to the right, a full half of its length falling away into the sulphurous waters of the boiling river. Hundreds of orcs fell with it, Grukk and his heavily armoured retinue, only a few meters from bringing their power claws level with the White Warden's helm, staggered sideways for a moment before pitching into the depths with a great splash. The orc horde gave a monstrous bellow of rage and frustration. Bridge Zeta Turt, which had stood firm in the face of thousands of years of erosion and the hammer blows of Imperial artillery alike, had been destroyed. The sight of so many explosions erupting at the bridgehead of Zeta Turt had acted like a beacon for the bulk of the orc horde. Lumbering, smoking war machines closed in on the Degalio Knights, their crude cannons sending fat-bodied shells hurtling towards the escort that protected Lord Neru as he collapsed the bridge. With the Degalio bodyguard focused on keeping the orc foot soldiers from swamping their master, a few of the approaching orc walkers scored direct hits on the brightly coloured knights, dropping them to their knees, or in the case of Sir Betel Degalio, detonating their targets spectacularly as the walker's reactor went critical. With the bridge collapsed and a new threat fast approaching, Lord Neru ordered his knights to rally in the watercourse of the boiling river itself. The knights carefully stepped backwards into the shallows of the river, a feat of agility that the orc walkers would find impossible to emulate. Navy pattern ion shields were brought up in formation to form a crackling shield of energy that flared bright every few seconds as orc shells struck home. It was then that the Xenos walkers came into view through the dust and confusion of battle. Squat, orcoid effigies ground forward on piston-driven legs, looking for all the world as if Grukk's own war machine had spawned a brood of metal monsters and sent them to finish what it had started. Solid shot cannon of extreme size hung like muscular arms from each of the humanoid walkers, thundering an impressive volume of firepower into the Degalio ranks. The alabaster lancer's iron shields deflected or detonated the majority of the shot, but here and there a shell struck through, detonating on an armoured thigh or ripping open a heraldic carapace. Lord Neru quickly surveyed the situation from the cover of the ruined bridge. There were dozens of the damned things heading through the smoke, and the western Degalio detachment had been reduced to fewer than 10 strong in the fighting at the bridgehead. Worse still, the knights were taking heavy fire from the orcs that had been fighting the Cadians on the other side of the river. With 2 massive orc armies having no foe to vent their fury upon other than the Degalios, Lord Neru's options were narrowing fast. He ordered his lance to break formation and stride downriver as fast as possible, in box formation, the ion shields of the outlying knights to either side, and those of the rearmost knights protecting their backs as they made all speed towards Isle Degalio. Along the banks of the river, the foot-slogging orc horde did their best to keep pace, but the knights were masters of their war engines and still had plenty of power left to burn. A ramshackle flotilla of orc vehicles followed the Degalio knights, roaring along the riverbank. They veered and swerved as they fired wildly inaccurate volleys at Lord Neru's lancers. The vehicles pursued the splashing, stomping knights for kilometre after kilometre, their crew whooping and making foul gestures as they zoomed along the riverbank. Swarms of buzzing copter craft hurtled up the watercourse, guns blazing as they darted past like giant mosquitoes harrying the cumbersome prey. For the knights to turn and fight would be to allow the pursuing hordes a chance to catch up, and that could not be allowed. Lord Neru gritted his teeth as Sir Tethrin Degalio's knight went down into the water. Its leg blasted from its hip by a lucky rocket shot. His knights were so close now he could almost imagine the kiss of the sea on his face. Any moment now the Orks would learn a painful lesson. Suddenly, there it was. A distant crack boom that was swiftly followed by a vast column of water shooting upward at their flank, which consumed a trio of death copters that were whirring past the retreating knights. A moment later the riverbank exploded into fire as detonations stitched their way through the Xenos pursuit with merciless, relentless force. Scrap pinged and scythed through the air, bouncing off knights' carapaces and thudding into the dust as the Ork vehicles were reduced to shards of glowing shrapnel. Isle Degalio itself had joined the fight, its long guns in range and accurate enough to hammer the Ork forces without endangering their own warriors. With the immense firepower of the Iron Island brought to bear, the few remaining Ork vehicles howled off into the wilderness, looking for less ferocious prey. War horns blaring, Lord Neru brought his knights marching the last few hundred meters to their fortress, a vast hangar bay opening in the island's guts as they drew near. The Battle of the Bridge was over, and with it the momentum of Grukk's assault blunted. A clockwork massacre. The assault from House Degalio had brought the Cadians vital time to withdraw, as Castellan Stein had originally planned. The Cadian 1651st had mounted up in their transports, and whilst Lord Neru's knights drew the Ork vehicles away south along the banks of Boiling River, the Cadians made good their escape. A thick pall of dust covered their tracks as they pulled away from the Ork assault at the twin bridges of Zeta Sec and Zeta Turt, heading towards the rallying point of Sacred Mountain. Stein knew full well that, at this early stage in the war, the danger had been stayed rather than averted altogether. The scattered holdings of the planet had limited the amount of damage the Orks were able to do thus far, and the actions at Grukk's flagship and the bridges of Boiling River had killed thousands of Orks, perhaps even tens of thousands. Yet by the estimates of Stein's strategists, the marauding Xenos numbered in the billions. Wherever the rust ships had landed, the Orks were still deploying in great numbers, just as the Castellan had feared. Their hordes were converging upon the plumes of smoke and dust that had been kicked up by the battles thus far. Unless a decisive blow was struck soon to break the back of the horde, the Cadians and their Imperial Knight allies would be surrounded, forced into a defensive war where their superior mobility was next to useless. The Stein's Voxnet was opened wide. His clarion sign eventually reached the barons of the remaining knightly houses, and a consensus was reached. The allies were to lay an ambush on the slopes of the mountain, using its steep shoulders and rugged terrain to slow the Ork advance to a crawl as the big guns of the Astra Militarum and knightly houses took their toll. Stein himself would lead the foremost defenders, a show of defiance that was sure to bring Ork leaders to battle and possibly even draw Grukk himself to the front line. For Stein's Psyker adjutant was certain the brute had made it out of the Battle of Boiling River alive. The Castellan knew from his past battles against the Green Menace that killing the leader of an Ork force would likely cripple its morale and cohesion in one blow. Still, it was a risky gamble. Where the leaders of each Waaagh went, the most devastating attacks were sure to follow. As the hours of anticipation dragged past and the Cadians manned the slopes of Sacred Mountain, Lord Vishtu and the rest of House Brahmika marched into view. With them were the knights of House Velmistrin, and at their rear a slow-moving walker the knights knew only as Garantius. The creature was a knight, but the pitted green and bronze of its structure spoke of an immense age that no mortal life could have spanned. Stein moved up to interrogate the new arrival, but his strident calls yielded no response. There was a sudden series of booms, as the artillery stationed on the scree just below Stein's position opened fire. The Ork hordes were within sight, and the Castellan had given the artillery commander of the 1653rd a standing order to fire as soon as they were within extreme range. Stein spun on his heel to watch the volley of shells arc through the air to their vanishing point, blossoming into a string of dust clouds amongst the teeming hordes in the foothills below. A moment later, the rumble of explosions reached them. "All guns! Fire at will!" roared Stein. His message was relayed up and down the line with practiced efficiency. The Cadians had dug in across the fortified slopes of the mountain with overlapping fields of fire that reminded the Castellan of the Cassars back home. Textbook stuff, thought Castor and Stein, and this should be a total slaughter. Soon the platoons added their heavy weapons fire to the fusillade. The Orks below accelerated, but the closer they came, the more force met them from the slopes. Bane blades and storm hammers added their voices to the infernal din. Then the battle cannons of House Bramica and Valmisterin's Knights Paladin. The Ork charge fragmented, becoming streams of green-skinned vehicles that rumbled and bounced across the scree. But they were bullseyed with clinical efficiency by the las cannons of Stein's heavy weapon troopers. Las guns bristled from behind every escarpment and battlement. But as yet, none of the small arms had been fired. The volume of heavy firepower that was pouring from the Cadian firing line had ensured not a single Ork had made it to within rifle range. A thin tingle of unnatural energy crawled across Stein's scalp, and behind him, bright green bubbles of energy began to sizzle into existence on the screen. Orks, by the dozen, shimmered and hissed into being wherever the bubbles burst, but hundreds of lasguns were already pointing towards them, and the teleporting Orks were felled by volley fire from rank upon rank of guardsmen. As Stein watched, the ancient knight Garantius strode down the slope, then loped faster, then leapt into the air. A knot of teleporting meganobs materialized beneath him, just in time for him to land with both feet. He crushed most of them in an explosion of loose stone before vaporizing the rest with a close-range blast from his thermal cannon. Stein could hear shouts of encouragement and applause from the other Alarakan nobles drifting over the Voxnet. "Stop congratulating it and keep firing!" he snapped into the Vox. Even with the unpredictable heroics of the knights, the battle plan was proceeding like clockwork. Ork fighter jets sailed through the skies towards their position, but the Steel Host's Hydras were quick to fill the skies with a flat pattern that saw them tumble down in flames. Fat, tired Ork buggies bounced along the mountain pathways, each torn to shreds by cannon fire from the Torx transports that formed a gun line of their own on the lower slopes. A trio of bladed mini-copters the Orks used as outriders swept low, their guns chattering. Grantius launched itself off a boulder and bodily smashed two of them out of the sky, whilst its pivoting heavy stubber brought down the third. Stein blinked in disbelief at the ancient walker's agility. Quite surprising, really. The cloud of dust below was coming closer, but the uneven terrain of the mountainside was forcing the greenskins to attack piecemeal. Another 2 Ork fighter planes were punched from the skies by Hydra fire, whilst mortar shells were lobbed high by Cadian wyverns, before detonating in a string of explosions. The Ork race's compulsion to engage in melee would be their undoing, thought Stein. He would ensure it. The ground began to shake as a trio of gaudily painted Ork wagons grumbled up the slope toward the Cadian lines. In their wake came the tusked monstrosity that was Grukk's own personal transport, protected to some degree by the wall of scrap metal trundling before it. Crack missiles and las cannon blasts blew away plates of ablative armor, but the Orks had anticipated such a fusillade, and it slowed them hardly at all. Stein gestured with his arms to the nobles of House Velamestrin and Bramica, and their knights-errant stomped forward in response. Thermal cannons screamed as the battle wagons trundled into range, coring 2 of the 3 Ork wagons and clipping the third so that it veered sharply into a boulder-strewn ravine. Grukk's own transport barged through the flames of its predecessors, its curving tusks sending scrap metal in all directions. The thing was coming right for Stein's position. Without warning, Grantius changed direction and barged sidelong into the Ork wagon, sending it crashing over onto its side. The massive vehicle skidded down the slope for a few meters before grinding to a halt, its passengers spilling out into the dust and flinging themselves towards the legs of the ancient knight that had overturned their ride. A hulking figure was amongst them, light glinting from its giant saw-palmed claw. "Forward teams, advance and fire," said Stein in clipped tones. In response, 3 Cadian weapon squads revealed themselves from behind the boulders strewn around Stein's position. A Grukk stumbled towards them, bellowing defiance through bloodied jaws. Stein raised his plasma pistol and fired. The bolt struck home in Grukk's midsection. On cue, all 3 of his special weapons teams opened fire, a staccato thump filling the air as crack grenades fell around the war boss in an explosive rain. Grukk was hurled from his feet as the grenades struck home, his roars blotted out by a string of deafening bangs. Dust, stone, and burned blood spumed into the air amid puffs of blinding flame. A moment later, Grantius's great claw-like foot came around in a sweeping kick, rolling the war boss's wrecked battle wagon onto his broken body with a final resounding crash. The spectacular felling of the Ork war boss had been so explosive, and most of all so public, that not one single Cadian or Ork could have failed to see it. Waves of dismay rippled through the Orks at the base of the mountain. "Now!" shouted Stein. "Charge! For Cadia and the Emperor! Charge!" In response, 1,000 Cadians poured from the barricades and boulders, roaring a war cry of their own. Lasfire lit the slopes and bayonets flashed bright. Running down the slopes, they fell upon the reeling Ork vanguard with impressive force. Few of them reached the resultant combat, for Stein had judged his timing perfectly. Robbed of their great leader, the Orks turned tail and were already in full retreat by the time the Cadians hit home. The battle had turned into a massacre. With the rout of the Ork front line, the Xenos milled in confusion, those retreating hampering those who tried to advance, whilst those advancing got in the way of those who were trying to retreat. It could hardly have been a more target-rich environment for the Cadian artillery stationed high on the slopes. A hailstorm of ordnance rained down, and green-skinned limbs were blasted high into the air as Imperial Guard basilisks and wyverns walked their deadly barrages through the horde. The breaking of Grukk's horde was every bit as spectacular as Stein had hoped. He smiled wide, cracked his knuckles, and gave the order for pursuit. As the ordnance rained down, and word of Grukk's death spread throughout the teeming masses, the cohesion of the Ork invasion began to break apart. Castellan Stein and his men watched the Ork horde erupt into a series of scuffles, then brawls, then full-blown battles, as the bosses of each tribe fought to become the new master of the leaderless Waaagh, and claim the invasion for their own, of course, even as the Imperial bombardment continued to decimate them. With the death of Grukk, the battle for Sacred Mountain was effectively over, at least for now. Having broken like a wave against the tidal bastion of Sacred Mountain, the Ork horde was easily scattered over the next few days by the determined assaults of the Cadians and their knightly allies. Stein's after-siege actions were every bit as inspired as his layered defences. With each bombardment and militarum tempestus assault, they forced more and more ground in between the Ork clans and tribes, deliberately driving wedges between those who wore blue war paint and those who painted their vehicles red, and separating those clad in checkered black and white from those in ostentatious yellow. The goal of the Astra Militarum's new strategy was not to exterminate the Xenos outright, for the Orks still numbered in their billions, but to divide and displace. Castell and Stein believed that, should he succeed in breaking the Ork clans into separate armies, they would fight amongst themselves. In the battle for ultimate leadership that ensued, the warring Ork tribes would effectively be doing the defenders' job for them. And this truly did begin to happen. But unbeknownst to the rest of the Ork bosses vying for leadership, there was one amongst them who was already well ahead of the game. Whilst the other tribes and clans fought amongst themselves, a big mech, Mogruk, and his bad moons were already enacting their plan to embroil the Imperial forces in the greatest battle Alaric Prime had seen yet. Waaagh Mogruk. A big mech, Mogruk, was a know-it-all git through and through. He was the kind of orc who would rather build a giant war engine covered in dagger guns than run towards the foe pell-mell, getting shot to bits in the normal greenskin manner. Though he has often been accused of not being one of the boys, Mogruk is so good at creating big, impressive war machines that not even Grukk himself was dumb enough to refuse him a place in the upper echelons of the tribe. Though none of the would-be Ork warlords of the Waaagh liked to admit it, Mogruk had been the power behind the throne for quite some time. It was Mogruk that pioneered the force fields that allowed an armada of rush ships to blast their way through the warp reef that led to the Alaric system. Force fields so powerful they could even shrug off the ground-to-orbit defense lasers of their target world's fortified cities. It was Mogruk who was behind the creation of the deadly Gorkanauts that engaged the Imperial Knights at Boiling River, and it was his intermittent genius that spawned the Morkanauts hidden at the heart of his own personal horde. What few of the Ork invaders suspected was that Mogruk had been waiting for his chance to usurp Grukk's rule for many years. Mogruk intentionally steered the Waaagh towards Obsteria, reasoning that a chapter of Space Marines defending their homeworld would be fierce enough to cut Grukk down to size, or even, with a bit of luck, slay him once and for all. Amazingly, the war boss's headlong charge had been powerful enough to smash open the Obsidian Glaive's fortress monastery before they could turn the tide. With several billion Orks falling upon 1,000 Space Marines in a sudden avalanche of violence, Grukk secured victory, and Mogruk was forced to keep to his backseat role for a little longer. Alaric Prime was Mogruk's last chance to see Grukk brought low before the Waaagh left the system in flames, and the tedious interstellar voyage to the next system put a crimp on his plans. Luckily, the Knights of the planet proved up to the task, and the gateway to true leadership soon swung open. Mogruk's first act after Grukk's downfall at Sacred Mountain was to muster his forces back at his titanic rush ship, Tooth of Mork. No sooner had he marshalled his horde of mech boys, looters, battle wagons, and walkers than he had set off across the plains, heading for the largest concentration of humans he could find. Mogruk knew that Humies had some weird ideas about who and what was worth protecting. For some reason, the bigger and badder the Humie, the more likely he was to come to the aid of the smaller Humies when they got into trouble. The Space Marines were proof enough of that, turning up to fights whenever a Waaagh got a bit of momentum behind it. It was exactly the sort of thing that annoyed the Big Mech about these weaklings that had somehow spread across the galaxy. Weaklings who deserved to be slaughtered, not saved. Still, that was why Mork had sent him to grind them into the dust and take their planets for himself. Whilst his rival war bosses were still fighting amongst themselves, Mogruk led his mech horde towards the massed formations of human infantry, making their way across the savannah towards a plateau of crenellated keeps in the distance. Humie runts, thought Mogruk. Killing a few thousand of those weaklings should be the perfect bait for bringing the big, stompy Imperial walkers out into the scrap, and in the process lure more battle-hungry Orks to join Mogruk's fight. This time, however, it would be the Orks that sprung the traps on the Humies, not the other way around. Mogruk's horde had more than enough dirty tricks to take out even the biggest of the Humies' war robots, and a few hundred tanks beside. The big mech grinned toothfully as his fizzing telescope brought the human army trekking across the plains below him into focus. With all the preparations he'd put in place, the payoff was going to be a lot of fun. The first stage of Mogrukk's grand plan was geared more around the Ork mindset than that of his foes. The big mech understood what made the Ork race tick, and knew how to use that knowledge to his own advantage. Whilst the other tribes were fighting amongst themselves, Mogrukk intended to start a sufficiently large and impressive battle against the human forces to draw the attention of the other Orks. The big mech's rivals would kick themselves for not thinking of the same plan, and hurry to join the fight in order to prove to their tribes that they too were up for a good scrap, and not a bunch of skulking wimps. In the process, the rival Ork tribes would concede that Mogrukk was the fastest and most killy of them all. If Mogrukk's plan worked, and if he could keep the kill count nice and high, he would become the de facto new warlord of the Waaagh before long. Of course, this was only the beginning, but Mogrukk wasn't about to reveal the true scale of his plans just yet, not even to his best mate, the metal-limbed painboy known as Foreclaw, or his fellow big mechs taking up position across the planet. So began a series of ever more unusual battles that unfolded across the hinterlands of Alaric Prime. The first of these displayed Mogrukk's typical cunning. On the rolling Auspice Savannah, far to the east of Sacred Mountain, Stein's second-in-command, Sergeant Fleece, a sergeant? I don't understand that either. Maybe that's a mistake. That should have said colonel or something like that. Had rendezvoused with the remaining knights of House Brahmica. Thousands of tanks and millions of infantry teamed across the plains in loose formation, apparently commanded by a sergeant. Intending to use the castle of the knightly house as their base of operations whilst they scoured the eastern side of the continent of greenskins, Mogrukk mustered his lads together and mounted up alongside every one of those tribes he could bribe, kick, or coerce to accompany him. A massive, armoured wedge of Ork vehicles trundled and bounced across the open plains towards the marching Cadians, sending up a cloud of dust so large it could be seen from the Imperial auger craft in high orbit. When the human troops saw what was approaching them, they had plenty of time to prepare for it. They deployed their heavy weapons and formed up their tank companies with practiced efficiency, turning to face the oncoming wall of Ork vehicles whilst stockpiling ammunition for a marathon slaughter. Without cover, the greenskins would be easily picked off at range. With 3 full regiments of Astra Militarum at his disposal, Sergeant Fleece was confident that he could cover the Auspice Savannah in Ork corpses before the sun sets without the loss of a single Cadian life. Again, I assume he's a colonel or something. This doesn't make sense. As the wall of mismatched Ork vehicles came closer and closer, the Imperial Guard heavy weapons teams worked out their firing solutions. At a barked command from Fleece, they let fly with every gun they had. Crack missiles blasted scrap wagons into bits one after another. Autocannons barked an insistent rhythm as they tore tracks and trucks to pieces. And lascannon beams flashed a searing red as they bull's-eyed, iron-jawed battle wagons. Again and again, Ork vehicles were flipped end over end with the force of the impact. The first wave of vehicles was utterly destroyed, halting in their headlong charge and forcing those behind to slew to a halt. It was not long before the second wave was picked off in its turn. Running as fast as he could through the fog of dust behind the vehicles, Mogrukk stifled an evil chuckle. The Humies had taken the bait. Being a mech had its advantages when it came to asking favours. He personally promised every one of the Wheel Stealers tribe a better wagon with more wheels than they could count, if they would lend him their riders for the day. It took some convincing, and a lot of pressure from Mogrukk's heavily armoured mates, the Mechanobs, but it had definitely been worth it. The humans had smashed the tribe's wagons up good and proper, forming a wall of scrap metal right across the plains. What the human army boys didn't know was that the vehicles were empty of everything apart from the occasional steering grot. and the desert rocks that Mogruk had placed on each accelerator pedal. As for those stubborn speed freaks who had opted to disobey Mogruk and stay in their driving seats for the big charge, well, they wouldn't be a problem for long. The advance of the foot-slogging Ork horde had been completely obscured by the linear junkyard of scrap metal and the clouds of dust and smoke the vehicles had left in their wake. The mainstay of the Ork army was running like hell towards the Humi lines, the more resilient of Mogruk's troops at the fore. First to bash their way through the wall of scrap metal were the feet of Mork, Mogruk's 100-strong dread mob. Their numbers were bolstered by the primitive steam dreads of the cogheads, anxious to get into the fight. Behind the massed killer cans and death dreads came the mechanobs. Mogruk grinned toothfully as he watched the armored veterans advance. Whenever the Humi army's missiles hit home, they either bounced off or knocked the knobs over for a moment, only for them to struggle up and lumber back into the line. Rushing behind the ironclad vanguard came Boss Radak's Death Skulls, a lucky blue paint still dripping from jaws and armor plates alike. Mogruk reckoned the armor was probably more of a source of good luck than the blue pigment, but they'd agreed to the big charge, and that was good enough for him. In their wake came Mogruk himself, and the vast mass of iron-armored boys that ran alongside him, their squabbling Gretchen servants holding on to their tin pot hats as they scurried to keep up in the rear. All told, the armored horde covered plains in a tide of shouting, whooping maniacs that stormed towards the Cadian lines with choppers raised. The Imperial Guard held their ground, just like Mogruk had known they would. The proud humans still had little idea of the dangers they were facing. Masked lasguns took their toll, but with so many armored brutes at the front of the charge, only the heavy weapons put a sizable dent into the charge. Mogruk's horde hit home with the force of a tidal wave, smashing through carefully deployed formations to careen into the ranks behind. Before the hour was out, a dozen square miles of open savanna had been embroiled in a desperate close-quarters battle. The first of Mogruk's big plans had gone off without a hitch, but there were plenty more to come. Dark shadows fell across the savanna as a gigantic rust ship descended from the clouds above. Fearing the worst, flak tanks at the rear of the Imperial armies hammered into the skies until their ammunition reserves ran dry. But their volley fire did little more than tickle the belly of the mammoth spacecraft that loomed above them. A shrill whistling sound drifted over the roar of battle for a moment before several massive bowls of scrap metal dropped out of the skies, unceremoniously ejected from the airlocks of the rush ship above. In the war for Obsteria, Mogruk had been most impressed when Grukk's horde had been struck by the orbital assaults of the obsidian glaives. Yet the scrap pods that tumbled out of the rust ship's guts held a far more unusual cargo than even the superhuman Adeptus Astartes. Smashing down into the rear echelons of the Cadian armies, the building-sized balls of iron burst apart, killing dozens of men with each impact. At first, the guardsmen thought the hillocks of badly painted metal were intended as blunt projectiles and nothing more. The true purpose of the bombardment only became clear when some of the scrap hills started to come to life. Fixer-grots scurried from hatches that had been exposed by the ablative layers that had fallen away, taking advantage of the confusion to hammer sheets of metal back into place and spot-weld broken joints. One by one, the Morkanauts that had plummeted into the Cadian ranks crackled with green-white electricity and stomped forward, step by hesitant step. The humming energy weapons that formed their arms ratcheted downwards and discharged great blasts of lightning into the Cadian ranks, frying men to blackened stumps wherever they hit home. Battle tanks and transport carriers hammered shells into the rotund monsters that had dropped into the Cadian rearguard, but with little effect. Though they looked like the illicit offspring of a stomper and a mech's workshop, the beasts had been built to last. As the Cadian headquarters barked frantic orders to rearm and re-engage, the rushed ship above revealed the next of its secrets. The colossal hangar doors opened in the rear of the giant craft, a profusion of mag cranes lowering down another metal mountain. The beast looked like some awful deity of the Morkanauts, rampaging below, 3 times the size of the largest of their number, and with guns to match. From his vantage in the big scrap at the front line, Mogruk looked up with paternal pride as Gunguts slowly descended into the fight. As he had instructed, the titanic war effigy opened fire long before its dangling feet crunched into the plains. Giant bolts of energy flew from the crackling electro-cannon that it had in place of its left arm. Some even hit home in the Imperial ranks below, adding to the mayhem in the human lines. Right on cue, the Humi's own walkers were stalking out of the giant stone castle that Mogruk could see jutting from a plateau in the middle distance. Beetle-backed but long-legged, they loped forward at quite a pace. Mogruk wasn't bothered one bit. The big engines were dwarfed by Gunguts, that much was obvious even from a distance, and he had a nasty surprise in store for them too. The big mech snorted in derision, still watching the knights as he absent-mindedly clouted a screaming Humi into the ground with his great spanner. Their god must be puny indeed, if these little walkers were the embodiments of the Emperor they kept squawking about. Though Grukk's vanguard attack had been doomed from the start, Mogruk had seen to that, it had at least shown the big mech what the Humi walkers could do. The war machines hammered their long-range shells into the seething tide of Orks pouring into the big scrap on the savannah, a steady flow of bellowing greenskin warriors that was even now being bolstered by the tribes of Mogruk's rivals. Not nearly good enough, thought Mogruk. Shooting shells into an Ork horde was like dropping stick bombs into a river in the hope of stopping its flow. The big mech scanned the skies, but there was no sign of his next trump card just yet. The main event was up ahead. The Humi walkers loped towards Gunguts in groups of 3, the ground shaking as they synchronized their attack run. Now was the real test. The big mech raised his telescope to his good eye, muttering a quick prayer to Mork that his lieutenants could remember what they had been told the night before the battle. As if in answer, the massive gut cannon mounted in the center of Gunguts' belly boomed once. A double whip crack echoed across the plain, and a spinning bolus made from mooring chains and 2 boulder-sized cannonballs hurtled outward. It missed the incoming knights by a mile. "Try and hit 'em then," bawled Mogruk, raising his custom mega blaster and turning a couple of heavily armored Humis into a fused mess to make himself feel better. So much for that idea. Up ahead, the Humis were making a concerted attack now, and Mogruk was forced to focus on the serious business of breaking heads. Such was the din of battle that he barely noticed when the roar of jet engines signaled that Sky Boss Wingnuts and his lads had finally made their appearance. "And they call themselves speed freaks," mused Mogruk, as he punched a human trooper's ribcage into his lungs. Surely the whole point of having your own red Dackerjet was getting stuck in nice and early. One of Wingnut's aerial nutters came in low. The giant wrecking ball that Mogruk's mechs had chained to its tail plane ploughed a furrow through Orks and humans alike as it passed. Stupid git, thought Mogruk. He'll be dead in a moment. Sure enough, the heavy metal lump caught on the wreckage of a Humi tank that the mechanobs had just scragged. A split second later, it yanked the cable tight, forcing the cocky flyboy's jet to make a nosedive into the battle below and sending up a plume of greasy flame. Dozens of Wingnut's blitzer bombers took this as their cue for a point-blank strafing run. They peeled off and hurtled downwards at top velocity, many of them failing to pull up in time and slamming nose first into the ranks of the Cadians, scattering across the plains below. Up in the skies, the rest of Wingnut's lads were more or less sticking to the plan, as the human walkers stalked forward, hammering Gunguts with their cannons. The Ork jets veered towards them at low altitude, with their wrecking balls trailing behind. As the jets skimmed directly over each of the walkers, they released their heavy iron cargo so that they hurtled and bounced unstoppably through the Imperial lines. Several careened into the wide carapaces and shoulder plates of the Hume walkers, bowling over some and breaking open others. Wingnuts himself scored a direct hit. The giant lump of pig iron he released from his trail cable, smashing straight into the command cockpit of the walker below and crushing it into mangled scrap. Those knights that were still standing turned and blazed away with their light-bore auto-weapons on their carapaces and the much more formidable shell throwers on their arms. One of the flyboys was tagged and his wing torn off, spinning around and around before slamming into the walls of the Hume's fort on the plateau in the distance. Mogruk fought his way clear of the melee around him and clambered atop the ruined shell of a Hume tank for a better view. Only a few hundred meters away, a red-armored walker was storming towards Gunguts in the confusion, lances of deadly energy spitting out from the spiral-painted guns on its weapon arm. One of the blasts took Gunguts right in the head, vaporizing it in an instant. The effigy still strode on, raising its guns once more. "Nice try, you runts," muttered the big mech, as a double boom echoed across the plains. This time, the chain bowlers worked as Mogruk had intended, whipping around in a spinning horizontal arc that took the knight's legs out from under it and sent it pitching headlong into the ground. The bowlers ploughed on across the plains, bouncing and yanking in crazy arcs before taking the knee joint from another walker and sending it slowly toppling into the dirt. The battle was going strong, and hundreds more orcs were piling into the fray. It was more than enough to bring the rest of the tribes running, and there was plenty of spectacle for the lads to chew over later. "That ought to do it," thought Mogruk, reaching up to flip open a panel on the side of his teleport blaster. A few deft tweaks of the device's custom wiring achieved the desired effect. The weapon began to emit a bass hum. "Let's see if any other Zogger pulls this off," grinned Mogruk to himself as a teleport flare enveloped him. The coordinates were set, and Mogruk was on his way. There was plenty of work still to be done. The Isles under siege. Mogruk's teleport jump would carry him toward the coastlands, the battle for the Auspice Savannah raging in his wake. The human forces would, no doubt, attempt to bring their own reinforcements to the battle via the natural bridges that linked Alaric Prime's major islands. The big mech could not allow this to happen. Luckily, he had a cunning plan. As day turned to night and the carnage of the savannah grew to ever more epic heights, the knights of House Velmistrine sought to cross the gap that lay between their own island and Sacred Isle. There was but one fordable point between the two land masses, a place where an archipelago of huge flat stones protruded out of the sea. The site was known to the natives as the Knight's Causeway. With care, and assuming the tides were right, a knight could pick its way across from Isle Velmistrine to Sacred Isle. Mogruk, who had invested a lot of effort and millions of orcs in keeping the savannah in battle, had made it his personal mission to ensure no such thing occurred. Unfortunately, the forces he had to spare were very little, quite literally, in fact. When Mogruk zapped into view on the cliffs overlooking the Knight's Causeway, hundreds of Gretchen were scurrying to and fro along the rocks. They were desperately trying to mount the flat plates of electronic gubbins that Mogruk had entrusted to their run-turds the previous day. The plates should have been in place by now. The horizon was already dotted by the hulking shapes of the human walkers approaching the causeway. Mogruk spat out a string of swear words that would have made a Goth flinch. At this rate, they would have nothing that could stop them from crossing the causeway in time. Mogruk stormed up to the largest, gnarliest run-turd he could find and demanded to know what was taking so long. In response, the grumpy old orc just waved his herding stick vaguely in the direction of a knot of Gretchen, wrestling an electroplate across a rope bridge of loose wooden slates. As Mogruk watched, the bridge bucked and twisted wildly. The metal plate pitched into the sea, a bunch of Gretchen falling in after it. Snarling his disappointment, Mogruk shoved the runt-herd over the edge of the cliff and watched him splatter on the rocks below. It improved his mood a little. He stomped on through the confusion, resolving to root out Mech Dagog from wherever the useless git was hiding, and get his shock attack gun into the fight. By the time Magrok had found Dagog, the first of the human walkers had picked a path halfway across the Knight's Causeway, slowly striding from one flat stone to another. Dagog narrowly escaped a beating from Magrok's piston claw, when he protested that he had not been sleeping and was merely aiming with his eyes closed whilst he waited for the targets to get into range. Firing up his shock attack gun, Dagog called for his runt-herd mate Grabber to get the snotling mobs nice and close. A thunderous boom interrupted him as the first of the knights crossing the causeway took a ranging shot with its cannon. The shell detonated on the face of the cliffs nearby, and Magrok swore in consternation. Dagog grumbled about how you couldn't rush these things, his black tongue protruding from the corner of his mouth as the shock attack gun's whirly bits spun faster and faster. A fat pop, like a bursting bubble, punctuated the sound of crashing surf as a shimmering hole in reality appeared in front of the gun's propellers. The noise was swiftly followed by the whooshing rush of the vacuum tube at the gun's rear. Grabber, the runt-herd, took his cue, shoving snotlings closer to the gun and kicking his squeakhound into action. Mogruk squinted across the causeway to see a stream of spasming snotlings appear in mid-air some 20 feet from the nearest knight before tumbling into the booming waves below. The big mech growled threateningly, his menacing bass tones carrying under the din of squealing snotlings. I know, said the gunner, irritably, as he adjusted dials and twiddled screws. Grabber, get them snotties in here now. The world filled with noise, light and pain, as a battle cannon shell detonated right in the midst of the snotling farm. Mogruk felt the force of the explosion hit him like the hand of Gork, hurling him towards the edge of the cliff. He barely had time to shout in terror before Grabber's runt-catching stick lashed out, its spiked pincers sinking into the pitted metal of Mogruk's armor and arresting his lurching fall. Gotcha, wheezed Grabber, straining mightily as he and his grots hauled Mogruk's mega-armored weight back to safety. Biggest runt I caught all day. Half deafened by the explosion, the big mech let the comment slide. He made a mental note to find the runt-herd a nice new electro-prod, though he hadn't made up his mind yet about which end of the prod he would present to Grabber first. This is farcical. Down on the causeway, one of the knights had nearly made it across, still shaken by his close escape. Mogruk could only watch as the knight aimed its battle cannon straight at him. Then the giant walker put its foot down right on one of the electroplates the scurrying Gretchen had managed to get into position. There was a sudden flare of green energy under the knight's foot, and the walker's leg vanished, reappearing 10 feet to the right. It dropped down into the surf as gravity claimed its due. A moment later, a blunt shell whistled over Dagog's head, sailing harmlessly into the distance as the towering warrior's aim was spoiled. As the walker began to tumble sidelong into the crashing waves, Mogruk found his voice. He shouted in triumph, turning to Dagog. The plates work. You can have the next one, Dags. Get 'em in ahead this time. Unfortunately, almost all of the snotlings that had survived the battle cannon blast had scurried away or were running around, shrieking with Grabber's squighound in hot pursuit. Mogruk cast around, frantically seeking an alternative. His gaze settled on several burner boys who were loafing around nearby, and an evil grin spread across the big mech's face. "Ready?" shouted Mogruk moments later, his question answered by a thumbs up from Dagog. As the gunner mech squeezed the firing bar, the burner boys let fly, sending a roaring column of flame straight into the vacuum tube. Halfway across the strait, fire blasted from the foremost knight's eyes. It fell to its knees with a clang as the shock attack gun filled its cockpit with flame. But its corpse stayed upright. The causeway was blocked, and with it, any chance of swift reinforcement for the Imperial forces. Whilst Mogruk's schemes were causing unbridled carnage across the eastern reaches of the Sacred Isle, his Bloodaxe ally tank boss, Bad Frag, was carving around Isle Kamata at the head of a loose column of 200 heavy Ork tanks. Bad Frag's collection of repurposed Imperial armor had almost doubled in size since he had made planetfall upon Alaric Prime. Whilst the rest of the Orks had looked for a nice open space in which to muster their forces, Bad Frag had aimed his rush ship De Chopper squarely at the Imperial Tank Company on maneuvers in the Kamata Desert. After the rust ship's earth-shaking descent, the tank boss had targeted those battle tanks that had escaped his initial strike with the cannons of his rust ship, destroying them one after another before his prized wagons trundled out into the sands. Once his own armoured company was deployed in a defensive perimeter around De Chopper, Bad Frag's lads salvaged as many of the burning wrecks as they could. The tank boss's mechs had a whale of a time rebuilding Lehman Russ battle tanks of all descriptions, adding more Dakar and painting glyphs wherever they could. Yet despite his new acquisitions, Bad Frag was unable to claim the desert for his own. Though Isle Kamata's knightly defenders were embroiled in the war for Sacred Isle, Bad Frag's company of reclaimed vehicles was constantly outranged by the Imperial Guard Artillery Company stationed around the Great Oasis. Even his Bloodaxe air support, the infamous Drop Commandos, had lost too many of their fighter bombers to anti-aircraft fire to risk a return run. A perimeter of Ork wrecks ringed the oasis, each marking the extreme range of the Earth-Shaker cannons and Hydra autocannons that guarded it. The Cadians had enough water and shade to keep position for as long as necessary, and the vast tracts of desert were so large that it was all but impossible to cut off their ammunition supply lines. It was a problem that even the famously cunning Bloodaxes were at a loss as to how to solve. The breakthrough came when a mob of drop commandos that were prowling the dunes found themselves in the path of a column of Chimera armoured transports heading towards Kamata Keep. Realizing they were badly outmatched, the commandos dropped into the sands and camouflaged themselves as best they could. Being Bloodaxes, they did a pretty decent job, good enough for some of the guard tanks to stop directly over 2 of their number whilst the tank's crew slaughtered the rest. Inspired by their reprieve from Ork, the lucky commandos strapped themselves to the undersides of the chimeras with as many of their bandoliers and belts as they could. When the transport started off again, the Orks hung on for grim life, and they were borne across the dunes for several miles. The commandos were eventually shaken loose by their unwitting hosts, and one of them was run over by the next tank in the armoured column as soon as he was free. The other escaped and trudged back to Bad Frag's camp with a toothy grin plastered across his face. At dawn on the next day, 3 more drop commando mobs set out into the desert, each with his kit wrapped in sackcloth the colour of sand. They searched for days for the tank tracks of Imperial supply routes, circling the Great Oasis whilst taking care not to stray anywhere near the burnt-out wrecks of previous Ork attacks. Sure enough, they eventually found the trails of an Imperial supply route toward the Oasis. One by one, the commandos buried themselves good and deep in the dunes between each of the paired tank treads. The sand shivered occasionally here and there as a commando suppressed a gleeful chuckle. It took the best part of 2 days for an Imperial supply run to come past, and when it did, it was going in the wrong direction. Several of the commandos clamped themselves to the underside of the tanks anyway, and were borne away to the Sacred Isle. 2 were crushed to death, having got the wrong end of the stick and buried themselves under the track marks rather than between them. This effectively weeded out the chaff, for commandos are possessed of that rarest of Orky virtues, patience. When a supply convoy headed for the great oasis did eventually come past, each of those commandos who had not wandered off or been stung to death by burner scorpions latched themselves on to the underside of a chimera, reveling in the rewarding prospect of some well-earned kills. When the supply train trundled into the perimeter of the great oasis, they were waved on by the Cadian guards without incident. It was an oversight that was to doom the entire isle. The commandos waited under their vehicle hosts until the dark of night before making their move. But when they did, it was spectacular. After carefully sewing charges and bundled stick bombs around the backs of each of the Cadian quartermaster tents, they detonated the artillery company's ammunition in a series of spectacular explosions that sent flames and mushroom clouds billowing up into the night sky. This was the signal that tank boss Bad Frag had been waiting for. His battle fortress gave a menacing growl as it prowled over the dunes towards the oasis, 200 looted vehicles in its wake. This time the artillery barrage that hammered into the armoured wedge was short-lived. Bad Frag drooled with anticipation as his prize tank company closed in for the kill. They were beaten to the punch by the airborne forces of the drop commandos. 10, 15, 20 looted skimmers braved the flak storm hurtling up towards them, their bay doors open to send scores of commandos spilling out. Each of the Orks fired up an improvised rocket pack as he fell and corkscrewed down into the Cadian ranks, from a distance looking much like a fireworks display in reverse. Many of them actually made the landing, but many more came to earth with a dull thump, or ploughed like burning comets straight into the waters of the oasis. Above them, Orky aircraft and whirring deathcopters were sent hurtling down in flames by the Hydra flak tanks and Aegis interceptor guns of the Cadian defenders. But with so much of their ammunition gone up in smoke and the commandos running wild in their ranks, the Cadian fire patterns were in tatters. Explosions blossomed again and again. What had begun as a midnight raid was escalating into a full-scale offensive. The morning sun rose on the smouldering remains of the 1,645th Cadian Support Regiment. Not a soul alive amongst them. Bad Frag had already moved on. The story of his victory spread from tribe to tribe, and it was not long before his tactics were being aped across the island. Captured tanks, looted transports, even stolen knights soon roamed Isle Kamata. The Imperial defenders had a new foe to take into account: their own scrap metal. The Great Looting Spree. As Mogruck's big plans got into full swing, the war produced a mountain of scrap metal to be claimed by the clans. The abundance of wrecked hulls gave the creative Orks plentiful opportunities to hammer out new contraptions, but a good few got their skulls banged together by Mogruck's lieutenants in the process. Time was of the essence. It was clear to Alaric Prime's human forces that the reputation the Orks had for destroying everything within sight was not unfounded. Yet there exists greenskins of an unusually innovative nature who see war as a time for creation as well as destruction. Much to Mork's delight, they constantly recycle whatever scrap they can salvage in an effort to build even more guns and metal beasts, and perhaps even get a fight out of it in the process. With the toll of ruined Hume vehicles mounting up nicely, the Death Skulls and Blood Axes set to work creating new battlefield curiosities on an ad hoc basis. In the pauses between rounds of gunfire, wave upon wave of their lads scoured the battlefield for some good old-fashioned looting. Within hours, a whole array of fancy new gizmos, the likes of which had never before been imagined, could be seen rumbling back into the fray. The wheel stealers, however, found the spoils of war to be slim pickings. Some were lucky enough to stumble upon decent wrecks, and a good number of tanks had their treads prized off and replaced by fat, tired wheels. Out of desire for greater speed, the stealers modified several trucks to bear as many pairs of wheels on top of their chassis as were usually found underneath. The stealers' mechs reckon that should any of these things be blown upside down in battle, they could still rumble forward. Sadly, as became clear in the heat of battle, no Ork had thought to properly connect these other wheels to the axles or engines. Those few flipped over by incoming fire simply scooted to a halt in the middle of the battlefield. It was not uncommon for some dumbstruck guardsman or Cadian white shield to witness upside-down trucks being shoved into battle by grunting and thoroughly disgruntled Ork mobs. Before long, those same human troops found themselves on the receiving end of the slowest truck assault in history. Dug-in platoons were swamped by tribes' pushers, boys who were keener than ever for the bloody vindication of battle. Many of the more enterprising wheel stealers looted the wrecks of sentinels or the towering knights that had met them in battle. Despite their disappointment in these things not possessing any proper wheels at all, the lads would not give up their loot to the other clans. Their curiosity soon led them to yank apart all the armor plates and internal gizmos in an effort to find anything vaguely circular. Whether they were dials or cogs, each round object was stuck to the side of their new acquisitions to see if it would make them go faster. Soon, truck treaders, wagon walkers, and bigger cans marched with a mind-bogglingly awkward gait into the war. The wheel stealers were well pleased, hooting with laughter as the juddering movements of the wagons tilted them this way and that. A lot of fights erupted even before they got into the main scrap. When the stealers finally got there, many of their contraptions proved unexpectedly useful, allowing the greenskins to cross the broken ground and lob stuff from a great height. Their newfound delight was momentarily ruined when Grashrak de Flash rumbled past in his new ride, a massive gleaming battle fortress with the helm of a fallen knight lashed to its bonnet. Gashrak himself sat smugly in a central throne, bashed together with loads of shiny exhausts, and even as the wheel stealers watched in envy, teams of Gretchen were painting the armor panels hammered to the side with big yellow stripes. Its highly polished metal was so bright that Alaric's blazing sun reflected from it with dazzling intensity, sending one truck treader veering out of control and another careening into the side of a nearby rust ship. Gashrak paused only to laugh, pat one fat wheel, and hurl an obscenity before speeding away, leaving the wheel stealers to chug onwards through a cloud of smoke and dust. Yet the smoke-belching wagons that came to life on the veldt were little more than distractions in the greater war effort. Behind the mayhem of the front line, Mogruk was working on an invention that could destroy an entire island in one blow. The Claw of Mork. Big Mech Mogruk had already made his mark on a dozen war fronts, but the true glory of his plan to assault Sacred Mountain was yet to unfold. When Cadian High Command got word that a planetoid passing Alaric Prime had been altered in its course and was now heading straight for Sacred Isle, a desperate gamble began to unfold. 30 miles to the southeast of Sacred Mountain, Mogruk had been hammering and bashing away at the rust ship Bad Gob with a grim intensity. Day and night he had been busy with his great spanner and welding torch, bolting on some bits and tearing off others. Only when the ship's nose cone fell away to reveal a great twisted claw did a collective grunt of understanding rise up from the mechs gathered around it. Standing almost as high as a stomper, the Claw of Mork was covered in thrumming compactors and strange protrusions, all linked together by a maze of cables and wires. With a final blow from his bending wrench, the big mech activated the strange weapon. A few moments later, vivid green light coruscated around its talons before shooting out into the sky. High above the giant claw, the beam of greenish energy probed in the darkness before coiling like a snake around the celestial gleamings of the frozen comet. Tearing the star debris from its ancient orbit, the device dragged the giant rock towards Alaric, bringing it downward with terrible inevitability. When the vast energies of the new Ork superweapon sprang to life, alarms went off across the Imperial auger array. Dozens of servo skulls and cogitator cores whirled to life in a babble of binary whispers. From within tiny asteroids and clusters of orbital debris, hidden mechanical eyes searched the surface of Alaric Prime, scanning the great tractor beam. They began sending a stream of data back down to the surface and the cogitators of the Cadian headquarters. Castellan Stein sifted through the data slate reports, rereading the same urgent missives again and again from his commanders. As hard as it was for him to believe, it seems the Orks had built some kind of orbital tractor beam. They were using it to pull down the celestial body the Alaracans called the Frozen Comet. Very original. Worse still, if the reports were accurate, it would slam to Earth on top of Sacred Mountain. Stein and his allies convened an emergency council to discuss their next course of action. Many of the nobles argued for an immediate assault against the Ork tractor beam, even if it meant stripping vital forces from other fronts to do so, while Stein's commanders urged a massive artillery strike. By now, Stein knew enough about the Ork rust ships to be sure that a frontal assault against the invaders' guns would be tantamount to suicide, whilst any artillery attack would prove useless against their force fields. Whitlock, the Tempestor Prime, spoke up. He believed there was a weak point in the field, reasoning that where the beam for the tractor cannon went out, there must also be a way in. Though the gap would be too small to fly a Valkyrie through or make an accurate strike with a Death Strike missile, it was in all likelihood large enough for a trooper to drop through with a grav chute. The Tempestor Prime was sure that if they could get in intact, his men could destroy the force field generator from the inside. Once the field was down, an airborne Militarum Tempestus unit could make a run on the tractor cannon itself and take it out. Stein agreed. It looked like their best shot. With the tractor cannon disabled, the comet would hopefully be put off course in time, and maybe even orbit the planet instead of striking it. It was a slim hope, but they would not get a second chance. A few hours later, Whitlock's Valkyrie came in low across the plain under cover of darkness. The Tempestor Prime leant out the open doorway as flattened grass whipped by below. In the gloom alongside his own craft, two other vague shadows signaled the rest of his flight. Up ahead, he could see the shimmering crackle of the Ork force field and the vivid green beam that reached up into the night sky. Turning back, he could see the red light of the cockpit illuminating the shadows of his men. He held a hand to his jaw, keying his microbead and voxing all three Valkyries at once. 5 minutes to contact. Squad Secundus and Squad Tertius. Be in place and ready when that field comes down. We'll only get one shot at this. Squad Primus, we get the honor of going in first. Prepare grav chutes for jump. As the Valkyries closed in on the Ork force field dome, Whitlock's craft peeled off, climbing towards the invisible opening at its peak. It was a sound enough theory. There must be some kind of gap between the tractor cannon beam. It was a calculated risk, but it was this sort of gamble that he had built his career upon. Whitlock didn't even pause as he leapt out into the darkness, hurtling down toward the force field. The Tempestus Prime leant into the wind, aiming for the blazing green beam and barely visible ring of distortion around it. He hardly had time enough to think that the Orks probably didn't even know about this hole in their force field before it flashed past him. Behind him, several other scions free fell through the gap, arms held tight at their sides. All slipped past unscathed save Orist, who drifted too close to the tractor beam. Its irresistible power snatched him from the air like an insect caught by a lizard's tongue, yanking him downward and vaporizing him upon the claw itself. Whitlock had no time to mourn his loss, as his grav chute arrested his descent. A split second later, his boots hit the ground, his men forming up close behind. The Tempestus scions slipped swiftly across the Ork encampment, moving like shadows among the piles of scrap and debris. Tempestor Prime led them towards a hastily built flak tower, where a cluster of Ork guns protected both the tractor beam and the force field generator that shielded it. Whitlock directed half his squad to make for the top of the tower, while he led the rest towards the generator at the structure's base. Taking the Orks completely by surprise, the Tempestus Scions blasted their way into the tower's lower level. Through the smoke and chaos, the Imperials pushed inside the teetering structure, hot shot fire scything down anything which moved. Even though none of the Orks had any idea where their attackers had come from, they knew a fight when they heard it. Mobs poured in from every direction, drawn by the sound of combat. The sentry Orks inside the tower fired their shooters wildly in the confined space, solid rounds blowing holes in the rusty walls or ricocheting off in random directions. Daggog the mech had been tinkering with the guns at the top of the tower when the first Scion charged over the perimeter wall below, gunning down the closest cluster of grots with a salvo of red laser blasts. Growling, the mech manned an artillery piece of his own invention, kicking the protesting grots out of the way. With a whine and pop, the big gun grabbed one of the Humies, flinging him into the air and squishing him like a bug. No sooner had the corpse fallen than half a dozen took his place, fanning out across the lower gun deck. Under the lash of grabber, the grots turned their guns on the Tempestus Scions and opened fire. The tower lit up with the flash of zap guns and the boom of cannons. At such close range, most of the shots went wide. But another Scion was mashed into the deck by a lucky hit from a bubble chucker's ball of force. In the bowels of the tower, Tempestor Prime Whitlock fought his way into the generator room, fending off wild chopper swings and ducking mad shooter fire. Guarding the controls was a towering Ork knob. The Xenos gave the Tempestus Prime a broken-toothed grin and cracked its knuckles. Whitlock didn't even pause as he brought up his pistol, obliterating the knob's head in a volley of bolt shells. "Charges here and here," he yelled, and his men swiftly set their satchel bombs. As soon as the Scions had obeyed, they retreated from the room. A heartbeat later, the tower shuddered from a contained explosion as the satchels were detonated. With a deafening crack of energy and a vivid green flash, the force field collapsed. Almost immediately, the scream of engines announced the arrival of Whitlock's Valkyrie reinforcements, near invisible in the darkness as they raced across the sky. Still, in a state of confusion, the Orks were firing at anything that moved. Tracer rounds lit up the dark. Daggog had a group of Tempestus Scions below, pinned down, grots trying to drag them into the dirt while their guns flashed and fizzled. Hearing the arrival of the Valkyries, Daggog swung his smasher upwards and peered into the dark. His bionic eye pierced the darkness, adjusting until he could clearly see the telltale glow of Imperial aircraft engines. Waiting until the last possible second, Daggog fired the smasher, its gravimetric beam reaching out and enveloping the craft. The big gun bucked as the mech threw the captured Valkyrie into the ground. A sudden flash of fire marked the point where it smashed into the ground, its burning remains tumbling end over end across the encampment. Content that Grabber's lads had the Humies in check below, Daggog lined up the smasher on the second Valkyrie. Halfway up the tower, Tempestor Prime Whitlock saw the first Valkyrie come apart in a ball of fire as it hit the ground. "Damn it," he spat. "We need those guns taken down." The Tempestor Prime sprinted on, leading his men once more onto the gun platform. The Tempestus Scions fought up the rickety stairs to the Ork gunners and slave runts up top, throwing themselves into the fray. Whitlock saw a large, brutish Ork lining up a gun on his remaining Valkyrie and emptied his bolt pistol clip in the beast's direction, forcing it to dive for cover. All around him, beams of arcing energy. Solid rounds and explosives filled the air. Whitlock took cover behind a pile of broken crates. Nearby, one of his men jerked violently as a zap gun burned a hole right through him, while another was blown to fragments by a cannon hit. Ork reinforcements poured in at a steady rate. Scanning the battle with a quick glance, Whitlock gave the order to retreat. The surviving Tempestus Scions fell back to the edge of the upper gun platform, dodging fire before leaping off into the darkness. In their wake, the Orks yelled insults at the retreating foe. As he fell through the darkness, Whitlock pulled the detonator from his belt, squeezing the trigger and setting off the satchel charges he had left leaning against the pile of ammo crates. Above and behind him, the sky lit up as the gun platform vanished in a cloud of fire. With their grav chutes slowing their fall at the last moment, the Tempestus Scions hastily formed up around the Tempesta Prime. "Primary target open," he voxed. "Repeat, primary target open." The Tempestus Scions rushed to the edge of the Ork encampment. Behind them, the Xenos were banding together into mobs, screaming, waving their choppers and firing their shooters wildly as they charged. Even as Whitlock braced himself for close combat, the closest mob vanished under a hail of heavy bolter fire. Looking up, he watched as a Valkyrie bellied in low on howling engines, the door gunners firing into the gathered Ork warriors. Leaping up into the cabin, the Tempestus Prime looked towards the rush ship where the tractor beam still hummed and flickered. Out of the darkness, a single Valkyrie appeared, falling into formation with Whitlock's craft as they climbed and sped off across the plain. The Tempestus Prime counted down silently in his head. The flash turned night into day. Shading his eyes, Salem Whitlock allowed himself a smile as he watched the rust ship come apart in a spectacular conflagration of orange-green flame. The Sacred and the Scarred. The tractor beam had been disabled by Whitlock's efforts. Though the inbound comet would hit the planet, it had been knocked off course. Its impact point was projected to be in the sea north of the Sacred Isle. A massive Ork attack on the Sacred Mountain was going ahead anyway. All across the planet, preparations for the final battle were made. Castellan Stein stowed his magnoculars for the 10th time, teeth pressed together in frustration. His command chimera was bumping and rolling across the savannah towards the center of the Sacred Isle, its passage so erratic it was impossible to pick out details more than 10 or so kilometers distant. Yet this was the most direct route to their destination. With the teeming Ork hordes storming unchecked across several of Alaric Prime's largest islands, it was only a matter of time before their convoys of badly made vehicles converged. Every clan and every tribe would be desperate to be part of the grand battle that would break Alaric Prime once and for all. By the best calculations of the augur array, the invaders were converging upon the largest landmark of them all. On the horizon ahead, a great column of brown smoke linked the earth to the sky, a stilled tornado against the dark blue firmament. Below it was Sacred Mountain, its many peaks and ridges jutting towards the evening stars. The armored columns were getting close. Stein could just about make out the strange concentric ridges that dotted the mountain's flanks. He had lost several of his finest platoons there in the battle against warlord Grukk, despite his best efforts. For every Imperial guardsman that had died, though, 100 Orks had been cut down. In the cold mathematics of war, it was a great victory, and one that Castellan Stein would gladly repeat a dozen times over if he could. Unfortunately, the smoke trail they had left in the wake of battle was the largest on Sacred Isle by far, and it had proved a beacon to Xenos and Imperial defender alike. Judging by the scores of dust trails converging on the mountain from all over the horizon, protecting the peak's outer approaches would not be so straightforward this time. East, south, and southwest, the distance left between each Xenos column and the mountain itself was worryingly similar. He'd seen the stills relayed from orbit a dozen times over. Played in chronological sequence on the data slate, it was as if a noose of smoke trails was tightening around the neck of Sacred Mountain. That's not coincidence, thought Stein. One of the damned things is coordinating all this, and one with a brain. The Chimera's command, Orgorium, chimed 3 times, and Stein ducked back into the cupola to examine its display. The energy spikes it was detecting were immense. There was something inside the mountain's depths that crackled with an insane amount of potential energy, and if anything, the readings were increasing. In last night's war council, the Alaracan nobles had insisted that the peak should be defended to the last, though none seemed to be able to give him a convincing reason as to why. Yet they were clearly on to something. Stein's astropath, Zeal, had told him that. When viewed with the witch sight, the mountain positively glowed. Late the previous night, the mustachioed Lord Nero of House de Gallia had announced the dispatch of a task force of knights to the mountain's easternmost gulch. Having no real authority to stop him, Stein had merely shrugged. Backwards bastards all, he thought. They were probably sacrificing virgins to the volcano god this very minute. Nero de Gallio's anxious frown wrestled with a disapproving scowl for control of his eyebrows. The frown won. While he sat, fretting, within his knight's armour, his consort was still up there, on the ridge, her silver-plated skull gleaming in the evening sun, as she offered up one of House de Gallio's greater keys. Even in her robes of state, she looked tiny and delicate next to the caryatids that frame the sacred gate. It should be him up there, at her side, thought Nero, not some other knight, even if that knight was the legend Garantius. Nero sighed heavily. In matters of duty, he could no sooner win a fight with his consort than he could wrestle Garantius to the ground barehanded. Above them, the comet was getting larger by the hour, and a sense of imminence pervaded every house and regiment. Now was not the time for a fiery argument, nor for half measures. A muffled boom echoed across the slopes. Startled from his reverie, Nero subconsciously raised White Warden's weapon arms in response, even as his eyes scanned the display in front of him for the source of the noise. Directly ahead of the Lady of the Keys and her looming companion, a black line had appeared down the length of the sacred gate, partially concealed by the drifting dust set up by the movement of such an ancient mechanism. With a banshee screech, the great brass-plated doors opened inwards, a metre, then a metre more. Then they stuck fast. Garantius strode forward, lowered one knee in the rubble, and put an armoured shoulder to the nearest, forcing it open in a shower of sparks. The ancient knight, made small by the dimensions of the immense portal, gestured with an elegant sweep of his chainsword for the Lady de Gallio to enter first. She curtsied daintily, and her seraph mites accompanied her inside a fluttering halo. Garantius stood to his full, magnificent height and stomped after her, briefly saluting the time-worn caryatids that guarded the gate before disappearing into the darkness. Lord Nero was still staring hard at the great open gate 3 hours later. As the sun was beginning to set, a low rumble shook the firmament, sending claxons ringing around his throne mechanism. The earth tremor grew more intense, its vibrations more and more severe, until the White Warden was forced to kneel to keep its balance. Cracks were appearing left and right, cutting strangely regular patterns across the parched stone and tumbled scree. Sacred Mountain was waking at last. Stein watched in awe as the Imperial Guard armoured columns rumbled closer to the mountain ahead. The entire landmark was shuddering hard, its outline blurring as boulders and loose rocks cascaded down its flanks. The Cadian officer ordered the all halt. He had no wish to get his men buried alive. Great cracks and lines were appearing all across the mountain's surface. The mountain was shaking loose the scree and rubble that covered its sides. Angular shapes and metal-plated domes were being revealed in each concentric ring that girded its peaks. Avalanches of loose stone cascaded down slopes that tipped from steep to vertical, their rubble tumbling into sheer walled chasms that yawned where tumbleweed had rolled only moments before. Pitted metal defense lines shook free of their rocky camouflage, redoubts and bluffs revealing blunt fortifications that conformed so well to the natural lines of the mountain that it was no wonder Stein had not spotted them before. Slabs of permasteel and plascrete slid and ground into hidden recesses as eagle-headed shields unfurled around artillery pieces with a bore so large that a soldier could crawl inside with room to spare. One by one, the Cadian tankers were opening the cupolas and hatches of their tanks, climbing out with a shocked slowness to their movements, their eyes riveted on the vision ahead. Speechless, they watched the mountain transform into a giant stronghold that made the famous Cadian Khazars look like molehills by comparison. A voice in Stein's head objected at the breach of protocol, but he couldn't tear his attention away to order his men back into their vehicles. Their awe was completely understandable. The peak folded and reconfigured, shouldering off slabs of rock like a prehistoric monstrosity, shaking off the ice of the glacier that had trapped it over the eons. At its feet, a deep chasm had opened up in the ground around its circumference, a chasm that was swiftly filled with boiling water from the subterranean rivers below. A giant drawbridge clanked out from the eastern ridges, extending across the newly formed moat. Stein was watching the military brilliance of a people long dead. This was what Garantius had been guarding. This was what Degalio's heirloom keys unlocked. No wonder the knightly houses were so protective of it. Even if so many millennia had passed since its construction that they no longer knew why. As the dust of its hatching began to settle, Stein gazed up at one of the great wonders of the Imperium, the colossal tomb of the planet's founder, so vast and militarized that he could protect his world in death just as he had in life. Below him, in the Chimera's humid guts, the Castellan heard the astropath Zeal breathe 2 words of wonder. Fortress Alaric. Focusing on the task at hand once more, Castellan Stein barked a series of orders into the comms array. He had already mentally assigned the different corps under his control to the various battlements and redoubts ringing the mountainside, and his men were quick to obey. By the time night had fallen, his tank companies had trundled across the giant span of the drawbridge that had emerged on the eastern side of the vast fortress. The Baneblade, Iron Etin, and his shadow sword companion, Steel Cyclops, took up position on either side of the great gate, the last line of defense should any assault somehow manage to get past the armored companies that line the bridge. The knights of House Velmestrine, Tyrin, and Kamata, having reached the Cadians' position a few hours earlier, paced back and forth at the mouth of the bridge as if impatient for battle. The Imperial Guard made better use of the time available to them before their artillery was in range. Gunners familiarized themselves with point weaponry and anti-aircraft installations. Unexpected reinforcements from Alaric's criminal elements had been assigned to defensive positions. Each Ogren team briefed 3 times over, and each defense line further shored up by debris and dead bodies. Night drew in, as the Ork hordes grew closer, darkness cloaking the horizon. Yet the mountainsides were illuminated as if by their fullest of moons. The comet that blazed through the stratosphere above the mountain was getting larger and brighter by the hour. Whitlock had disabled the Ork tractor beam that had been drawing it closer, but the satellite's momentum was such that it was still heading towards the planet's crust. Stein took some comfort from the knowledge that, due to Whitlock's efforts, its projected course would see it crash into the ocean, north of Sacred Isle instead of into the mainland, as the Orks had no doubt intended. The resultant tidal wave would be disastrous for those on the plains, but not so much for those warriors higher up on the mountainsides. If anything, Stein was cautiously grateful for the inbound comet, as well as posing a very real threat to the Ork hordes that would no doubt be converging on their position. It gave the Imperial Guard a little more light to work by. Astropath Zeal seemed to think otherwise, but the Castellan was close to ignoring him altogether. His speech had become ever more desperate and erratic over the last few days, and he had even taken to babbling about magical floods, blood warriors and noble beasts in his sleep. Perhaps the heraldry of the knights' houses was conjuring vivid imagery in his troubled mind. Perhaps there was some symbolic riddle yet to be cracked. There was enough work to be done without having to decipher the nightmares of a psyker. Stein put it out of his mind and focused on the forced dispersions for the battle ahead. This time, he would break the invasion for good. The final assault. Orks are converging upon Fortress Alaric in their countless millions. This time their advance is not the uncoordinated, belligerent thrust typical of warlord Grukk, but a cunningly wrought series of tactics that led the Orks right to the doorstep of the Cadian defenders. Worst still, the threat from the skies is far from over. Stein's men were still shoring up the defences that had shuddered out at the slopes of Sacred Mountain when the mass of greenish black on the horizon came into visual range. A great horde of Ork walkers led the assault, ranging from the size of ogrons to the size of hab blocks. Each was waving its weapons, be they giant shears, chainsaws, wrecking balls, massive buzzsaws, rock drills, or a profusion of large bore guns jutting out from their shoulders and arms. Every one of them had a set of wire coil horns curving around its head, crackling with barely harnessed energy. At the heart of the walker horde was the giant effigy the nobles had encountered upon the great savannah, the ruin of its missing head replaced with the tusked cab of an armoured battle wagon. It was escorted on either side by 2 captured Imperial Knights. They stumbled and lurched like the dead brought to life, the heraldic devices on their carapaces daubed over with crude death's heads that dripped blue paint into the dust. To the east and west alike, the Ork hordes were spilling around the foothills of Sacred Mountain. Stein looked at his data slate in consternation. It was receiving live cant from those pick skulls that had made it into low orbit without being crippled by the energies of the approaching comet. Fortress Alaric looked much like an island lost in a green-black sea of bodies. His gut rumbling, the Castellan gnawed on the end of his IO stick, fighting to keep his calm as the sheer scale of the task sank in. "Better get started," he muttered to himself, as the Orks came into extreme artillery range. Stein gave his aide, the master of ordnance, the signal to commence bombardment, and strode to the parapet of the Aquila stronghold he was using as his base. Within seconds, the basilisks stationed on the lowest foothills of the mountain had spoken. Great plumes of smoke drifted up from each of their Earthshaker cannons. Stein followed the high parabolas of each artillery squadron barrage, nodding in approval that the next volley had been fired before the first had even struck home. The smile dropped away from his face when the first set-off shells slowed and then stopped in their ascent 20 meters above the Orks, hanging in the air as if they had sunk into some thick, invisible jelly. The second volley thundered down after the first, only to suffer the same fate. The Castellan raised his magnoculars, a horrible suspicion dawning as a scattering of live ordnance thickened above the Ork horde. The crackling wire horns attached to each of the walkers. Was it possible they were creating some kind of electromagnetic field? One that repelled falling ordnance as easily as a Duralumin rain shield stopped an acid squall. If so, the Orks had robbed the Cadians of their long-range advantage in one fell swoop. A galling half-hour of impotent artillery fire later, the Ork vanguard had piled forward at impressive speed. Mobs of howling Xenos had reached the edge of the boiling moat in a dozen different places. As they had covered the last half-mile, las cannon teams had picked out a few of the largest clusters of artillery shells that still hovered high above the Ork walkers. The resultant chain explosions had taken down pockets of Ork vehicles here and there, but hundreds, perhaps thousands more remained. It felt to Stein as though every tribe, clan, and mob on Alaric Prime had somehow converged on his position at the same time. Stein grumbled under his breath. If they could not rain shells down on the foe, they would have to deliver them via a more direct method. The Castellan spat an order into his Voxpeed, and the Leman Russ battle tank companies ranged along the length of the boiling moat trundled into position. 3 by 3 they opened fire, each shell raising a wake of white spume across the moat as it thundered towards the approaching Ork horde. Several of the shells exploded amongst the greenskin ranks with gratifying thumps, but many more detonated prematurely, flame blossoming across invisible hemispheres of force. Guttural laughter drifted up from the plains below, seeming to mock the Castellans' pitiful efforts to thin the horde. Somewhere, thought Stein, was an Ork war mechanic begging for a priority kill. A high-yield artillery shell whistled down out of the skies, its trajectory taking it straight towards Mogruch's upraised face. The mech twitched one of the levers on his shoulder gubbins and chuckled darkly to himself as the shell slowed to a crawl, then a complete stop. It span in the air 20 meters above him. A metal fist denied its killing strike. Mogruck's net magnet was working even better than he had hoped. He was fine with the Humies' big guns chucking even more of their shells over to his side of the moat. They would be reused soon enough. Up ahead, the bubble fields were working well enough, protecting the rest of the lads from the tank squadrons at the front of the Humie line. Just a thin strip of river to deal with before they could get stuck in, and Mogruck already had plans for that little problem too. Trampling and stomping their way across the plains to the east were the scrapper caravans of Bogrut Bones, the famous snakebite war boss. Goaded by runt herds, his squigoffs lumbered up to the edge of the boiling river and knelt down. The scrap heaps of useless knick-knacks and badly rusted gubbins they carried on their hoodahs, cascading haphazardly into the churning waters. Loading wagons and flatbed trucks acted in much the same way, their piston-raised hindquarters scattering yet more rubbish into the river. Slowly but surely, the moat began to fill at its thinnest point, a rough causeway of junk promising a way across. A few hundred meters to the west, a trio of pug-nosed anti-grav mine layers dangled the flank of a rust ship into place, forming a rough and ready bridge for Bogrut's lads to cross. All the while, the Scraplord's artillery farms were hurling solid shot into the Cadians that were moving to intercept, forcing them to keep their heads down. To Mogruck's approval, all of the snakebite tribe's really zappy guns were kept way back on maximum elevation, or just jammed in the earth, pointing upwards. They had their part to play too, just not yet. A series of klaxons and horns blared across the plains as the wheel stealers found out that the shiny new rides Mogruck had built for them had no brakes. The big mech slapped Dagog on the back and pointed as the entire tribe hurtled headlong into the boiling waters of the moat, their bellows of outrage rising above the bass thunder of the human guns, just as Mogruck had planned. The unfortunate speed freaks formed another fordable point as their wagons piled in one atop another. Orks of all stripes began to leap across from one sinking vehicle to the next to reach the opposite shore and get the killing started up close. To the west, tank boss Badfrag and his coveted chimeras were crossing the moat in twos and threes. To Mogruck's pleasant surprise, the Bloodaxe war boss's claims that the Humie tanks could traverse water were being borne out. All around the circumference of Fortress Alaric, the Orks were closing in on the Humie defenders. That their river's gonna be red come morning, said Mogruck to himself, picking a gob squig out of his cheek and inspecting it for a moment before biting down hard. Things were warming up nicely. Any time now the Humies would take the bait and come out of their hidey holes ready to be killed properly. 3 fordable points by my count, said Stein grimly. Half a mile below him, hundreds of Orks were stumbling or sinking into the boiling waters of the moat. Somehow, though, hundreds more were making it across the improvised scrap bridges, buoyed up by a combination of dogged determination, bloodlust, and suicidal bravery. Mob after mob were gunned down by the massed Taurox transports the Tempestus Scions had stationed along the inner bank of the boiling moat. But with their attention focused on the Orks that had already made it over, they were allowing those still to come the time they needed to effect a crossing. They had to counterattack fast. The Castellan clearly wasn't the only one to have reached the same conclusion. Stomping down the slopes in great sprays of scree were the surviving knights of the Alaracan noble houses. At their head were 3 spearheads of knights from House de Gallio, their off-white armour clearly visible to friend and foe alike. On the western slopes, 4 of the knights from House Terrin had formed a tight square and were covering each other's advance. As they drew closer to the improvised Ork bridges, volley after volley of rockets soared towards them, impacting on their ion shields with a series of small explosions. Try again, thought Stein, watching as the knights stamped and blasted the Orks back into the boiling waters of the moat. It would take a lot more than that to fell Terran's nobles. At the far end of the vast drawbridge, defended by Stein's super-heavy tanks, a scattered contingent of Imperial Knights fanned out to take on the Orks thundering across the plains. The blackened beast the men had taken to calling the Scorched Knight was first to reach the enemy lines. As Ork artillery shells smacked from its carapace to its left, the knight swung its ion shield around to deflect the barrage, only to leave its right side exposed to the roiling gout of fire from the flamethrower-armed Orks at the fore of the horde. The walker fought on, wreathed in flame. To its rear came a knight whose heraldry marked its pilot as Hiram, patriarch of House Kamata. Stein hurriedly voxed a warning as he saw an Ork aircraft come in low, a wrecking ball of rusted metal trailing behind it. It made no difference. The plane pulled up from its dive too late, smacking nose first into the walker and ploughing both of them into the dirt in a horizontal column of fire. Ahead, the flaming figure of the Scorched Knight turned around and loped back to its fellow noble, its ion shield covering its rear. To Stein's amazement, after only a moment of hesitation, it lowered its thermal cannon and spat fire right into the pilot's helm, detonating it from the inside. Nearby, the knights whose heraldry identified him as Silvost Velmestrine was knee-deep in roaring Orks. Each of the greenskins was wielding a large sledgehammer, capped with a crude rocket, and they were manually detonating their charges against the weak spots of Silvost's knight. The walker flailed its arms wildly, blaring its war horn in an appeal for help, just as Lord Gulmort Castren had done moments before Silvost had sealed his fate. Knights from several houses turned, but none of them did more than watch as Silvost was taken apart limb by limb. The Degalio Voxnet crackled with the chime of a bell. Thus dies the ghost of Gulmort Castren. Find his rest. Lord Degalio, the Sea-Blade, bowed his head for a second, and returned to the vox of his throne mechanicus. The lord and master of their Cadian allies had let loose a stream of invective that would have made a keel master blush, screaming that the knights were supposed to be defending the bridge, not settling old scores. The poor man clearly had only a rudimentary understanding of honour and of the forces that haunted the slopes of Fortress Alaric. It was obvious that they needed to crush the infernal beast that was coordinating the invasion to secure victory. Such kills were the speciality of the Degalio house. Lop off the head of the beast and slay its body in the process. The knightly triumvirates he had named Alabaster Lancers were up to the task. With the White Warden at their head, House Degalio's finest would soon carry the day. Ahead of Degalio's striding knights, the legendary figure of Garantius was storming through the Ork ranks, his shield flickering as it blocked incoming fire left and right. The Ancient was heading off on some quest of his own, but the White Warden loped after it like a devoted squire. Degalio would be damned if he'd let Garantius go unsupported. The mysterious knight's legend spoke of always defending the needs of Alaric Prime, and there was every chance that it instinctively knew what needed to be done. If there was indeed some fiendish mastermind coordinating the Ork assault, Garantius would, like as not, be heading straight for him. And Lord Nero intended to be around for that kill. He had no doubt that he could dispatch the beast if it was only identified, and such a prominent part in the victory would cement his position as Alaric Prime's leading patriarch for decades to come. The waves of Ork infantry that seethed around them were giving way to larger and ever more impressive constructs. Some were almost the same height as the knights themselves, the fat-bellied war machines that they had encountered west of Boiling River. Degalio blew away the upper half of one of the beasts with a flurry of shots from his battle cannon, revealing the torso of the walker behind. Standing on the shoulder of the next greenskin effigy was a metal-headed Ork mechanic, hoisting a strange, whirring contraption that was firing a ghostly green beam right at Garantius's helm. Degalio's battle cannon was still reloading, so he mine-fired a stream of stubber bullets at the Ork gunner, but only burst apart some of the runtish creatures that scurried at the greenskins' feet. Suddenly a terrible shriek pierced the roar of battle. Where the green beam touched Garantius's helm, its light was turning white. The tendrils of that light reached back to the orc mechanic himself, pulling him and a half-dozen of his runt creatures into the tunnel of ghostly emanations. DeGallio watched in fascination as the orc gunner twisted and thinned, his corporeal form mingling with those of the screaming slave creatures. His impossibly elongated body bristled with tiny, twitching hands and horribly distended jaws before the tunnel of light vanished with a wet pop. Garantius strode on. High on the ramparts of Fortress Alaric, Stein was coordinating tight bursts of interceptor fire on the ramshackle orc flyers and one-man copters that were buzzing across the boiling moat. Dozens of the crude aircraft had been brought down in flames and oily smoke, but more were heading in. With his Thunderbolt squadrons expended against the descending rush ships, only Whitlock and his men afforded any kind of air superiority. Worse still, the gates that the Baneblade Iron Etten and Shadow Sword Steel Cyclops had been guarding had been fired upon several times by greenskin artillery and lumbering mech walkers. The resulting damage and electromagnetic interference had permanently jammed them halfway open. To Stein's surprise, swarms of servo skulls, stained by verdigris, had poured unbidden and unexpected out of the dark tunnels of Fortress Alaric, their clacking claws and las biters nipping at those orcs that had taken the drawbridge. A brave attack, thought Stein, but such diminutive assets would not confound the brawling greenskin horde for long. On the slopes themselves, wherever the orc artillery barrages had taken chunks out of the corpse-shored defence lines, Stein's pre-briefed Ogren teams were filling the breach. Their slab shields were locked in a wall of metal and flesh that bounced back any greenskin mob foolish enough to assault it. To his knowledge, not a single line had yet been breached, a testament to the Ogren's dull but effective fortitude. The next few seconds put the lie to Stein's conclusions, as a mob of promethium-stained orc arsonists stood well back from the Ogrons and soaked them in flame. To their credit, the abhumans stood their ground for almost a full minute before losing their temper and charging out, clubs swinging and badly burnt faces roaring in anger. Stein knew how they felt. Unfortunately, the orcs were quick to take advantage, pouring around the flanks of the Ogren unit and running pell-mell into the defence lines behind. Stein knew that his plans had enough redundancy built into them that such minor breaches would be contained and the Xenos invaders exterminated by disciplined fire traps. However, the sight heading for the heavens made a claw of ice contract around his heart. Across the world, orc rust ships had been used as ready-made fortresses by the orc invaders, and Stein had assumed them beached like the mega whales they resembled. He had been wrong. A massive orc spacecraft was lurching through the skies in a series of bursts and explosions, hoisted aloft once more by the mad science of the greenskin mechanic caste. To Stein's horror, it was curving around on an intercept course towards the comet that even now was streaking through the skies. Tempestor Prime Whitlock's Valkyries and Vendettas had veered off to intercept, but their long-range las cannon fire was achieving little more than searing off the ablative sheets that comprised the thing's hide. Only by boarding the craft could Whitlock have any hope of taking control. Stein still had hope it could be neutralized before making too much of an impact. If the Castellan could choose any men for the mission, Whitlock's Tempestus Scions would be top of the list. Stein watched the Militarum Tempestus craft move in, climbing higher and higher towards the rust ship's belly. Then something terrible happened. All of the unexploded ordnance that had been captured by the greenskin mag fields on the plains below suddenly shot up into the air as one. A curtain of steel shells hurled by a giant invisible hand. Dozens of Taurox primes were plucked from the flanks of Fortress Alaric and thrust up into the air with them by the electromagnetic field's upward force. Just as the inverse rain of metal reached the same altitude as Whitlock's flyers, green beams of crackling energy flew skyward from the rear of the Orkoid scrap caravan. The resultant chain of detonations lit up the sky for miles around. The burning chunks of Whitlock's skimmer-borne platoons and Stein's transports fell from the skies to spear down into the chaos of the battle raging below. Stein's heart sank as, above the still blossoming explosions, the burning rust ship rose with terrible, unstoppable momentum, a flaming meteor in reverse, breaching the stratosphere of a fire-bound planet. The Castellan cried out in horror as the burning rust ship blazed white for a second, then detonated directly adjacent to the inbound comet. The skies were devoured by a great halo of blinding flame that roared overhead in all directions. When Stein recovered his wits, he saw that the sheer force of the multi-megaton explosion had knocked the frozen comet onto a new course at the last moment. It was heading straight for the armoured flank of Fortress Alaric. "Shields!" shouted Stein into his Vox array. "Regiments 1651 to 1654, get inside the mountain and raise whatever shields you can find. 1655 to 1657, retreat as fast as possible." Even as the Castellan shouted the words, he knew it was no use. There was no way the Cadians could withstand the meteoric impact of the celestial body inbound on their position. Even the Knights would be obliterated by its sheer godlike force. The Orks would be burned from the face of the planet too, a black testament to their mindless need for titanic violence. Despair roiled through his chest. Even those men that managed to get inside the mountain would be buried alive in the very tomb they were trying to defend. Something snapped in Stein's mind. "Cancel those last orders," he roared into the Vox. "All Cadians, all Ogrins, all Knights, all personnel to attack with full force. You're dead already, so face the Emperor soaked in Xenos blood. For Cadia, for Alaric Prime. Kill them all." A great roar resounded across the slopes of Fortress Alaric. It was not the guttural heave of a green-skinned war bellow, but the raw-throated cry of 10,000 human warriors united in desperate bloodlust. The skies burned a dangerous red as the massed regiments of the Cadians charged over the defensive positions to the Orks spilling across the circumference of the moat. Lasbolts burned open torsos, bayonets speared guts, and gloved fists broke snaggle-toothed fangs. Within seconds of Stein's order, every man and beast within a mile of the fortress was embroiled in desperate close combat. Unbidden, the Knights were racing to form a half-mile ring around the thickest knot of Stein's forces. There were only 24 of them left now, but they were united in purpose. The Orks on the plains below were erecting great force pylons that crackled as they were hoisted into the air. There was barely a minute before the fortress would be flattened. The comet blazed like a suicidal sun. Stein flagged down his command chimera as it scrambled to the front line, hoisting himself up onto the front and drawing his ornate power sword. Ahead was a knot of Ork drop troopers, many of their crude rocket packs ignited by the heat of the inbound comet. The transport slew to a halt, and Stein used its momentum to leap screaming into the midst of the Xenos warriors, his blade scything ahead from a thick neck, then getting lodged in the skull of another as his plasma pistol blasted the guts out from a third. The screams and roars of battle were eclipsed by an omnipresent roar and a bow wave of heat that filled the air with the stench of burning hair. The world filled with blinding light as the comet struck home. Every man, Ork, and machine outside the protective aegis of a power field was blasted to ash in an instant. A whole flank of the sacred mountain was torn away, crumbling down into the boiling moat to leave the honeycombed innards of the great peak open to the air. Roaring in triumph, the surviving Orks poured forward in an unstoppable mass. Sacred Mountain had fallen. As great clouds of smoke curled across the mountain's southern slopes, a flash of green light flared in the gloom. With a crack, several Ork knobs and a herd of terrified-looking Gretchen teleported into existence. They glanced about themselves urgently, alert to potential threats, but in the wake of the comet's impact, no one was looking for one more small band of greenskins. Satisfied that their arrival had gone unmarked, the knobs set off, jogging uphill with the grots scurrying on their heels. At the top of the wreckage-strewn ridge, the greenskins stopped and cast about. Finally, At the violent gesticulation of their horned-helmed leader, the Nobs and Grots descended upon a particularly large heap of junk, from which a rusting cannon barrel stuck up like a marker. In the wake of the Clockwork Massacre, the war had swept on at a pace that left little time for clean-up. As the greenskins dug frantically through the wreckage, they soon found the rusted hulk of Grukk's battle wagon, still lying where Garantius had kicked it all those weeks before. It was one of the Nobs that struck gold, hefting aside a slab of mangled metal and shouting excitedly to his comrades to come look at what he'd found. His grunting was cut short as a massive green fist, scarred and shaking, pistoned up from the wreckage to grab him about his thick throat. Watching the bulge-eyed Orks' struggles with interest, the group's grinning Met boy brandished a mass of wires, glowy lights, and spinning gubbins. The greenskins braced, several Grots jamming grubby fingers in their ears or pinching their long noses tight. Then, with another deafening crack, the entire mob vanished along with their miraculous prize. Meanwhile, cradled in Stein's arms, Astropath Zeal coughed blood onto his robes. Of the command squad, only Stein's Vox officer had died in the comet's moment of impact. Using some ancient protocol that Stein would never understand, the Alarakan Knights had united their ion shields in a great Aegis dome that had shielded hundreds of Cadians from death by incineration. It had burned out many of the Knights' number, several of the giant machine martyrs now pillars of flame that lit the hellish tableau around them as the after-effects of the comet's collision faded. Alaric Prime's dead nobles were in good company. Millions of fighting men and women had their lives snuffed out in the instant that the frozen comet had struck the fortress. Even the mountain itself was grievously wounded, its flank laid open to the skies. Many of the cannier Ork tribes had erected their own shields too, the bubble fields that had protected them thus far proof even against the godly impact of the comet. Thousands of the beasts were roaring unimpeded towards the breach in the mountain's flank even now. Stein felt like he had died inside, even if his body was still alive. Zeal coughed again and pointed at the skies. Stein looked up. More meteors, by the look of it. The final blow. Then the flame of hope sparked in his chest once more. They were the contrails of Imperial drop pods. The wolves arrive. Strikeforce Stormclaw was Fenrisian vengeance made manifest, led by no fewer than 3 of the chapter's greatest heroes, the Old Wolf and the Young. Logan Grimnar and Ragnar Blackmane were at the forefront of the attack upon Sacred Isle. Meanwhile, leading the second wave of Fenrisians into the war came Wolf Lord Crom Dragongaze. However, the ill-tempered Dragongaze was less than delighted with his assigned duty. Wolf Lord Crom was an ambitious individual, and whether or not a slight was intended, he perceived one in Grimnar's choice of second-wave command. Stood in an observation bay aboard the strike cruiser Iron Pelt, Crom watched the thrusters of the first wave's drop pods dwindle into firefly sparks, slowly crushing a drinking goblet in one fist as he did so. Crom would prove to the old wolf that it was he, not that whelp Ragnar, should be fighting at the forefront of this war. Soon after, Dragongaze stood in the cockpit of his Thunderhawk gunship Vengeful Howl. Fangs bared, he rode the juddering deck like a longship in a storm as the super-heavy attack craft bludgeoned its way through the Alarakan atmosphere. In the Thunderhawk's hold rode the pick of Crom's great company, while in its wake came a fleet of landers, gunships, and assault boats. As the clouds parted and Sacred Isle hove into view below, Crom was already running through the deployment protocols and initial attack strategies in his mind. The ships of the second wave bore warriors and tanks enough to crush an army many times their size, and Crom meant to see them do just that. Suddenly, Iron Priest Alvard, his pilot, beckoned Crom to his side. There was another signal, a reedy distress call, clawing its way through the Fenrisian banter. As the Wolf Lord listened intently, his mouth curled into a feral grin. Ordering his remaining forces to deploy in support of the Old Wolf's attack, Dragongaze turned his Thunderhawk south. As the craft peeled away, the distress call continued to warble from its Vox speakers. Acadian voice pleaded for help, repeating a single ominous name. Repeat. Reinforcement requested to Blistered Isle. Xenos threat, level crimson. Repeat. Warlord Grukk is here. The landmass known as Blistered Isle lies some 50 miles off the southern coast of Sacred Isle. Its western plains are carpeted in ferrocrete and looming Imperial architecture, housing as they do the planet's administratum offices, alongside several sprawling sulfur refineries. To the east, beyond the humpbacked range of volcanic crags known as the Hollow Hills, the landscape changes to rocky wilderness, fuming sulfuric bogs and gnarled, stunted acid trees. Castellan Stein's Cadians had prioritized the defense of the western side of Blistered Isle, seconding several large buildings and further shoring them up to create the stronghold designated Fortress 26. However, for the first weeks of the Alarakan conflict, Blistered Isle had remained untouched by war. All that changed when a ragged flotilla of scrap skiffs had washed up on the island's northern shore, bearing Grukk's last loyal lads. Though they had no boys left to speak of, Grukk's old skull knobs were the toughest of the tough, and with a seething cord of grots to soak up enemy fire, they were still a force to be reckoned with. They attacked the defenders of Blistered Isle with furious abandon, tearing the refineries apart and driving the Cadians back behind the armoured walls of Fortress 26. Having fought their way across the island, the Skull Knobs had finally settled upon Blistered Isle's jutting southern headland. This towering promontory is overlooked by a slouch-shouldered volcano that the Orks named the Mouth of Gork, a sullen monster of blackened stone and gushing steam vents that rose from the ocean waves a quarter-mile offshore. The raw might of the volcano had impressed the Knobs so much that they had chosen to build the imaginatively named Goth Town in its shadow. Behind the triple-layered tangle wire fences, the headland housed Blistered Isle's Genitorium complex, providing the Orks with plenty of ready-made shelter and allowing their mechs to construct a fully operational teleporter pad. Of course, Orks being Orks, the status quo didn't last for long. With the Humies skulking behind their big metal walls, the Skull Knobs started fighting amongst themselves to see who was going to be the boss. After a string of increasingly violent pit fights, gunfights, and brawls, the mechs, fearing the Knobs would tear Goth down to bits, suggested a compromise. They would use the teleporter pad to beam back to the big Humie mountain where Grukk got clobbered. There, the Knobs could dig for the boss's rippy claw, and whoever got his grubby green hands on it first would be the new war boss. The Skull Knobs jumped at this plan. After all, Grukk had been the meanest orc any of his followers had ever seen, and whoever took his claw as a trophy would surely inherit all that big, bad, killing power. Perhaps it was merely good fortune that saw the Skull Knobs launch their fateful teleport mission when they did, or perhaps it was the will of Gork himself. Whatever the truth, the Greenskins appeared on sacred mountain slopes in the direct aftermath of Mogrukk's meteorite impact. Veiled by clouds of smoke, their appearance went unnoticed by the shell-shocked remnants of the two warring armies, allowing them to dig for their boss's corpse in peace. However, they found rather more than they bargained for. The Greenskins of Goth Town stood waiting, with bated breath, as the teleport flare died down around the returning Knobs. Their excitement turned to amazement, however, as war boss Grukk strode from the pad, scarred and hollow-eyed, but most definitely still alive. Orks are resilient beyond the ability of Imperial science to explain. Though the towering monster had been blasted with grenades, scorched with plasma, and had a whole battle wagon kicked on top of him, he had clung comatose to a mangled sliver of life beneath the wreckage. Had the Imperial forces taken the time to ensure Grukk's demise, they might have put pay to him once and for all. But the war had swept wildly onward, leaving no time for clearing up wreckage and bodies. Thus Grukk had lain undisturbed, his incredible alien physiology seeing him heal a little more each day. Finally, as the Knobs dug through the wreckage that had cocooned him, Grukk's beady red eyes had snapped open, and his killing rage had come boiling to the fore. Now dropping the knob whose throat he'd ripped out, and flexing the sparking, rusted talon of his power claw, Grukk swept his furious gaze around the greenskins of Gofftown. For a long moment, silence reigned as Orkoid brains struggled to process this surprising development, before the entire throng broke into wild roars of Waaagh. The boss was back, and soon every luckless Humie on Blistered Isle would know it. Bellowing for the mechs to bring him a fresh shooter, Grukk wasted no time in finding out where the enemy was. He snorted in disgust at tales of the Humie fort with its big walls and heaps of dakka. Nothing could stand against Grukk Face-Rippa, and hiding behind big walls wouldn't help. Even as Crom Dragongaze was supervising the final preparations of his attack force, Grukk and his tribe were surrounding Fortress 26. The ruins around the Cadian position seethed with greenskins and weird war engines as Grukk prepared to smash the Humie fortress flat. The rushing waves turned to a flickering collage of grey, black, and gold as vengeful howls swept in over the coast of Blistered Isle. The Cadian distress signal had become clearer as the Thunderhawk neared the island. Now, quite suddenly, it cut out amid a final snarl of screams and static. Yet it made no difference to Warlord Crom. The Space Wolves' attack vector was already locked in, red hazard lights strobing through the craft's interior as the warriors on board readied themselves for battle. Over their war cries came the voice of Iron Priest Alvard, announcing 30 seconds to contact. Crom felt his twin hearts thudding with excitement as the ruined cityscape swept by below him. What followed would be a fight for the sagas. Engines bellowing, the Thunderhawk swooped low over the blackened carcass of a habstack, and suddenly Fortress 26 came into view dead ahead. Dragongaze saw a broad, statue-lined plaza crawling with greenskins, and a tangle of interlinked buildings, sheeting lasgun fire into the Xenos horde. He had a fleeting glimpse of armoured Orkoid walkers smashing their way through the fortress's walls, and flames belching from its windows. Then the ruins below flared with pulsing green light, and the Thunderhawk lurched as though kicked by a sky giant. Crom was launched from his feet, slamming into the co-pilot's throne, as warning hymns filled the cockpit and Alvard fought with his controls. Vengeful Howl lurched again, dropping so suddenly that Crom was thrown straight up, his head cracking against the ceiling with enough force to kill a lesser man. Crom's vision drowned in darkness and starbursts, and consciousness was swept away. When Crom woke, he did so to the sneaking suspicion that ice trolls had used his skull for an anvil. A thudding pain pulsed through his bionic eye, and the harsh tang of sulphur and acid was thick in the back of his throat. Hauling himself to his feet, the Wolf Lord's face darkened as he took in his surroundings. Watery, late afternoon sun fell upon him through the twisted branches of the acid woods. Sulphurous mist drifted between the trunks of the trees. The fumes rose from the marshy ground to wind sluggishly about the legs of his wolf guard, grey hunters, and bloodclaws, where they stood patching minor wounds or keeping watch. A long trail of devastation cut through the acid bogs and close-packed woodland, a deep and blackened trench sizzling with acidic groundwater that led to the battered form of the vengeful Howl. Shaking the ringing from his ears, Crom strode across the equipment-strewn clearing, bellowing for an explanation. This he received from the pack leader of his wolf guard, the stern-eyed Biorik Winterfang, of course. Standing firm in the face of the fierce eye's anger, the veteran warrior explained that they had been shot down by some kind of strange greenskin field artillery. The enemy guns had projected a powerful force field intended to snatch the vengeful Howl from the skies and fling the craft bodily into Fortress 26. It was only through the skillful piloting of Alvard that the Space Wolves had escaped alive. As it was, a great section of the Thunderhawk's hull had been torn loose, and its machine spirit stunned into incomprehension. Fighting unresponsive controls, the Iron Priest had kept them in the air long enough to clear the fuming peaks of the hollow hills, but had finally lost his battle with gravity as the Thunderhawk ploughed nose first into the outskirts of the acid woods. Even now the venerable Iron Priest and his servitors were working to restore their craft to function, but Vengeful Howl had seen better days. The work might take hours, even days, to complete. Crom cursed bitterly at this news, but it was a delay he could ill afford. Crom knew that the wisest thing to do would be to attempt contact with the main body of Grimnar's forces, but the Wolf-Lord's pride would not allow it. Bad enough that he had abandoned his command in search of personal glory. If he now called for help from allies that might even now be fully embattled with the real foe, Crom Dragongaze and his great company would be a laughingstock. The punishment for a failure of such magnitude would surely be severe, and the damage to Crom's reputation irreparable. No, he thought, he would not cry for help like some fool lost in a blizzard. Instead, he would fight his way to glory. He would claim Warlord Grukk's head in single combat, even if he had to march all the way across Blistered Isle to do so. So resolved, Crom barked a string of orders, swiftly marshalling his men into two forces. The Wolf-Lord himself would depart at once, taking with him his loyal Wolf Guard and hot-headed Bloodclaws. They would return to Fortress 26 on foot, performing a swift night march across the hollow hills to fall upon Grukk's warband from the east. Meanwhile, his Grey Hunters would remain at the crash site, charged with the duty of protecting Alvard while he completed repairs to their Thunderhawk. As soon as the craft was operational, the two forces would unite once more and put paid to Warlord Grukk once and for all. In the wake of Wolf-Lord Crom's departure, his loyal Grey Knights settled in to stand watch. Level-headed and dutiful, the veteran Fenrisians walked the perimeter of the crash site, and Alvard laboured on deep in the craft's guts as the daylight fled and a dense mist rolled in to take its place. Suddenly, a flash of green energy lit the mists to the south, and the pungent tang of Ork assaulted the Fenrisians' nostrils. Reacting with practiced calm, pack leader Hengist Ironaxe voxed his packmates, ordering them into a defensive spread around the flank of the Thunderhawk, where they could protect Alvard at his work. Superhuman senses strained to penetrate the muffling murk of the mists as the Grey Hunters trained their weapons out into the darkness. When the attack came, it did so with sudden fury. One moment, Ironaxe's men stood poised like mist-wreathed statues. The next, the night was alive with running, yelling shapes, and the Grey Hunters' guns were blazing in their fists. Lockrear Coldeye, the squad's plasma gunner, was first to open fire, as his eyes caught the sound of scurrying feet. The mist around him glowed like an azure gas lantern as his plasma gun howled, spitting blasts of energy into the gloom. As they burst amongst the foe, the plasma rounds illuminated shrieking Gretchen, wielding rusted shivs and lumpy pistols. Lockrear's fire reduced several of the stunted greenskins to ash and sent their comrades fleeing in terror. Yet there were dozens more of the diminutive greenskins closing in from all sides. The Grey Hunters blazed away, their weapons raw, muffled by the cloying fog. Grots squealed and died in droves, their ruined corpses littering the boggy ground beneath the trees. Ironaxe's warriors quickly adopted the best firing discipline for their numerous foe, unbroken streams of bulk rounds giving their enemies no chance to respond. Frantic return fire whined in towards the Space Wolves, crude slugs sparking off their armour and punching splinters from the trunks of trees to no great effect. Then, amid a second blazing flare of energy, Grukk Face-Rippa and a hand-picked mob of his biggest, meanest skull knobs joined the fight. From the moment the war boss's bestial roars echoed between the trees, Hengist Ironaxe knew his men were in trouble. The knobs bullied through the Space Wolves' fire, mass reactive bolts glancing off their crude but effective body armor as they closed the gap. One especially large brute charged head down into the fray, bull-horned helm smashing a Fenrisian through a tree trunk with a splintering crack. Grukk thundered into the Grey Hunters like a battering ram, eyes bulging and jaws agape, as he vented weeks of built-up rage on his luckless foes. The massive greenskin swung a titanic overarm blow, hammering old Ulla into the mud in a shower of blood and shattered bone. Hengist howled in rage and denial as the old warrior died, levelling his bolt pistol at Grukk's head and squeezing his trigger. To his astonishment, one of the skull knobs lunged into the shot's path in a moment of brute selflessness. The whistling bolt blew out the orc's skull in a spray of liquidized brains, but it was cold comfort to Ironaxe as his true target rampaged unharmed. Hengist had not become a pack leader by squandering the lives of his men, and as more knobs surged from the darkness to join the melee, he realized the Grey Hunters could not win this engagement. Even now, the hulking Ork warboss was tearing his way in through the flank of vengeful Waaagh, roaring his bloodlust as he took his power claw to the defiant Iron Priest, Alvard. Barely half the Grey Hunters remained on their feet. Meanwhile, and they were no use to Lord Dragongazer's corpses. Snarling a curse that would curl a troll's toes, Hengist ordered his surviving men to disengage. Swiftly and brutally, the Grey Hunters blasted and hacked their way to freedom, retreating west into the darkened woodland on the trail of their wolf-lord. Blood-curdling roars and agonized howls chased them like vengeful ghosts, fading to muffled silence as the space wolves melted into the sulphurous gloom, forced to leave their fallen behind. Dawn's cold light found Crom Dragongaze and his warband emerging from a rocky ravine amid the feet of the hollow hills. They had pressed on through the night without rest, scaling rocky, steam-venting slopes, picking their way between sizzling acid pools and leaping across black, moored chasms. It was a march that would have left most soldiers exhausted at best, if not maimed or killed by the hazards they had faced. To a space marine, such things were but a minor inconvenience. As the space wolves made their way into the blackened ruins of the refinery sector, they remained hard-eyed and eager for battle. In this, they would not be disappointed. From the moment Crom's Wolfguard and Blood Axes entered the urban sprawl, they held their weapons ready for battle. The Bloodclaws led the way, nostrils flaring and eyes straining as they stalked through the ruins with half an eye on every shadowed doorway. Crom could see how eager the young warriors were for a fight, each Bloodclaw all but shaking with anticipation. Yet to their credit, the fierce youths maintained their discipline, scouting ahead of the massively armoured Wolfguard Terminators with commendable restraint. Perhaps an hour after Crom's force left the hollow hills behind them, the Bloodclaw's pack leader, Egil Redfist, voxed back word that the Greenskins had been located. It came as no surprise to Crom to hear that Fortress 26 was no more. Yet still he felt a flicker of regret that the valiant Cadians had been overrun. This spark of sorrow was swiftly fanned to a fiery need for vengeance, as the Bloodclaws reported swarms of the foe still crawling across the fortress's gutted ruin. Crouched amid the tumbled bones of an ecclesiastical shrine, Redfist's pack had picked out dozens of Gretchen, moving amid the ruins of Fortress 26. Directed in their labours by hulking Ork slavers, the scrawny greenskins were pulling the entire site apart piece by piece. Larger shapes moved among the sweating gangs of loot gatherers, killer cans using their snapping claws and buzzing saws to tear apart the fort's superstructure. Great heaps of loot were being piled into wheeled carts and makeshift sleds at one end of the plaza, ready to be dragged away by the cans once the harvest was complete. Furthermore, it seemed that Grukk had left his damnable artillery, the heavy weapons that had shot down the vengeful Waaagh, to watch over the salvage operation. Redfist reported that the weird field guns were well dug in amid the ruins on the western edge of the plaza. Their grot crews appeared to be entirely off their guard, lounging around and yelling mocking encouragement to the toiling work gangs. Closing in through the rubble-strewn streets with his Wolfguard at his heels, Crom allowed himself a hungry, lupine grin. The Greenskins obviously thought themselves safe. He would make sure they didn't live to regret their mistake. The totem festooned Terminator armor worn by Crom's Wolfguard was incredibly potent. It provided his followers with all the firepower and survivability of a mainline battle tank, though at the cost of a degree of speed. While the Wolfguard were still trudging through the ruins towards Fortress 26, their Bloodclaw comrades were forced to wait in cover, champing at the bit to be set loose upon the foe. Crom was conscious, however, that they still did not know the exact number or disposition of the foe, and mindful of the considerable threat posed by the Xenos field guns, anything that could put a hole through a Thunderhawk would surely make short work of power armor. Rather than risk his glory-hungry advance guard pitching themselves into battle prematurely, Dragongaze instead ordered the Bloodclaws to work their way around the foe's flank. They were to take up position overlooking the Ork artillery, avoiding direct contact with the foe while they did so. Only when Dragongaze and his wolf guard were poised to strike with the blood claws to launch their assault, using crack grenades to put a swift end to the field guns and blades to butcher the crews. The explosive demise of the Orks' artillery would be Crom's signal to attack, the two squads of space wolves closing like the jaws of a black-maned wolf upon the throat of the foe. By the time the Wolf Guard were in position, the sky had filled with heavy, ominous banks of clouds, and a flat stillness had settled on the air. The daylight had taken on a bruised quality, blending everything a slightly surreal air, while the breeze had faltered and fallen like the last breath of a dying man. Black ash lay thick in drifts about the feet of the ruined buildings, and even the labouring greenskins seemed to detect a building frisson of expectation. Crom sent a single vox pip to Eagle Redfist, his signal answered almost immediately by a rising chorus of howls. The war cry of the blood claws cut through the still air over the clanging and banging of the industrious grots. All across the work site, red eyes widened and ears flattened back in fear. Seconds later, a series of concussive booms echoed across the plaza, columns of fire and crackling green lightning shooting skywards as the Ork field guns went up one after the other. Then the real killing began. Barging their way through a ruined wall, the Wolf Guard strode into the plaza from the east, amid a scatter of brick dust and shattered ferrocrete. Without so much as breaking stride, each Wolf Guard Terminator squeezed his trigger, spraying fire into the grot-infested ruins before them. Immediate bedlam ensued, Gretchen dashing in all directions and screaming at the tops of their lungs. Crom led his Wolf Guard from the front, weapons readied for the slaughter. These slinking servant creatures were no true foe, yet still they were filthy Xenos, light-fingered looters who had aided in the slaughter of good Cadian soldiers. They would all die in this place and be left to rot. As the Wolf Guard's steady advance brought them to the very edge of Fortress 26, the enemy seemed to regain some semblance of order. Amongst the ruins, snaggle-tusked Orks with long, crackling prods were bellowing at their small charges, lashing about themselves to marshal the grots into some kind of battle line. The Ork walkers, meanwhile, had dropped their armloads of scrap and were now advancing with purpose, shears snipping and guns levelled to fire. Rannick, the Wolf Guard, wielder of his squad's heavy flamer, turned his weapon upon the nearest mob of grots. The flamer's hiss turned to a billowing roar as it spat a hungry wall of flaming promethium into the enemy's midst. Greenskins squealing piteously as their flesh caught light and ran like tallow. The other Wolf Guard kept up a drumming squall of firepower, storm bolter rounds punching apart scrawny grots and gnarled old slavers in explosive sprays of blood. Lashed forward by their overseers, more mobs of Gretchen were now scurrying forward through the ruins. Their rusted guns banged and popped as they directed frantic volleys of fire at their hulking assailants, yet the bullets pattered off the Terminator's armour like hailstones. First one mob of grots, then another was blown to bits and burned alive, slaughtered wholesale as they attempted to make a break for freedom. Then a sudden volley of rockets and shooter fire pounded the Wolf Guard, blowing Jurgen Ironjaw from his feet with a lucky hit, and the Fenrisians turned to see armoured walkers bearing down on them. As the killer cans finally lurched into the fight, it was Crom who answered them. Howling his fury, the Wolf Lord charged headlong at the swarm of hissing, clanking walkers with his axe held high. Ducking inside the clumsy swing of a howling sword-arm, Crom fired three swift, chopping blows at his first assailant's hip. The killer can's legs sheared off in a spray of oily fluids. But Crom was already turning, hacking the barrel from a smoking big shooter before slamming a crack grenade through the vision slit of another can. There was a muffled bang, a spray of blood, and the smoking machine keeled slowly over like a felled tree. The last walker began to back away, trying clumsily to turn on the spot and flee this mad-eyed howling warrior. It did not get far. Hefting his axe, Crom hurled the blade end over end through the air, embedding it in the boiler of the fleeing machine with deadly force. Whistling and venting great gouts of steam, the boiler sluiced gallons of searing water into the can's interior. Its pilot shrieked for several moments, the horrible sound reaching a crescendo before choking off into silence. Moments later, frothy, fatty soup began to slop from the walker's rusted seams. Wrenching his axe from the waterlogged wreck, Crom glanced up, breathing hard with exertion as he took in the fight around him. His Wolfguard were slaughtering the last of the Grots, the Bloodclaws now having charged into the fight from the west to cut off the Xenos escape. Finally, thought Crom, things were starting to go to plan. He might not have found his true quarry here, but a good chunk of the greenskin strength had been eradicated. One of his Bloodclaws had fallen, and the Terminator had been sorely injured. Yet these were casualties he could absorb. Better yet, without their field guns, the Orks would have no answer to his repaired Thunderhawk when it appeared. Moments later, however, Hengist Ironaxe's pack appeared, and the news they bore turned Crom's grin of victory into a furious scowl of disbelief. Warlord Grukk was not the sharpest chopper in the loot heap. However, his violent near-death experience had taught the Face-Rippa a lesson about rushing into a fight unprepared. Accordingly, after his successful teleport attack upon the Wolf Boy's crash site, he hadn't just gone charging off after the rest of the Space Marines. Instead, he and his surviving skull knobs had been whisked back to Gothtown in a blaze of green energy, covered in blood and gory trophies. There, Grukk had stomped about, making as much racket as he could, getting the lads all fired up and making sure his mechs built plenty more stompy walkers. He figured the Wolf Boys would come and get it soon enough once they realized what he'd done to their mates, and he wanted his ad hoc tribe ready when they did. 2 days after the battle in the Acid Woods, as Grukk heard his Grot lookouts began to shriek, he knew his preparations had not been in vain. Power claw revving, attack squig slobbering about his feet, Grukk stomped from his boss's hut. As he crunched his way across the broken Farrowcreek towards the edge of Gothtown, his lads fell in around him. Scrack skull knobs wading through old rust-gob's sneaky runts, and Crumpers hissing, waddling cans. Behind him, Grukk heard the mouth of Gork rumbling like the god's own war drums, eager for the fight to come. Wolflord Crom had made no attempt at stealth as he had marched upon Gothtown. His fury had been too great for that. Indeed, upon learning of his Thunderhawk's destruction, only physical restraint by 2 of his Wolfguard had prevented the fierce eye from tearing out Hengist Ironaxe's throat. Instead, Dragon Gaze had turned his anger upon the Orks. Hauling the last living slaver from the wreckage of Fortress 26, Crom had begun shattering its bones one at a time with his armoured fists. Finally, pointing with one shaking, broken finger, it had given up the location of the Ork stronghold. Satisfied, the Wolf Lord had torn the slaver's head from its shoulders and driven it onto a spike of scrap before ordering an immediate march. As the Fenrisians had slogged through the ruins towards the southern headland, the clouds had continued to darken above them. Rolling in from the north, massive banks of black smoke and swirling vapour filled the skies. Arcs of blue-white lightning leapt and danced in their depths, charging the air until ghostly corpuscent crawled across armour and weapons alike. The space wolves muttered that it was an omen, and that their fight for vengeance would be fueled by the wrath of the storm. Crom Dragongaze said nothing. In his mind the storm seemed a reflection of his own black and terrible fury. Soon both would vent their full force upon the green-skinned defenders of Gothtown, and then there would be a reckoning. It was 2 hours after dawn when Crom's surviving space wolves came in sight of Gothtown, yet the sky had grown so dark that it might as well have been midnight. The battered, ramshackle buildings of the Genitorium stood stark against the looming bulk of the offshore volcano, silhouetted by the mountain's ruby fires. Here and there, amid the tangles of loot and wire, mobs of savage figures could be seen stamping and waving crude weapons as they readied themselves for war. Over the crack and growl of the clouds above, Crom and his followers could hear bellows of Waaagh rolling down the headland from the midst of the foe. Finally, breaking his long, brooding silence, the fierce eye turned to bellow at his warriors, ordering the attack and crying vengeance for his fallen packmates. Wolf Lord Crom Dragongaze threw back his head and loosed a howl that was taken up by every man of his command. Above, thunder snarled and roared as though the storm was answering the Fenrisians' wrath. And then, even as the first blazing bolt of lightning arced earthwards, the space wolves charged. The Fenrisians pelted up the steep, rubble-strewn headland, and their greenskin enemies surged forth to meet them. As the waves crashed against the rocks below, and the storm bellowed madly above, the two forces slammed together on the very outskirts of Gothtown. Herded before their larger cousins, Rost Gob's runts cowered and shrieked as the full fury of the lightning storm broke overhead. The small greenskins fired frantic volleys of shots, a lucky round punching through the eye of a charging bloodclaw. Moments later, the young warrior's packmates crashed headlong into the Gretchen with howls of rage. In moments, the grots were reduced to a tangle of bloodied bodies. Meanwhile, Hengist Iron Axe's grey hunters traded heavy fire with Crumper's slab-sided killer cans as they emerged from between two genitorium stacks. Whistling rockets and glowing plasma bolts scorched the air between the two squads. One grot walker shuddered with explosions as it crashed over backward. Sven Threeclaw was reduced to glowing sludge from the waist down by a searing energy blast. Viciously, desperately, the two forces fought on. It was in the center of the line that the hardest fighting occurred. Here, beneath the looming energy-wreathed shadow of the teleporter array, Crom Dragongaze led his Wolfguard Terminators against Grukk Face-Rippa and his Skull Knobs. Flames jetted out from both sides as the distance closed, licking over armor and flesh. Blinded, one of the knobs reeled straight into the thunderous punch of a power fist, only for another horn-helmed greenskin to rip that same Wolfguard's arm from its socket and headbutt its owner to his knees. Here, a rune-etched power blade sliced through green flesh. There, a massive, whirl-toothed saw churned madly against Terminator armor until spraying sparks became gushing gore. Yet none could match Crom and Grukk for sheer ferocity. Crom screamed naked bloodlust as he hurled himself at his despised foe. A bolt of lightning seared down from the clouds, exploding within yards of the combat as Crom's axe struck sparks from Face-Rippa's massive claw. As his foe stepped back, Grukk roared, swinging an enormous haymaker that would have torn Crom in two had it connected. Instead, Grukk's sword churned through empty air as he overextended himself. Dragongaze, seizing his chance, howled in victory as he swung his axe up for the killing blow, only for an orange ball of flesh and teeth to knock him sprawling. Near apoplectic, the fierce eye shook Grukk's squeak from his breastplate, cursing at the deep and bloody gashes its teeth had gouged. As a shadow fell over him, Dragongaze rolled frantically, pure instinct carrying him aside as Grukk's massive claw pummeled a crater in the rockcrete. Grukk roared his frustration, the bellow turning to agony as the Wolf Lord's axe hacked deep into the Ork's ribs. A shocking gout of blood gushed forth. But it was Crom's turn to yell in pain as Grukk's forehead hammered into his own, and cracking bone and spilling the dazed Wolf Lord to the floor once again. Grukk raised his claw for one last blow, victory writ large on his leering face. Then, suddenly, the surviving space wolves were there, howling wildly as they drove the greenskins off. Grukk roared with frustration as one bolt shell after another slammed into his armored chest, punching him back into the midst of his lads. Wolfguard, Bloodclaws, and Grey Hunters formed a thin circle around their fallen lord as the Orks prepared to charge once more. And then, with a glare like a false dawn, a bolt of lightning spat from the sky and slammed into the teleported array. The combatants looked up in alarm as the mech-built contraption began to spark and shudder, emitting an ominous rising whine. Grukk roared with anger as one of his mechs, eyes wide with panic, produced a glowy remote controller and hammered madly at its buttons. There was a sudden explosion of bright green fire, And when the Ork warlord lowered his arm and blinked the glare from his eyes, the teleporter and all the wolves who had stood in its shadow were simply gone. As the teleporter energy faded, the surviving space wolves looked at each other with superstitious awe. They stood in a deep crater, surrounded by the wrecked remains of the Xenos teleporter. Their wounded stirred and moaned in confusion, dragon gaze amongst them. Beric Winterfang glared up at the sky suddenly filled with watery daylight, and his eyes widened as he realized his vox had filled with voices, Imperial voices. Winterfang opened a channel and sent an open hail, chuckling at the surprised responses. It seemed that by pure good fortune the misfiring alien device had delivered Crom Dragongaze and his surviving warriors from destruction and back into the war. How convenient! Of course, Beric doubted how pleased the fierce eye would be when he awoke to find his quarry lost, but sometimes the tide washes in, and sometimes it sweeps away. Shrugging, the Wolf Guard gathered up his fallen lord, rallied the surviving Fenrisians, and made for friendly lines. Meanwhile, amid the blackened ruins of Gothtown, Grukk raged and smashed as the storm swept away over the horizon. He'd lost his enemies, his teleporter, and his temper to boot. Yet Gruck's rampage slowed as Boss Knob Scrack's yelling penetrated the fog of rage around his brain. Face-Rippa blinked as he realized there was one more way off this island and back into the war. It was time to go fix up that great big Humy flying machine. The Wrath of Fenris. As Lord Dragongaze went on his personal quest for glory, the main battle for Sacred Isle continued. The skies above Sacred Mountain boiled with smoke as black as night. Ash fell in a dismal rain across the reeling combatants below, while out on the plains mighty firestorms still raged. Great mounds of rubble and wreckage lay strewn about the mountain's feet, rising above a spiderweb of cracks and fissures that jetted clouds of sulphurous fumes. It was into this apocalyptic wasteland that the sons of Russ plunged on trails of fire. Dozens of grey-blue drop pods plummeted towards Sacred Mountain, glowing with the heat of atmospheric re-entry. As they fell, the Vox network of the Cadians and the crude comms of the Orks alike whined with feedback. From every speaker grill and Vox horn burst a chilling howl, rising in volume as the drop pods sped toward the ground. The cry of 1,000 hungry wolves cut through the greenskins bellowing, drawing their eyes skyward to the doom descending upon them as the thunderous howl reached its crescendo. Moments later, the assault craft struck home. Thrusters bellowed flame, slowing the drop pod's meteoric plunge at the last moment. Ceramite and plasteel crashed against stone with bone-shaking force as each craft hit the flanks of Sacred Mountain. From below, Mogruch's green horde sent up a monstrous roar, a challenge to match the howling of the attackers. In answer, locking bolts blasted free. The drop pods slammed open, and an avalanche of power-armored ferocity plunged down the mountainside. Squad after squad of bloodclaws burst from their restraints, loosing howls of feral joy as they charged toward the foe. They leapt across ragged chasms and plunged heedlessly down sheer slopes, sure-footed as the wolves that gave their chapter its name. At their head charged a figure of legend. Ragnar Blackmane sprinted towards the Orks, his night-black pelt billowing behind him and a killing light in his eyes. Behind this charging mass loped grizzled squads of Longfangs, their heavy weapons slung easily over their shoulders as they sought a vantage point to cover the attack. The moment they were in position, the veteran warriors unleashed a ferocious fusillade into the milling Orks below. Ramshackle tanks exploded, pierced by ruby spears of light, while frag missiles corkscrewed into packed masses of greenskins to detonate with flesh-shredding force. Galvanized into action, the Ork horde surged forward once more. Many thousands of greenskins still remained around the feet of Sacred Mountain, and now they hurled themselves towards their foes with renewed vigor. Yet their efforts seemed ill-coordinated, lacking purpose and cohesion. Ork vehicle crews struggled to restart crude engines choked with ash and dust. Smaller greenskins scattered in all directions, heedless of the angry bellows of their bullying overseers. Seeing their confusion, Castellan Stein felt fresh hope surge through him. Faced with the destruction of his entire force, he had allowed despair to drive him to momentary madness. Now his training and discipline snapped back into place. Filled with a new purpose, the Cadian commander began to bark a steady stream of orders. His forces swiftly consolidated their position and began to pour a storm of fire into their foes. Ork corpses were flung into the air as battle cannon shells struck home, while volleys of lasgun fire fell among the greenskins like a hissing rain. Those knights whose suits still functioned added their own wrath to the bombardment. Rapid-fire battle cannons and thermal cannons roared, blowing bloody holes in the heaving press. Moments later, the claws of Russ struck. Howling ferocious war cries, Ragnar Blackmane's blood claws charged into the foes with a resounding crash. A ragged curtain of orc shots punched several of the hot-blooded young warriors from their feet, but this only added to the Space Wolves' maddened rage. Swords and axes swung in crimson arcs, hewing limbs and heads from hapless orcs with every pass. Blackmane was a whirlwind of destruction amid his cumbersome foes, weaving and dodging as the orcs hacked frantically at him to no avail. Grabbing one huge orc around the throat, Blackmane stove in its skull with a single thunderous headbutt. Still clutching its twitching corpse, he bullied forward, using the orc's body to soak up a fusillade of crude bullets, before hurling it to one side and carving his blade through the necks of two boys at once. Around him his brethren fought with similar ferocity, inspired by Blackmane's example to ever greater acts of heroism and violence. Blood sprayed in jetting arcs, and the ground was soon carpeted with mangled green bodies as the blood claws' charge broke the greenskin line. Trapped aboard his powerless knight, Lord Neru de Gallio watched the butchery unfold with awe and admiration. The scale of the carnage was breathtaking, the spreading panic among the greenskins satisfying beyond words. He had seen the obsidian glaives in battle before, yet their precise, measured way of war bore little resemblance to the animal ferocity being unleashed below. As the fighting swept between the legs of the White Warden, de Gallio struggled to awaken the spirit of his damaged knight, desperate to join the fight once more. Orcs live for fighting, but in the face of such punishment, Mogrock's horde began to lose ground. More greenskins were hurling themselves into the melee with each passing moment, but the blood claws were cutting them down as fast as they came, and the punishing barrage from the Longfangs was exacting a heavy toll. As the Cadian forces steadily disengaged, they were able to bring ever more firepower to bear, orcs falling before their fury, like wheat before scythes. Artillery crewmen, who had sought shelter in the deep bunkers of Sacred Mountain, now returned to the fight, pneumo lifts delivering them back to the surface ready to man their guns once more. As the basilisks and wyverns began to rain heavy shells and vicious shrapnel down on the carnage below, the orcs died even faster. A fierce grin spread across Castellan Stein's face as he watched the foe begin to crumble. The Imperium might win this war yet, he thought. Castellan Stein had assigned 2 super heavy tanks to guard the gate of Fortress Alaric. The Baneblade Iron Etten and its sister tank, a shadow sword named Steel Cyclops. Though the crews of both vehicles had fought with honour and distinction, Iron Etten had been carved open during the height of the battle by a band of heavily armoured orcs with roaring buzzsaws for fists. The commander of Steel Cyclops, Janus Pulitzer, had feared his tank would be next. He had thus ordered his driver to roar out into the drawbridge before the gate, putting some distance between his tank and the foe. Then the meteor struck, and everything turned to white light and thunder. Pulitzer regained consciousness with a lurch. He gasped in a breath, only to retch on a lungful of thick, oily smoke. Coughing and wheezing, the commander scrambled upward through the sparking wires and buckled metal. He recoiled as the dead weight of his gunner's corpse fell against him, then heaved the body aside and triggered the hatch release above the marksman's throne. Fresh air flooded the interior of the stalled tank. Pulitzer drank it in like good Amasek, pulling himself up and grubbing blood and oil from his eyes as he tried to take stock. As his head cleared, it became obvious that the honourable Cyclops, veteran of scores of engagements, was dead. However, Pultzer's eyes widened with horror as he took in his own predicament. When the meteor hit, great sections of Sacred Mountain had broken free and tumbled down to wreak havoc on the attackers and defenders alike. One such boulder, easily the size of a bulk lander, had narrowly missed Steel Cyclops, but had taken a great bite out of the side of the drawbridge. Now the Cyclops sat powerless, slewed lengthways across the bridge. Its front axles were hanging out over the precipitous drop to the boiling waters below. Even as Pultzer tried to quell his sudden vertigo, he could hear the bridge's superstructure emitting tortured groans, its cables singing with tension as they strained to support several hundred tons of tank. He watched nervously as fresh cracks spread across the rockcrete with alarming speed. The comet's blast had thrown the armoured Orks around like toys. Many had plummeted off the bridge to their deaths. The rest were strewn about near the fortress's gates, their prone forms dusted with a thin coating of ash. Now, though, the resilient greenskins were stirring once more. One by one they hauled each other to their feet, servos whining in protest and battered joints sparking. The Orks caught sight of Steel Cyclops and, amid much bellowing and revving of saws, advanced on their stricken prey. At the same time, more greenskins were sweeping on to the far end of the drawbridge, followed by clanking walkers belching black smoke. Some of the brutes were shoved off the precarious remains of the bridge by their jostling fellows. However, many more scrambled ever closer, determined to finish off Pultzer's tank before breaching the gates to the fortress itself. Trapped with no power and no escape, Jens Pultzer drew his sidearm and prepared to die. A sudden bellow of engines filled the air, followed swiftly by blossoming explosions. The Cyclops rocked alarmingly as a trio of long-snouted Fenrisian gunships swept overhead, their weapons chattering a hail of death into the Orks that packed the bridge. Howling beams of ice-white energy stabbed down, punching through the armour of lumbering greenskin walkers. Return fire rattled ineffectually from the aircraft's hulls, while crude rockets corkscrewed around them. A fresh downdraft threw up a storm of wind-blown ash to obscure Pultzer's view momentarily. Running lights cut through the murk, and suddenly another pair of bulky, blue-grey craft were there, mere feet above his head. Assault ramps whined open, and packs of massively armoured warriors leapt onto the bridge, each one causing a slight tremor as they landed. At their head was a figure whose name was legend throughout the Imperium. Pultzer had seen his likeness on statues, hollow shrines, even propaganda flyers, now standing amid his Terminator-armoured Wolfguard, forming a shield between Pultzer's tank and the fist-sized Orks who sought to destroy it. Logan Grimnar himself joined the fight. The armoured Orks didn't even pause. They broke into a charge, buzzsaws snarling as they lurched towards the great wolf and his bodyguards. Grimnar hefted his massive axe and ran to meet them. The great blade swept low, scything the legs from under the lead greenskin. He's in Terminator armor, of course, and he's running. Even as the monstrous creatures tumbled forward, eyes bulging with shock, Grimnar sidestepped again in Terminator armor and reversed the swing of his blade to power through the torso of another Ork. Ropey guts spilled out onto the bridge as the brute simply fell in half. And then Grimnar's Terminators were alongside him. Pultzer cried out as he watched one Fenrisian take a pair of blade saws to the face, his unhelmeted head erupting in a blizzard of blood and bone. Yet elsewhere, the Wolfguard and Orks were crashing together, thunderhammers and wolf claws tearing crude armor plates apart, even as whining Ork saws chewed into adamantium or skidded off storm shields. The fighting was shockingly brutal, but the Fenrisians were swiftly gaining the upper hand. Pultzer's heart shot into his mouth as he felt the Steel Cyclops give a sudden, ominous lurch. For a moment he thought he was about to plunge to his death despite the Space Wolf's intervention, and just had time to curse his fortunes, before he realized that his shadow sword was sliding sideways, away from the drop. Craning his neck, the commander's jaw dropped open as he caught sight of a scrum of figures in Terminator armor, their mighty shoulders set against Steel Cyclops' flank. Step by tortuous step, the Wolfguard slowly heaved the crippled shadow sword onto safer ground. With Pultzer's tank heaved aside, the Terminators formed an unbreakable line across the narrowest part of the bridge. Unmindful of the danger, they braced their legs and let fly into the approaching greenskin horde. Streams of assault cannon fire and cyclone missiles scythed through the tightly pressed greenskins, even as the Space Wolves' attack craft screamed back overhead, strafing the Orks mercilessly. Faced with this hurricane of firepower, the greenskins on the bridge fell back in disarray, while, near the gates, Grimnar finished off the last of his armoured foes with a brutal overhead blow. The Great Wolf turned and favoured Pultzer with a fang-toothed grin. Shaking with relief, the tank commander responded with a heartfelt salute. He then sagged back into the hatch of Steel Cyclops to begin the grim search through his tank for other survivors. The bridge was secure, and Pultzer was sure the Space Wolves would make the greenskins pay for every single life they had taken. Around Sacred Mountain, Mogrek's hordes were falling back in disarray. Savaged in the jaws of the Space Wolf assault, pounded relentlessly by the firepower of the Cadians and Knights, the Orks could take no more. Rivers of frantic greenskins flowed away from the mountain in all directions, dust clouds rising in their wake. Bikes and buggies rattled off at breakneck pace, weaving through the heaving masses of Orks who fought and clawed at each other in their haste to escape. Lumbering walkers ploughed through the retreat, leaving trails of crushed green corpses behind them. Close behind came the warriors of the Imperium, faces grim as they poured fire into the retreating masses. The Imperial Fox network buzzed with activity as strategies were coordinated and command structures reordered. The moment Logan Grimnar had taken to the field, he had adopted overall control of the theatre. Castellan Stein wasted no time in announcing himself to the Great Wolf and requesting orders, adding, "Let's give the greenskins scum a good sharp kick in the teeth, sir," and earning a barrel-chested laugh from Grimnar in response. This swift and willing integration was not entirely mirrored by the surviving knights of Alaric Prime. Sarcastrian salvage teams were already plying the battlefield in fat-tired maintenance crawlers, but for now, Neru de Gallia remained locked silent within the powerless looming shell of his knight. Without his authority, the surviving warriors of houses Velmestrine, Bramica, and Kamata were engaged in a fierce debate as to who should have the honour of responding to the Great Wolf's repeated and increasingly impatient voxhails. It thus drew a collective gasp of outrage when the Scorch Knight, Dairos Kamata, tiring of his old comrade's stilted bickering, responded to Grimnar with an open offer of allegiance on behalf of all the Alaracan knightly houses. It was Ragnar Blackmane who responded to this message, cutting through the other knights' shocked outbursts and protests, with a demand that Dairos come fight alongside him in person. After all, the Free Blade was clearly a warrior after his own heart. Matters of protocol resolved, the Imperial forces now formed into several fast-moving spearheads and pushed out from Sacred Mountain. The Orks' leadership structure seemed to have entirely collapsed, a fact that gave Stein some pause. However, he recalled an old Cadian proverb, which holds that the good soldier disdains not the Emperor's gifts, and so the Imperial spearheads drove out in pursuit of the reeling Ork menace. To the south, Garantius led a thrust towards Boiling River, accompanied by a detachment of the Gallion Knights and several squads of Space Wolves. The Forgotten Knight herded the Orks before him like vermin. Though he spoke not a word, his intent was clear and his actions deadly. Bolters chattered and thermal cannons roared as the Imperial attack drove south, supported by squadrons of Stormfangs and Landspeeders. Soon a trail of blazing Ork wrecks and sprawling corpses led from Sacred Mountain to the very shores of Isle de Gallio itself. Other broader battlefronts pushed out north and west, linking up with scattered pockets of Imperial resistance as they went. Fortifications were purged with fire and reclaimed by force. Cadian battle tanks executed armoured charges alongside speeding packs of swift-claw bikers to drive the greenskins from munitions dumps and besiege trench lines. There was restrained celebration amongst Cadian command when word spread that Tempestus Prime Salem Whitlock had been found injured but alive in the wreck of his crumpled Valkyrie. Meanwhile, to the east, the Wolf Lord Ragnar Blackmane and the Scorched Knight were pressing forward with all speed, leading a combined Imperial force in a bloody advance towards the Valmestran Bridge. Coordinating their campaign from the vaulted stratagem of Sacred Mountain, Grimnar and Stein watched their forces advance on all fronts. To the Castellan, it seemed that for the first time in days, victory was once again within the Imperium's grasp. When Strikeforce Stormclaw entered the Sanctus Reach, they came in search of the cunning and deadly Captain Badrook. Only once they had translated in system did the Fenrisians detect the astropathic distress call from Alaric Prime and rush to lend their aid. Yet even then they hoped to find their quarry on the war-torn world below, for the wolves of Fenris do not willingly give up the hunt. Months earlier, Badrook's reign of terror had begun with an attack upon Port Morning, a deep space station to the galactic north of Sanctus Reach. Here, a badly damaged Space Wolf frigate was undergoing repairs. Badrook struck with the sudden fury of an avalanche, his ragtag freebooter fleet obliterating everything in their path. All that reached the Fang was a single astropathic message, garbled and desperate. It told of a prodigious Ork pirate fleet, and of bellows of Waaagh Badrook from every vox on the station. This was to be but the first of a string of attacks against Space Wolf holdings and forces centered around the Sanctus Reach. Training facilities were destroyed, lone Space Wolf craft ambushed, and Fenrisian Protectorate worlds reduced to blazing charnel houses. Always the name Badrook was linked to these atrocities, gabbled in frantic cries for help or daubed in low Gothic on the smoking wreckage the Orks left in their wake. Yet it was the attack upon the Magnir's Revenge that finally provoked the wrath of Logan Grimnar. The strike cruiser Magnir's Revenge and its accompanying escorts were en route to relieve the siege of Brazen Halo when its navigator complained of wild fluctuations in the currents of the Imperium. Wolfguard battle leader Kai Blackpelt, responding, as he thought wise, ordered an immediate translation to real space. However, as the Space Wolf craft tore their way through the meniscus between the warp and the real, proximity augurs howled and warning runes lit up. Waiting in ambush was a bristling ring of Ork warcraft, the entirety of Badrook's fleet poised to strike. Even as Blackpelt roared orders to his bridge crew, hundreds of minor impacts were registered all across the hull of Magnir's Revenge. Void shields began to flicker into life, but it was already too late. One by one, the mech-built grabber mines, now peppering the Revenge's hull, hummed into life, projecting a vast tractor field out into space around the strike cruiser. The tractor field, a localized gravitational anomaly of massive power, snatched the tightly grouped escorts together that had followed Magnir's Revenge out of the warp and hauled them in at suicidal speeds. One by one, the strike cruiser's escorts tumbled into her flanks, impacting like meteorites. Hull armor sundered, flames blossomed forth, and atmosphere vented in a whistling gale as the Space Wolf ships were mashed helplessly into a single, crippled mass of metal. Hundreds died amid the catastrophic fury of the collision. But worse was to follow. As the short-lived grabber mines burned themselves out, Captain Badrook ordered a boarding assault with everything his fleet had. Ram ships and kill cruisers jostled with hurtling rocks and slab-jawed assault boats as the Ork ships pounced, spilling thousands upon thousands of freebooters and flash gits through the rents in the Ravenger's mangled hull. Despite the havoc they had wrought, the Orks were met by fierce resistance from the surviving Space Wolves. Helmets locked and mag clamps engaged, the Fenrisians charged furiously down the corridors, filled with the shriek of escaping air. Lights flickered, fat sparks rained from ruptured panels, and gravity fluctuated madly as bellowing Orks fought howling Space Wolves across skewered and buckled chambers. In the observium, several squads of grey hunters made their stand amid a blizzard of tumbling crystal shards from the gallery's shattered dome. Blood, glass, and bodies swirled in zero gravity as the battle raged. In the Engineerium, Badrook's mechs led a horde of looters and burner boys on a rampage that saw the defenders slain and the engines pulled apart in a matter of hours. A dozen minor battles raged through the mangled corridors and chambers of Magnear's Revenge, and what remained of her sister craft. The Space Wolves staging desperate ambushes and mad charges into the teeth of the foe. Yet it was the strike cruiser's cavernous embarkation chamber that the battle would be decided. As Kai met Badrook in open battle, Black Pelt's hand-picked elites faced down hundreds of howling orcs, gravitic distortion allowing the combatants to brawl furiously on the deck, on the walls, and even on the ceiling of the embarkation chamber. The Space Wolves' guns roared, their blades sang, yet the enemy's numbers were simply too great, and they could swamp the wolves from every direction at once. Surrounded by a mass of his finest flash gits, Badrook himself struck the final blow. The gits' snag guns roared like thunder, filling the chamber with their noise and light as shells, rockets, and blasts punched one space wolf after another from his feet. Even as Black Belt led her last charge, Badrook sighted carefully down the barrel of the Ripper at the roaring wolf guard and squeezed the trigger. It was over a Terran Standard month before a frantic force of Space Wolf ships broke warp and rushed to the aid of Magnear's Revenge. They found the ship still mashed together with her escorts and floating all but dead in the void of space. Around the Revenge was a sprawling field of wreckage and void-burned Space Wolf corpses. Yet Augurs still read one life sign, flickering dimly on the strike cruiser's bridge. It was here that the Fenrisians found an insult they could not let stand. Pinned to his command throne with crude rivets, shaved and tortured, battle leader Kai Blackpelt still clung to life, his body a ruin of crusted blood and flayed muscle. He would live, it seemed, but by strength of will alone. Above the wolf guard's crippled form, a static-laden hololith played and replayed over and over. It showed the laughing form of Captain Badrook, slamming one bejeweled fist against his barrel chest, and then beckoning tauntingly. The message was clear. Come and get it. The bait is taken. All things considered, Mogruk was feeling mightily pleased with himself. Reclining in a smoke-belching throne made out of a looted Humi tank, he picked his nose with a rusty screw and congratulated himself on being a decidedly sneaky git. When, several days earlier, Mogruk had looked skyward from the midst of his horde and seen the drop pod contrails streaking the sky, he hadn't panicked. Far from it. Instead, a big, nasty grin had twisted his already monstrous features as he realized the wolf boys were here at last. Admittedly, it might have been nice if they'd left off until he finished with the first lot of Humies he was clobbering, but he'd dropped a whole rock on that lot, so how much fight could they have left in them? Seeing that his real quarry had taken the bait, Mogruk had triggered his super teleporter and removed himself, a good handful of his most loyal mechs and a swathe of nearby greenskins from harm's way. Now he sat in his throne room at the heart of his rust ship, listening to one report of disaster and mayhem after another, while feeling like the cleverest orc on the planet. Yet there was only so long he could bask in his own genius before matters got out of hand, and it did sound like the boys were taking a bit of a kicking. Yes, decided Mogruk, with a heavy sigh. It was probably time to stop taking a breather and get back in the fight. Mogruk's throne room was packed with knobs, mechs, and assorted hangers-on, all having a good old flap about how badly the war was going. Sitting forward suddenly, Mogruk clanged his piston claw against the arm of his throne to get his lad's attention. When this didn't work, he singled out the most vocal of the nearby knobs and shot him point-blank through the face, spraying the luckless greenskin's brains across a gaggle of grots. As the echoes of the shot reverberated around the throne room, a hush fell, and all eyes turned to Mogruk. He nodded firmly. With his audience's attention firmly secured, Mogruk shouted for calm, affecting a tone that he hoped was reassuring, or at least subtly intimidating. Mogruk explained that everything was going to plan. At this announcement there was a ragged cheer that dwindled slowly into head-scratching and a couple of confused brawls. It was Daggog, his skin still scorched and peeling after the attempt by the Humi commandos to blow him to bits, who first built up the nerve to ask the question. Boss, I know it's probably dead sneaky and all, but, how does getting walloped by the Humi's counters go in the plan? Mograk turned to Daggog with a leer so ugly he could have curdled fungus brew, and launched into his explanation. It was obvious to everyone with half a brain that Grukk was eventually going to bite off more than he could chew. Worse, he was likely to drag the Waaagh down with him. Mograk, encouraged by more hesitant nodding than puzzled stares, forged gamely ahead. He'd arranged for Grukk's unfortunate accident. Sabotaging the custom force field on the warlord's battle wagon had been easy enough, and Grukk had done the rest without Mograk needing to lift a finger. In the wake of Grukk's demise, who had brought the Waaagh back together? Mograk. Who had arranged all the best fights? Mograk. Who ruled the Waaagh now? Mograk. He faced a sea of blank stares. There was some squabbling at the back that sounded like it was about who had the shiniest shooter. Mograk toyed with his own gun's trigger, then resolved to keep going. Why had the Waaagh attacked the world at all? He asked his slack-jawed audience. Not just because it was there, but because he, Mograk, had told Grukk that they should. And why? Mograk asked his lads. Would he have gone and picked this planet in particular? One Knob, feeling particularly brave, scratched his backside and spoke up. 'Cause it was big, boss. Another gunshot, and the grots at the back squealed as they were sprayed in porridgy brains for the second time in as many minutes. With a whine of servos and gears, Mograk lurched to his feet, his voice rising to a furious bellow. They had attacked this world because he was smart. They had attacked it because he, Mograk, the Mangler, had a plan so cunning that Mork himself would be impressed. While the Waaagh had been getting stuck in all across Alaric Prime, Mograk's secret ally had been leading the king of the Wolf Boys right to them. It wasn't a surprise that the Wolf Boys had shown up. It was all part of Mograk's grand plan, and now that the Space Marines were here, Mograk was going to crush them. Once the Wolf King's head was stuck on Mograk's boss pole, all the boys would know who was boss, and this would be the greatest Waaagh of all time. This announcement caused Mograk's underlings to break into wild cheers. That's more like it, thought Mograk. Time to go and stomp some Wolf Boys good and proper. Within the hour, Big Red, Mograk's chief warphead, and his weird boy disciples were rocking and gibbering as they sent think speaks to their counterparts across Alaric Prime. Speed freak messengers roared out in all directions from Mograk's rush ship, bearing word of the plan by Death Copter and Warbuggy. As the news spread, the Greenskins began to gain a semblance of order. The boss was promising reinforcements real soon, and an even better fight than before, not to mention enough loot to turn any mech boy's head. Although it didn't stop the rout, it at least turned some of the bigger warbands at bay and began the fighting anew. Meanwhile, engines chugged and roared as fresh-built Morkanauts and battle wagons lumbered from the mech's workshops by the dozen. The great bridges leading to Sacred Isle shuddered beneath the stampeding boots of millions of greenskins, as, on Mograk's orders, Orks abandoned the isles of the minor houses and made for the big fight. Meanwhile, from Kraken Falls to Warden Isle, Orks too distant to get in on the action instead hurled themselves at the Imperial defenders with fresh vigour, determined to have their own big scrap and draw off Imperial reinforcements in the process. The jaws of Mograk's cumbersome trap were about to close on Logan Grimnar. Yes, indeed, thought Mograk, as he scrambled aboard his brand-new battle wagon. Everything was going to plan. The shift in the war for Alaric Prime was breathtakingly sudden. Mograk had waited just long enough for Imperial forces to spread themselves out, allowing them to think his armies were broken and leaderless before hitting them hard from every direction. The word was out that Mograk was going to go clobber the king of the Wolf Boys, and no Ork was going to miss a fight like that. Around Mograk's titanic rushed ship, the air crackled with power and the stench of ozone, as his mechs fired up several huge teleporter platforms. Hooting and roaring with excitement, great masses of orcs were herded into place by their scowling knobs before vanishing in blinding green flashes of light. Gorkanauts, Morkanauts, and even Stompers now lumbered into place, vanishing in their turn alongside whole squadrons of smoke-belching tanks and countless mech guns. Each teleporter enfolded its passengers in a bubble of glowing force before hurling them through the warp to appear, more or less, right on the Ork front lines. Such a hit-and-miss deployment caused inevitable casualties. Yet for every mob teleported into solid stone or battle wagon dropped from several hundred feet up, another whole tribe of warriors was delivered amid or even behind the Imperial armies to devastating effect. All across the planet, the resurgent Orks battered Imperial lines like a hurricane. On the Lance Point plains, a massive brigade of looted armor teleported into existence and surged toward the hotly contested Fortress 47. With tank boss Badfrag missing, presumed blown to bits, Mogruk had purloined most of the old Bloodaxe's prized tank collection and made some improvements. The lurching swarm of armor now boasted a terrifying plethora of outsized artillery and cut loose upon the fortress's Imperial defenders to spectacular effect. Crackling blasts of lightning danced along crenellated battlements, frying Cadian soldiers to a crisp with every shot. Enormous shells packed with high explosives struck home against rockcrete and plasteel, blasting great craters in the defences and bringing walls tumbling down in avalanches of girders, stone, and corpses. The Imperial defenders retaliated, directing a desperate rain of shots into the Ork tanks from emplaced las cannons and chugging heavy bolters. Yet behind the wagons came a surging tide of Ork boys, the very greenskins who had been ejected from the fortress's defences just hours earlier. Now they poured back into Fortress 47 under covering fire of the recently teleported tanks, scrambling through breaches and hacking apart the defenders within. Though a handful of space wolves made a brave attempt to sally forth, they too were driven back as the battle for the fortress intensified. Meanwhile, the defences all along Mordred's Reach found themselves under sudden massive attack. The ridge was being used as a marshalling point for Cadian and knightly forces, but was plunged into battle as, amid storms of green lightning, Drogg's Goth horde appeared all around the human positions. For a moment, the Imperial forces believed themselves reinforced as the blocky silhouette of a Thunderhawk gunship hove into view from the south. Yet cheers turned to screams as the craft stitched the ridge with a devastating rain of missiles and bombs. Now the crudely patched rents in the Thunderhawk's hull were clearly visible, as were the daubed Goth symbols that covered its hull. As the Thunderhawk passed low over the onrushing Ork horde, its assault ramp yawned wide, and a string of massive black-armored greenskins hurled themselves out into mid-air. They were led by a howling monster whose silhouette, even at this distance, was horribly familiar to the Cadian soldiery. As the new arrivals crashed down on top of the Ork war boss, a brief yet spectacular violence exploded, and for a moment the Imperial defenders could hope that the Orks might tear each other apart. Yet moments later, as the smoke and misted blood cleared, the foe was pouring forward once more, now led by a nightmare figure the Cadians thought never to see again. Lasguns spat and thermal cannons roared, but nothing could drown out the ebullient greenskin chant of Grukk, Grukk, Grukk that rolled over Mordred's Ridge like a blast wave. Seconds later, the Orks followed it, surrounding the bunkers in screaming hordes, lobbing stick bombs into ammo bunkers and swarming around the feet of overwhelmed knights. In their midst, Grukk Face-Rippa and his skull knobs ploughed into the foe, red eyes lit with savage joy as the Waaagh surged around them once more. On Bramiker Bridge, the damage done by the duels between the Steel Host and the Orks was undone. Covered by the clamorous fire of death-skull looters, gangs of mechs swarmed over the damaged bridge. They welded chunks of rust ship into place until it was passable once more. Soon, 10,000 bellowing Orks were over the bridge and into the Imperial rear lines. Elsewhere, Cyrus Vane and Romoff de Gallio moved up to support the Astartes forces tasked with securing the Teutonia spaceport. As they passed between the Administratum offices and the towering Precinct Primus, the knights found the ground suddenly erupting at their feet. Clusters of tank-buster bombs buried in the wreckage of the roadway crippled the two knights from the waist down, leaving them stranded and immobile. Even before the echoes of the explosions died away, the buildings to either side of the knights lit up, Ork commandos emerging from hiding to pour fire into their stricken prey. Yet even as the knights struggled frantically to bring their guns to bear against their tormentors, a fresh howl went up, and a host of space wolves charged to their rescue. Guns rattled, and axe blades clashed as the Fenrisians began a bloody battle, room by room and floor by floor, to cleanse the Orks from the buildings they had infested. In orbit, the small Imperial fleet had problems of their own. Having lured the wolves to Alaric Prime, Badrock's pirate armada had concealed themselves amid a nearby asteroid field and lain in wait. Now they moved to engage their hugely outnumbered foes. Barbarous warships fired their engines and surged to the attack, emerging from the asteroid belt with guns blazing. Everywhere the battle had reached a new intensity. The fate of Alaric Prime rested on a knife edge. On ad hoc runways and captured airfields all across Alaric Prime, grot ground crews dashed madly back and forth. They dragged dripping fuel hoses or strained under the weight of rusty carts loaded with teetering heaps of ordnance. Ork flyboys swaggered toward their craft, snapping goggles down over beady red eyes and boasting loudly about how many humies they were going to kill. The throaty roar of ramjets rose to a thunderous crescendo as squadron upon squadron of Ork attack craft propelled themselves skyward. Dakka-jets in their hundreds wallowed gracelessly in the air alongside wings of burner and blitz bombers. The lurching attack craft rolled, banked, and tried, half-heartedly, not to collide with one another as they set a course for Fortress Alaric. The Ork air armada was coming, and beneath them advanced the greatest single horde yet to descend upon Alaric Prime's defenders. From orbit, it seemed as though a great green wave was surging across the plains, the islands emptying as the invaders massed for the final blow. Hundreds of thousands of greenskins swept in from south and east, making for the main Space Wolf battlefront. Grukk himself came with them, riding in their midst atop the roof of a hulking battle wagon. This monstrous metal beast was studded with batteries of crackling energy weapons and supported Grukk's immense boss pole in a web of winches and cradles. As befitted his status, Sky Boss Wingnuts led the air armada from the very front. He was therefore the first to see the Imperial aircraft as they scrambled to intercept his winged horde. Swooping down from the upper atmosphere came squadrons of Stormfang gunships, spat from the launch bays of embattled strike cruisers. More specks climbed upward from the direction of Sacred Mountain, quickly resolving themselves into more Stormfangs, as well as several wings of Imperial Navy vendettas. Even as the ground forces began to engage below, Wingnuts curled back his lips with a hungry snarl and slammed his thumbs down on his triggers. The two waves of aircraft collided like furious stormfronts, streams of fire soaring through the air amid flaming contrails and spinning metal. The Orks' numerical advantage was vast, yet the Stormfang gunships drove hard into their midst, giving the green-skinned pilots no chance to react. The Orks blazed away with furious glee, but the thick frontal armour of the Fenrisian gunships shrugged off their shots like driven snow. Return fire streaked out, searing beams of hell winter light, clipping off wings and rupturing fuel tanks with brutal efficiency. The Orks' dense numbers worked against them, every jink and dodge sending Dakka-jets and burner bombers careening into one another. As the Vendettas added their las cannons to the fight, crude aircraft exploded in droves. Bullet-riddled Ork and Imperial craft plunged from the skies in blazing tangles as the air war intensified. On the ground, the Orks fared better. Vast wings of burner bombers and blitz bombers screamed down to pound the Imperial battle lines with explosive ordnance. Cadians died screaming behind their defense lines as they were consumed in hungry cauldrons of fire. Hydras hammered return fire into the skies, their attack pattern supported by the streaking flak missiles of long fangs and the blazing wrath of quad-gun emplacements and firestorm redoubts. Even so, the greenskin aircraft continued to take their toll. Meanwhile, Ragnar Blackmane's ground forces were barely holding the Orks at bay. Arrayed along a low ridge, studded with crater-pocked fortifications, Cadians and Space Wolves stood side by side as they poured fire into the sea of greenskins surging towards them. Knights loomed above, adding their own might to the desperate bombardment. The Orks charged forward in their thousands, with their guns blazing and ramshackle tanks roaring. At the barricades, Blackmane fought with true Fenrisian ferocity, every blow and shot felling more foes. As another Ork fell away bloody, Ragnar glanced up, a howling scream signifying Ork dive bombers closing in. The air filled with an ominous whine. There was a blinding flash, and everything went white. As the furious howl of Ragnar Blackmane rang across the Vox, it was echoed up and down the line. The sound rose, mournful and cold as the winds of Fenris. As Blackmane vaulted the defence line, his Wolfguard and the Bloodclaws of Ina's pack were close on his heels. Incredibly, the dense press of greenskins was pushing backwards as the Space Wolves hit home. With the Orks reeling, Ragnar and his warriors began to cut a path into the throng. Blackmane's fury was incandescent, his movements too fast for the eye to follow. The Wolf Lord's frostblade severed heads, locked limbs, and hacked weapons in half, amid a blizzard of blood and sundered metal. Around him, his followers fought to keep up, their faces alight with the fierce joy of battle. More young Space Wolves were joining the attack as it gained momentum. Skyclaws plunged in from above on trails of fire, bolt pistols blazing as boots crunched into upturned Ork faces. Swift-claw bikers leapt to the barricade, wheels churning the thin air for long moments before they crashed down amid the Orks and began to carve a path towards their Wolflord. The Cadians poured supporting fire around the Space Wolves' flanks, doing what they could to assist. Yet the Orks still numbered in their hundreds of thousands, and one look at the grim faces of the Grey Hunters who had held their ground told the Imperial Guardsmen everything they needed to know. The air boiled with dueling aircraft above, while a sea of baying Orks surged forward, closing ranks in the wake of Ragnar's assault. All this was lost on Blackmane, for a red mist had settled across his vision. Nothing less than the blood of every Ork on Alaric Prime would quench his white-hot fury. And as Ragnar hacked his way forward, the greenskins fell apart before him. Vaulting onto the wreck of a burning Ork tank, Blackmane sighted the great swaying banner of the Ork warlord. It rose above the horde, flanked by lumbering walkers and a great mob of greenskins with weird glowing weapons. Ragnar wouldn't have cared if the Ork gods themselves had marched at his enemy's side. He took a running leap into the enemy ranks and began to carve a fresh path towards his foe. The Orks unleashed everything they had at this deadly lord and his blood-covered warriors. Yet, mired as they were amid the green tide, the Space Wolves made difficult targets. Coruscating balls of plasma blasted glowing craters in the horde, and thrumming waves of force crushed swathes of green bodies to paste. But still, Ragnar's wolves kept coming. The swift-claw bikers of Ernolf's giant slayers streaked wide around the fight to flank the nearest Ork walker. Hissing beams of melter fire reached out, burrowing through the war engine's armor to torch off its boiler in a great cloud of fire and searing steam. Even as the walker blew sky high, Ragnar swept his blade through the last of the Orks that blocked his path, and suddenly the Xenos warlord was before him. The massive greenskin gave an incongruously resigned shrug, aped clumsily by its massive armor, and lumbered into a charge. The Ork's piston claw swept down toward Ragnar's head like the meteor that had fallen upon Sacred Mountain. Yet the Wolf Lord moved aside, smashing the hilt of his blade into the Ork's face. Teeth flew as his opponent staggered sideways, only to give vent to a bellow of rage and swing again, servos and gears whining furiously. Ragnar caught the first blow on his blade, staggering under its force, then battered their follow-up swing aside and allowed the Ork's weapon to bury itself deep in the ground. Before the surprised greenskin could react, Ragnar swept his blade around and lopped off his foe's massively armoured arm at the elbow. Thick blood jetted forth as the Ork staggered back a step, before lunging forward with a furious roar to bite out Ragnar's throat. With another lightning-fast sidestep, the young wolf-lord brought his blade around and hacked the orc's head from its shoulders. Ragnar threw back his head and loosed another feral howl that was echoed by the warriors around him. The orc warlord was dead, but Blackmane's victory might yet prove short-lived. Though some fled at the fall of their master, hundreds of furious orcs still pressed in from all sides, driving the Fenrisians back into an ever-tightening ring. The space wolves fought with undimmed fury, yet against such odds, and so far from support, they stood little chance of survival. The stratagem of Sacred Mountain rang with a thunderous crash as Logan Grimnar's fist smashed through the hollow map table. Robed sacristans and Cadians froze in fear as the great wolf stalked around the sparking table to loom above Castellanstein. To the Cadians' credit, even dwarfed by the looming great wolf, Stein held his ground. "Repeat yourself, Castellanstein." Grimnar's voice was a dangerous growl, echoed by the rumble of the two enormous wolves that lurked in his shadow. Stein swallowed audibly and spoke up into the sudden hush. "My Lord Grimnar, with all respect, your warriors are lost. They abandoned their posts at great cost in lives to my own men, and charged into the very midst of the horde. Acadian does not shirk from duty, but attempting a rescue now would simply waste even more of our strength. We cannot save Ragnar Blackmane, Lord Grimnar. It is impossible." Grimnar continued to glare at Stein for a long moment, the Cadian commander quivering with fear before him. Then the old wolf scowled and turned away. "Aye, perhaps it is impossible for little men like you." With that, Grimnar strode from the stratagem with his monstrous wolves at his heels. Though he was seething with frustration, Logan would not abandon Ragnar and his followers to their fate. As he swept along the corridors of Fortress Alaric, Grimnar spoke a steady stream of orders into his vox bead. An icy shiver ran up the old wolf's spine as the reports came back. Stormcaller had foreseen that Grimnar should hold his finest back from the fight lest such a disaster befall the young wolf. Yet to hurl so many of his own wolf-guard into this boiling cauldron of war smacked of desperation. Many would not return from a battle against such odds. But he could not simply leave his hot-headed protégé to die. With a heavy heart, Grimnar snarled the order. Minutes later, plunging through the boiling madness of the air war, came a pair of storm wolves. The craft arrowed straight towards the shrieking splinter of grey-blue armour lodged in the heart of the Ork horde. As they neared their target, humming green beams of force reached up from amongst the greenskins below and dragged the two assault craft groundward. Both slammed down amid the Ork throng, trailing a blizzard of flaming wreckage and pulped green flesh as they slewed to a stop hundreds of yards from Ragnar's embattled warriors. Orks converged upon the downed craft. Suddenly, the hull of the foremost storm wolf buckled as if struck from within. Rivets popped as another resounding clang echoed from inside the craft. Then suddenly, its assault ramp flew free. Propelled by a thunderous blow from a power fist, the huge slab of adamantium cartwheeled bloodily into a mob of orcs, and the wolf guard stormed out after it. Fangs bared, the veteran warriors raised their guns and opened fire, directing a dense curtain of point-blank fire into the green-skinned mass. The orcs, previously focused on Ragnar's desperate forces, now found themselves attacked on two fronts. To their fore, the surviving Bloodclaws struck with renewed fury, pistols roaring and blades lashing out. The greenskins gave a mighty roar, this being the sort of fight orcs live for. But now they were dying faster with every passing moment as the ramp of the second Stormwolf slammed down and more Wolfguard crashed headlong into the boiling mass of foes. The brawl was brutal in the extreme, the Wolfguard fighting with the cold fury of Fenris against a seemingly numberless tide. First one Terminator was hacked bloodily apart, then another, then more. Yet as the Orks died in their hundreds, the numbers between the Wolfguard and Ragnar began to thin. Suddenly, the two Space Wolf forces were fighting as one, a surviving handful of Wolfguard Terminators carving through the final rank of Orks to find Ragnar's warriors waiting beyond. Steaming heaps of Ork corpses carpeted the ground for yards in every direction, the foe backing away wearily and summoning yet greater strength before trying again. The heroism of the Wolf Guard had earned the Bloodclaws a chance at survival, but no more than that. Ragnar's men were far from rescued yet. The Great Wolf strikes. The Orks were wavering. True, their aircraft still blackened the skies, and their warriors turned the plains of Sacred Isle to a churning sea of green bodies. Yet their leader was slain, and reports flooded in from Imperial forces suggesting that word must be spreading through the greenskin ranks. Here and there, infighting was breaking out, as the Orks turned on one another before the eyes of the Cadian defenders. Anarchic masses of Xenos surged across the plains, falling easy prey to the Imperium's guns. There were still hundreds of thousands of Orks in the field, however, and more were still flooding in from the outlying isles, drawn to the promise of battle. Servo Skull, picked augurs, showed Blackmane and his small band still holding out behind a rampart of Ork corpses, the few surviving Wolf Guard bolstering their ranks. The Greenskins were massing to attack the young Wolf Lord's position again, and in such numbers that it seemed unlikely any Space Wolves would survive. Now was the time for a decisive blow, before the Orks could regain their cohesion or momentum. Fortunately for the Imperium, Logan Grimnar was readying just such a strike. With a thunderous rumble, the great gates of Fortress Alaric swung wide. From within came a gunning roar of engines and a ferocious howl as the armoured might of the Space Wolves surged forth. Hurtling across the hastily repaired drawbridge of Sacred Mountain, a column of blue-grey Adeptus Astartes battle tanks made for the front lines. Land raiders jostled with speeding rhinos and squadrons of snarling predators as they ate up the miles to the front. Vindicators snorted smoke as they raced to keep up. At the tip of the spear, mounted astride his chariot's Storm Rider, which does not make him look like Father Christmas, of course. With the axe Morkai brandished overhead, Logan Grimnar bared his fangs in a wild grin. Around him rode packs of Wolfguard mounted astride, loping thunderwolves. Riding wolves. Their voices raised in chilling... Like, what are those wolves? Are those wolven? Because there's no wolves on Fenris, as I was led to understand. Their voices raised in chilling howls to match those of their warrior king. Grimnar's armoured thrust hit the Orks like a mighty spear. Weapons roared in profusion, heavy bolters and autocannons stitching the greenskin lines with shots, while lascannons spat and Ork tanks exploded in gouts of oily flame. The Orks laid down a storm of firepower in response, crude ordnance striking sheets of sparks as it hammered dents in armoured hulls. Here and there a shot punched through. Space Wolf tanks shuddered to a halt, gouting flame, or flipped into the air as bomb squigs detonated beneath them with lethal force. Yet Grimnar was unstoppable, his axe hacking through green flesh with every swing. The Thunderwolf Riders... Around him hit the Ork lines like a battering ram on their giant wolves, the weight and momentum of their charge carrying them deep into the horde on their giant wolves. Yes! Brilliant. Suddenly the sky filled with screams and the world burst into flame as Astra Militarum artillery fire fell in a great swathe amid the Orks. Grimnar watched a looming scrap metal walker come apart under the bombardment, flaming chunks of wreckage spinning away to smash more Orks to a pulp. He grinned and conceded that perhaps Stein wasn't completely useless after all. The foe were doing their best to fight back, massing behind captured barricades and pouring fire into the Space Wolf offensive with desperate ferocity. But Stein was rolling his barrage outward now, cutting a path of destruction through the Ork horde. With a ringing howl of fury, Logan Grimnar plunged into the corridor of flames, opened by Stein's guns. An army of greenskins was poised to overrun Ragnar Blackmane and his surviving warriors, yet now they were sent reeling by Grimnar's charge. The great wolf burst through the flames of the Cadian bombardment, speeding tanks and striding knights emerging upon his heels. Their guns loosed a torrent of fire into the greenskins, blasting massive holes in their lines. Ork field guns were overturned, crushed beneath the grinding tracks of Space Wolf tanks, even as their grot crews scattered screaming. As the Space Wolf assault bit deep, any last vestiges of a coherent Ork battle line collapsed. Bereft of cover, the Orks were easy prey. Rhinos slewed to a halt, packs of grey hunters disembarking and driving the Orks back with crashing volleys of bolt gun fire. Jets of flame washed across the tightly packed greenskins, turning them into roaring, flailing torches. Las cannon fire tore through Ork tanks as though they were made from rotten wood. As the greenskins tried to mass for a countercharge, Grimnar slammed into their midst. Orks vanished under his chariot with meaty thuds or were decapitated by the axe of Mordkai. Blackmane's surviving warriors were cheering now, charging out from behind their macabre ramparts to hack and hew. Chased by shot and shell, the last Orks broke and fled, flowing away from Blackmane's position like the outgoing tide. Victory secured, Grimnar brought Stormrider to a halt and leapt down, his face set in a stony scowl. Both of his Terminator armor, he leapt down. Both of his wolf lords had disgraced themselves since this war began, and the old wolf meant to see the first of them dealt with right now. Torvald finally lowered his hammer, allowing the weapon to fall from his aching hands. It landed with a soft thud upon a carpet of mangled Xenos bodies. Around him, the surviving Bloodclaws and Skyclaws were gathering up their wounded. Perhaps half their number remained, and many of their fallen would never rise again. It had been a battle for the Sagas, but the cost had been fearsome. Torvald watched as Lord Grimnar approached up the mountain of fallen Orks, the great wolf's armoured boots squelching in greenskin gore with every step. Ragnar strode to meet him. The young wolf lord's armour was blood-slicked, scorched and battered, but his face wore a look of fierce pride. That look was erased with shocking suddenness as Grimnar's armoured fist crunched into the bridge of Blackmane's nose. The young warrior went down in a spurt of blood, eyes wide with shock and outrage. Yet as Blackmane tried to rise, Logan Grimnar planted a boot on his chestplate and roared directly into his face. "One word, Ragnar. One single word of honour or victory. More sagas, and I swear by the Allfather I will beat you to within an inch of your life. You deserted your post and steeped yourself in the blood of your own. Do not tell me that you did these things in the name of some noble goal. It was your choler that led you here, your damnable temper, and the Bloodclaw's juvenile desire for glory. Look around you, whelp. How many died today? That you might take an eye for an eye. You have shamed yourself, Ragnar Blackmane. Now stand up and do better." Grimnar removed his foot and reached down a gauntlet to pull Blackmane to his feet. The young wolf lord slapped the preferred hand away. Surging to his feet, he turned his back and stalked off. Torvald shook his head as he renewed his search for his fallen packmates, as if they didn't have enough enemies already. In the Strategium of Sacred Mountain, the news of Ragnar's rescue met with a somewhat muted response. A pair of tech priests had successfully restored the functions of the fractured holotable, yet the cracks in morale remained. Officers exchanged hunted looks, shooting nervous glances at the main doors in the fear of a huge armoured figure that might fill them at any moment. Castle and Stein stood stiff-backed before the table's flickering display, watching the swarms of icons flowing across it with a fierce scowl. Despite his best efforts, the Cadian commander's temper had flared several times at subordinates, forced to report bad news or request and clarification of an order. Though he was loath to admit it, Stein had been badly rattled by his run-in with the Great Wolf. For a moment, he had even feared for his life. Now, with the rescue of the hero he had ridden off as dead, the Cadian commander feared that any perceived error of judgment on his part would be compounded in the Space Wolf's eyes. Never mind that hundreds of his own good Cadian guardsmen had paid the price for Ragnar's vainglorious offensive and subsequent reprieve. Stein knew better than most that the lives of his men were an expendable commodity, but Cadian blood was a coin he preferred to spend with his own hand, on his own terms. Still, as he watched the battle continue to play out before the plains to the east, the Castellan had to admit that the Orks were collapsing. It was now confirmed that Ragnar Blackmane's maddened charge had slain the Orks' warlord. If his offensive had been the swing that took the head off the beast, Grimnar's massive follow-up strike had been the spear thrust to the guts that finished it off. As before, when Stein's men had felled the previous warlord of this Waaagh, the Orks were reeling and panicked by the loss of their leader. This time, however, the Xenos would not be given a chance to regroup. Turning from the map, Stein began to bark orders, determined to prove to these lords of Fenris that the men of Cadia did not shirk from doing the Emperor's work. Castellan Stein's orders flowed out from the stratagem, crackling from vox horns or repeated by chattering servo skulls up and down the Cadian lines. Banners were waved, priests bellowed exhortations, and commissars strode forward to lead by example. As one, the Cadian forces began to advance, bayonets fixed and lasguns blazing. Silas Ovick and his surviving crews gunned the engines of their Lehman Russ battle tanks and began to grind forward, pounding fire into the disintegrating Ork masses as they did so. A pair of Death Strike missiles were launched from the slopes of Sacred Mountain, passing over the plains with a roar like the anger of the gods. Ork aircraft desperately dived and rolled to avoid the enormous warheads as they plunged towards the battlefield. Then as the missiles struck home, it was as if twin suns were born in the midst of Mogrek's horde. Searing flames roared outward in all directions, fusing the mud of the plains to black glass, and blasting Orks, walkers, and tanks alike to clouds of ash. Beset by freebooter ships, tumbling in its last death throes high above the battlefield, the Space Wolf strike cruiser Kraken emptied its launch bays. Even as their mother craft streaked the upper atmosphere with flaming debris, another wave of drop pods and Stormfang gunships plunged into the battle. The drop pods disgorged howling packs of vengeful Fenrisians and roaring dreadnoughts into the fight, while the Stormfangs dived into the ongoing air war, their Hellfrost lances streaking the sky with searing light as they cut Ork jets in half. With fresh enemies joining the fight and their ground forces collapsing below, the remaining Ork pilots swiftly lost heart. One moment, the sky was a roiling maelstrom of dogfights and soaring fire. The next, the greenskin air armada disintegrated like a shoal of panicked fish. Ramshackle fighter craft streaked in all directions, many colliding with or firing upon one another as they went. Blossoming explosions filled the sky as the remaining Imperial air forces gave chase, and blazing scrap metal fell in a rain upon the plains below. Everywhere the Orks were falling apart, and the Imperial forces were advancing triumphantly. Knots of Orks still fought back with desperate ferocity, but the tide had well and truly turned. On the greenskin's southern flank, Garantius led a spearhead of knights and space wolves into the milling foe, personally ramming his verdigrised Reaper chainsword through the head of a towering Ork walker and toppling the mighty war engine. Around the feet of the forgotten knight, Grey Hunters and Longfangs laid down a devastating storm of fire that drove back and scattered one Ork mob after another. Along Mordred's Ridge, a last handful of Cadians and Space Wolves were still holding out in battered fortifications. Vast mobs of Orks bellowed and brawled outside, while Grukk tore at the armoured walls of a towering bastion, bellowing with insatiate rage. The remaining defenders were preparing to sell their lives dearly, when suddenly explosions blossomed among the Ork masses, and the Cadians and Fenrisians were hurled to the floor. As they rose to stare once more from armoured view slits, the amazed defenders saw blazing craters strewn with dead Orks, the survivors falling back in disarray. Bull Ogrins were marching up onto the ridge, locking shields between the smoking barricades, while platoons of infantry followed in their wake. Mortar teams deployed in the lee of the Ab-human line, lobbing shells into the retreating greenskin horde, even as the ground shook to the tread of House de Galio knights. Warlord Grukk charged madly towards these towering war engines, until a plummeting demolisher shell exploded directly at his feet. The war boss was flung backwards, lacerated with shrapnel wounds and knocked unconscious by the blast. Yet even as a night loomed over him, the looted Thunderhawk swept in once again, a blast from its massive cannon sending the super-heavy walker reeling backwards. Before any other Imperial forces could intervene, the last of Grux's knobs gathered their smouldering boss up and dragged him aboard the attack craft, its engines punching it back into the sky even before its ramp was fully closed. Grux's last shot at reclaiming his Waaagh had died beneath the guns of Mordred's Reach. He would not get another chance at glory, at least not on Alaric Prime, and so the Waaagh was denied the one Ork who might have held it together. Mogruch's plan had failed. On every front, the combined forces of the Imperium pushed forward to victory. The Ork's strength was fragmenting into countless smaller warbands. Mogruch's Waaagh tearing itself apart and fleeing in all directions to escape destruction. The Imperium had won a bloody victory over the Ork invaders. The Xenos horde shattered beyond recovery. The fighting continued. As the Orks fell back, however, many thousands of the aliens still remained, and their fleet still fought on in orbit. The exhausted defenders knew that their work would not be done until every last greenskin had been hunted down and eradicated like the plague they were. The hunt begins. While the Imperium's armies battled across Sacred Isle, the sacristans and iron priests within Fortress Alaric had bent their efforts to awakening its mighty orbital defences. Complex and half-remembered rituals were enacted, and with grinding inexorability, their efforts bore fruit. Even as the great wolf's charge was crashing headlong into the greenskin horde on the plains, massive plasma coils roared into life beneath Sacred Mountain. Hydraulic pistons the size of hab blocks rose and fell in the darkness, their thunder building to a crescendo as arcing lightning leapt between monolithic capacitors. Sacred Mountain shuddered once more as 100-foot hatches irised open, making way for the yawning barrels of orbital cannons forged before the days of Old Night. Throughout Fortress Alaric, klaxons wailed and warning lights strobed while frantic personnel braced for firing. The first shot hurled a spear of blinding light up into space and burned away the clouds above the mountaintop. In orbit, Space Wolf and Imperial Navy crews raised a fierce cheer as a massive greenskin cruiser was struck by the beam of energy. The craft shuddered apart, its two halves drifting away amid clouds of explosions and tumbling debris. A second shot followed the first, then a third, each monstrous blast eradicating swathes of ramshackle Ork spacecraft. As shots continued to thunder up from the planet below, the remaining freebooter crews caught on that the fight turned against them. Captain Badruck's boys, though still outnumbering the Imperial fleet many times over, turned tail and scattered on blazing thrusters. The Space Wolf strike cruisers gave chase, harrying their foes as they fled out system, while the surviving Imperial Navy craft limped into a ragged cordon and began emergency repairs. In the chaos, amid fields of blazing wreckage, no one noticed a single, gaudily decorated Ork cruiser sliding into a belt of debris and killing its lights and engines. The skies of Alaric Prime had been torn asunder in the weeks since the Orks' arrival. The rust ships, the meteor, the space wolves, and now tumbling chunks of orbital flotsam, all had battered the planet's atmosphere until it could take no more. Dense banks of bruise-coloured clouds coalesced above Alaric Prime's isles and oceans. Thunder rumbled. Titanic bolts of chain lightning leapt, and great hissing curtains of sulphurous rain and muddy ash began to fall. They're not as deadly as the acid squalls that plagued the southern isles. The hissing deluge would scald flesh given time, and spawned grey-black pools and rivers of corrosive fluids that could be lethal to the unwary. Out on the plains of Sacred Isle, Logan Grimnar stood amid a gathering of his pack leaders, untroubled by the acid rain that rattled from his bulky Terminator plate. The Space Wolves stood within a circle of tanks, their stab lights driving back the evening gloom. The harsh glare threw the Fenrisian shadows into stark relief as they held their council of war. Lord de Gallia and Castellan Stein were also present, albeit as hololithic ghosts that haunted the circle's edge. flickering with each gust of wind and rain. Crom Dragongaze stood in the shadows at the circle's edge, occupying this subservient spot with his single eye, narrowed as rain sizzled unnoticed down his face. He and Grimnar had exchanged brief, recriminatory words in the wake of Blackmane's rescue, speaking via Vox as their transports roared toward the rendezvous. Crom had fiercely denied his lord's accusations of incompetence, and sworn the loss of the vengeful Howl had been beyond his control. Had he been permitted his rightful place in the initial wave of the attack, he argued, he would not have needed to seek his own opportunities for glory. Grimnar had recognized that he would not elicit an open admission of failure from the Fierceye, but that the Wolf Lord knew his own failures and would be hungry to atone for them. Thus, as the old wolf set out his battle plan, he felt confident that Crom and his men would spare no effort to see it done, and repair the damage done to their reputations in the process. Grimnar explained to his commanders that the Orks were broken and scattered, but still infested Alaric Prime in their thousands. To the Great Wolf it seemed evident that the strength of the Orks on Alaric Prime was their peculiar degree of ingenuity, which seemed to stem from the preponderance of Ork mechanics in their ranks. Where most Ork hordes valued strength above all, these greenskins seemed to have an unnerving respect for cunning. This had allowed them to blindside the Imperial defenders time and time again, with madcap plans and unpredictable wonder weapons. Thus the Ork mechanic caste must be hunted down and exterminated, lest the Orks regroup around a new leader as unpredictable as the last. With the planet wreathed in smoke and dust and ferocious storms, the Orks would be near impossible to track using orbital auguries or conventional airborne scouts. Instead, the Space Wolves' exceptional senses would be put to good use. After all, an accomplished wolf scout could track his quarry through a Fenrisian blizzard, so what matter a little sulphur rain? The green-skinned mechanics left behind them a trail of spilled oil, burned wreckage, and the crackling ozone stink of their strange weapons. Trampled trails of footprints and tire tracks clearly showed the passage of Ork vehicles, while the greenskins themselves created enough rubbish and row that a drunken bloodclaw could probably hunt them down. Grimnar announced that he would divide his warriors into small hunting packs, whose duty would be to hunt down the scattered Ork warbands that now roam the plains and exterminate them one by one. The rain would present no risk to the enhanced metabolisms and power armor of the Space Wolves, instead providing them with excellent cover from which to stalk their quarry. The Knights, too, were proof against the hazardous conditions. Lord de Gallio, speaking for the surviving nobles of Alaric Prime, pledged their support to this hunt. The last household detachments of de Gallio, Valmestrine, and Bramica, and the rest would hang back behind the Space Wolves' advance, lest the clank and roar of their knights alert the Orks to their peril. They would form a hard-hitting reserve and would assist the Space Wolves in dealing with any greenskin war effigies they encountered. This left only the Cadians. Grimnar swiftly made it clear that he did not believe the soldiers of the Astra Militarum were well suited to this mission. Their tanks were loud and their advance ponderous, while unprotected Cadian soldiers would soon suffer terrible burns from the rains. Besides, stated Grimnar, his gaze cool as it lingered on the hollow cast of Castellan Stein, the Cadian officers had proved themselves a little too willing to admit defeat. As such, the Cadian armoured assets and those men who could be provided with Minotaurum-issue survival cowls would follow up the Imperial advance as a rearguard. They would secure those fortifications retaken by the advancing Space Wolf forces and ensure supply lines were maintained. Those forces not rated for severe weather operations would remain at Sacred Mountain, there to perform garrison duties and assist with manual repairs to Fortress Alaric. In truth, as his hollow cast winked out, Castellan Stein was relieved. Seated in the cupola of the Bane-Blade Gatekeeper, the Castellan reflected that things could have been far worse. After his refusal to reinforce Blackmane, Stein had half expected to be relieved of command, or even to face some form of barbarous punishment. Instead, his men would be permitted to do their duty as they always did, proving their devotion to the Emperor by fulfilling their orders without complaint. And even better, they would not be expected to fight in close proximity with Grimnar's lunatic warriors, nor to lose good Cadian lives chasing objectives that only superhumans could hope to achieve. The Cadians had been the first to reach Alaric Prime, and had been fighting for many weeks now. Let the Space Wolves have their glory. Let them write their sagas in blood and fire. The Cadians would move relentlessly out from Sacred Mountain in the Space Marines' wake and seize each objective as it presented itself. They would be the glacier to the Fenrisians' avalanche. Their advance slow but inevitable. Thus would Alaric Prime finally be cleansed of the greenskin menace, one bloody yard at a time. With a grim nod to himself, Stein unhooked the Voxhorn from its mount within Gatekeeper's cupula. As he began to issue his orders over the sound of the rain rattling on the hull, the last of the daylight crept from the sky. The Imperial war machine moved with a purpose. Though divided into small packs, the Space Wolves led the way with indefatigable determination. Wolf Scouts loped tirelessly across the plains or boarded storm wolves to pursue their prey across the sulphuric oceans. Others stalked through the rain-sodden grasslands with Fenrisian wolves prowling at their heels. Behind them came packs of grey hunters and longfangs, mounted in rumbling transports, ready to roar forward and lend their support at a moment's notice. The Orks proved incautious prey. The Space Wolves' sharp senses homed in on the oily stink of the Ork mechs with ease. Throughout the first night of the hunt, and on into the sodden half-light of dawn, the Space Wolves mercilessly ran one greenskin warband after another to ground. Thunderwolves surged from the darkness to send shocked Orks sprawling into the bloody mud. Fangs tore through green flesh, and bolt pistols roared as the disorganized Xenos mobs were overrun in short order. Here and there the sound of soaring gunfire and shrieking rockets rolled across the plains as the Orks fought back. Their outsized guns and ramshackle tanks poured wild hails of fire out into the gloom, punching Space Wolves from their feet or lighting up tanks and dreadnoughts in billows of smoke and flame. Yet always the Fenrisians pressed forward, lone wolves dueling with clanking Ork walkers, while wolf scouts surrounded and gunned down panicked herds of Gretchen gun crews. As the hours wore on into days, the Space Wolves roamed further and further afield, fiercely fought battles erupting as they purged the surface of Alaric Prime with fire and blade. All across Alaric Prime, the story was the same. Ork tribes falling in disarray before the advancing might of the Imperium. Yet the battle would not have been half so one-sided had the Greenskins been able to ally against their common foe. Instead, the Space Wolves were led to many Ork warbands by sounds of gunfire and clashing blades as the warlike Greenskins fought to see who would take charge. Mogruk was dead, a new boss was needed, and suddenly every Greenskin with a few scars to his name was getting delusions of grandeur. 100 self-proclaimed warlords had sprung up overnight, from Zap Boss Grokk. 100 self-proclaimed warlords had sprung up overnight, from Zap Boss Gorgrok and his big bad battery to old Runt Kicker, a traditionalist snakebite who had won immediate support from the older Orks by promising to put a stop to all this newfangled mucking about. Mogruk's surviving lieutenants did their best to throw their weight around and keep the Waaagh together, but to no avail. A rumour even circulated that Grukk had risen from the grave, but this was quickly dismissed amid the continued infighting. In the ruined town of Pentecost's Fall, Ragnar Blackmane came upon an encampment of Ork mechs. This mob had fortified the remains of the town with scrap iron barricades and creaking gun towers before sending out their lads to salvage every tank, buggy and bike within dragging distance. The Orks were still frantically attempting to repair their ramshackle blitz brigade when Ragnar's warriors launched a howling assault. The Knights of House Valmistren strode in to support the offensive, the driving rain rattling from their hulls as their guns blasted holes in the Ork stockade. Ork artillery roared and hummed, hurling Space Wolves through the air, crushing them within their armour or obliterating them with cascading spheres of force. Yet Blackmane and his Wolf Guard overran the greenskin guns and the Space Wolves flooded into the town. The surviving Bloodclaws of Ina's pack took their bloody vengeance from the Orks of Pentecost's Fall, while Hrolf Longspear and his Longfangs filled the town square with the burning wreckage of several dozen Ork vehicles. Still smarting from his reprimand, Ragnar Blackmane ensured that not a single Ork left the town alive. On Isle Kamata, amid the rocky crags and tangled trees of the Ironstone Heights, the rains created gushing cascades of mud and sulphurous water. A squad of wolf scouts detected traces of sump oil and flakes of oxidized orange rust in the steaming runoff. Voxing for support, they followed the trail up the muddy slopes, gripping at twisted roots and jutting rocky outcrops for purchase. Sure enough, as they clambered higher, the wolf scouts found increasing evidence of orc activity. Heaps of broken junk lay here and there, hiding diminutive greenskins who were swiftly silenced by the Fenrisians. Finally, on the highest plateau, they discovered a large orc encampment, shielded from the wind and rain by scrap metal lean-tos. Here, orc mechs appeared to have been working on a battery of looted manticores. However, some kind of leadership challenge had broken out. Over 100 orcs now stood in a loose ring around two huge, brawling knobs. They yelled encouragement as the contenders beat each other senseless. Vox coordinates were relayed, and within minutes the roar of engines filled the skies. Streaking through the downpour came a trio of Storm Wolf assault craft, guns blazing as their ramps hinged open to disgorge Crom Dragongaze and the last of his men. The orc encampment was lit by the flash of muzzle flare and the furious clash of blades as the orcs fought back, but they had been caught completely unawares. In a furious display of prowess, Crom and his chosen few butchered the greenskins without mercy. They howled as they killed, every crunching blow another sliver of catharsis for the Battle of Blistered Isle. Behind the space wolves, prowling advance, came the dutiful Cadians. Columns of chimeras and tauroxes wound their way through the pouring rain, converging on each objective under the watchful guns of squadrons of Leman Russ and Hydra flak tanks. Stein spread his forces well, leaving minimal garrisons to hold each objective and ensuring sizable reserves remained mobile. Several times the Cadians exterminated bands of orcs who had slipped through the net, but some men cautiously began to talk of final, lasting victory. Then the advance reached the scrap peak, and with shocking suddenness, everything changed. In the northern highlands of Sacred Isle, the remains of an extinct volcano thrust up to loom above the hills. Once its sweeping flanks had been densely forested, the land around its feet a patchwork of rich vineyards belonging to House Castron. Its ancient caldera, meanwhile, had played host to an imperial installation, abandoned for many centuries yet still watched over by deathless servitor guns. Then came the orcs. The vineyards were burned. The forests had been felled for fuel, or else used to build crude huts and squig pens, while the servitor guns had been overwhelmed by greenskin hordes. Now the mountain was a blackened ruin, covered in great groaning heaps of scrap metal that pinged and rattled in the rain. The caldera's lip was ringed by slab-like fortress walls of rusting iron, dotted with gun platforms where grot crews shivered and grumbled under the cover of ragged tarps. Behind these walls, the caldera spread out in a broad crater several miles across, a crater that was now filled with glyph-daubed fortifications, towering scrap heaps, and a swarming shanty-town of tumble-down huts. Wagons and buggies raced around the crater's edge, while the ad hoc streets of Scrap Peak churned with scurrying grots. Brawling orcs and clanking walkers. Across it all, the rain fell in perpetual sheets that sizzled as they met the smoke and sparks from countless fires and forges. Thousands of orcs had gathered at Scrap Peak, the largest remaining concentration of greenskins on Alaric Prime, and they were arming themselves to take the fight to the Imperium once more. Yet unbeknownst to most of the boys, their greatest weapon was nearing completion in the dimly lit surgery of Doc Fourclaw. The Pain Boy leaned back from his bloody work, a leer stretching across the gore-stained fabric of his surgical mask. He cast an appraising eye over his patient, nodding with satisfaction and setting aside his staple slugger. Stretching out a crick in his neck, the doc took a careful step away from the slab before reaching out and throwing the big, red-handled lever. Telescopic lightning rods clanked upward into the sky above his surgery, unfolding with a rusty squeal, and within moments a great bolt of energy struck. Searing reflections flickered in the lenses of Fourclaw's goggles as, on the slab, his patient twitched and jerked and began to smoulder. The pain boy felt a moment of unease as his patient's scalp caught fire, filling the room with the stench of burning flesh. Yet his toothy grin resurfaced again, as with a bellowing roar, Grukk the Mangler sat bolt upright, eyes bulging with pain and shock. The huge staples that ringed his neck were still crackling with energy as the Mangler swung his brand-new legs off the slab and staggered to his brand-new feet. One arm lashed out, smashing a tray of tools to the floor with a crash, and Grukk roared again before throwing up a great clot of blood and scabby flesh. Grinning madly, Doc Forklaw leaned through the door to his waiting room and bellowed, "Oi, lads! It worked! He's alive! The boss is alive!" Some hours later, Grukk's surviving lieutenants stood before his new throne, wilting under the furious stare of their patched-up leader. The Big Mech's new body had been donated by a massive goth knob, his cooperation secured by way of a big rock, and the element of surprise. This fact was concealed by Grukk's salvaged and much-patched mega armor. Still, the Mangler found himself attached to a body not his own, a sensation both unpleasant and weirdly tingly. Worst, his piston claw was playing up, and he was sure his body donor had been suffering from a nasty case of itching squigs. All this paled in comparison to the news he received from his underlings. The Mangler's frown deepened by the second, as he listened to one excuse after another. It seemed that tank boss Badfrag, having survived the demise of his custom Baneblade at Sacred Mountain, had promptly gone and got himself fragged, badly, in a brawl with Big Red's mad mob. Big Mech Ulgrut of the Feet of Gork complained that Sky Boss Wingnuts' flyboys had started dropping bombs on his dreads. Wingnuts himself assuring Grukk he'd only done it in self-defense, 'cause their mechs was planning something sneaky. The Burning Teeth had apparently been doing a great job beating up a bunch of the Wolf Boys, until Scragrock's lads had jumped them on account of how Scragrock reckoned Grukk was back, only he wasn't, and then the whole of the lot of them had got stomped by a bunch of the big Humy walkers. And so it went on and on, until eventually Grukk snapped. Lunging from his throne with a roar, the furious warlord grabbed Big Mech Ulgrut's head with his sparking piston claw and ripped it off in a shower of blood. Even as Ulgrut's corpse toppled sideways, Grukk was rounding on Radak Bluefinger, a teleport blaster winding up to full power. Panic gripped Grukk's underlings, several of them grabbing weapons while others dashed for the door. Sky Boss Wingnuts was almost free when a second looming figure appeared in the doorway. The flyboy had just time to register a massive greenskin, swathed in an armoured overcoat, bedecked in jingling gold and gleaming glyphs. Then the barrel of the Ripper smashed its way between his teeth. A gunfire roared, and the back of his head erupted in a spinning cloud of blood and bone. Captain Badrock kicked the twitching corpse off the end of his gun and waded in, his flash gits close on his heels. Grukk's old lieutenants fought frantically, but outnumbered and outgunned, they were never going to last long. As the dust settled, Grukk's shoulders heaved with exertion. He was spattered head to foot in gore. The severed head of Big Red, the Warphead, was clutched in his meaty fists, tongue lolling and eyes dribbling green sparks. Captain Badrock and his lads stood off to one side, watching their employer askance in case his fury wasn't quite spent. Doc Forklaw emerged cautiously from where he had been inspecting the back of Grukk's throne and cleared his throat nervously. "Tell you what, boss," he said. "There is one bit of good news. Old Dags has been working on something I reckon you're going to like." Minutes later, Grukk strode through Scrap Peak's bustling shantytown, greenskins scattering from his path with stares of amazement. "That's right," he bellowed as he marched through the hissing rain. "Grukk ain't dead. I'm still the boss, and this is still my war. Spread the word. Anyone who don't want Mork's foot up their backside better get to Scrap Peak and get in line, because I'm taking this planet back." Doc Forklaw hurried ahead, splashing through puddles and dodging between rumbling bikes and snapping squigs. He led his warboss towards the old Imperial compound, kicking grots out of his path as he went. Behind came Badrak and his boys, the captain stalking along at Mogruck's shoulder and aiming his best scowl at the gawping boys all around. Mogruck had paid well for Badrak's services thus far, and his schemes were cut above those of the typical Ork tyrant. The mangler hadn't paid up his last tooth yet. The captain would have bet his good eye on it, and he meant to stay on Mogruck's charitable side as long as the loot kept flowing. The Orks had infested the installation, cannibalizing its systems and covering its fortifications in glyphs and spikes. Mogruck and his retinue ploughed down smoky corridors lit by flickering lights, and awash with junk and scurrying snots. Finally they emerged into a cavernous underground space, a massive chamber that stretched away into the gloom. Rusting gantries hung in a patchwork web over a huge silo from which jutted the nose cones of the biggest missiles Mogruck had ever seen. Slowly his face twisted into a horrible grin, an unhinged light kindling in his eyes as he leaned out over the railing to stare at the weapons below. An army of grot oilers were at work throughout the chamber, mech boys yelling directions or beavering away with welding torches and hammers. Many hung suspended from the rusted gantries, grots dangling in perilous rope harnesses as they worked to customize the warheads. Mogruck found Dagog up to his elbows in a control panel on the highest tier of gantries. The old mech was surrounded by heaps of tools and spools of wiring, but he grinned broadly as he saw Mogruck's hulking form looming over him. The missiles, he explained with feverish excitement, had what the Humies called vortex warheads. He still had a fair bit of tinkering to do, but as soon as he'd given this silo the custom once-over, they'd have a weapon that could blow every stinking Humie on the planet into the arms of their puny god. Mogruck's grin at this news was so evil, it could have frightened a golf boss. He'd finish off the Wolf Boys and conquer Alaric Prime, even if he had to blow the whole planet up to do it. As the Space Wolf hunting packs moved deeper into the Northern Highlands, they reported a rapid increase in greenskin activity. The Orks were regaining their cohesion, throwing up ramshackle fortifications to resist the Imperial advance. Anarchic greenskin patrols swept through the hills, their numbers too great for the scattered Space Wolf forces to engage without risking high casualties. Instead, they held back, tracking a huge influx of Ork mobs that poured into the Northern Highlands from all directions. It soon became apparent that the greenskins were gathering around the fortified peak of an extinct volcano, and that their numbers were growing daily. Logan Grimnar had no intention of allowing the greenskins to rebuild their strength. The initiative belonged to the Imperium, and so it would remain. Though the Imperial forces were spread far and wide, the Great Wolf knew that to delay would only allow the greenskins more time to gather and multiply. Commanding an immediate muster of all available forces, Grimnar prepared to launch an assault. For a day and a night, a sheltered valley to the south of the volcano served as an Imperial staging point. Storm Wolves swooped in low over the hills to deliver Crom Dragongaze and his newly victorious band to the muster point, while the Fenrisian tanks rumbled up the passes through curtains of sulphur rain. The White Warden and his knights strode into the encampment, heads held high. Blackmane's warriors, too, answered the call, prowling out of the lengthening shadows of evening, with hackles bristling. Finally, as full dark descended across the highlands, Grimnar deemed his forces sufficient. Though the Imperial Guard advance still lagged behind, the Great Wolf would wait no longer. Leaping aboard Storm Rider, Grimnar signaled the attack with a long, drawn-out howl to the storm-racked skies above. The Imperial advance was lightning swift. The Space Wolves and their knightly allies surged through the burned-out remains of House Kestran's vineyards in a headlong rush, overrunning luckless patrols of greenskin bikers and buggies as they went. Around the volcano's feet, the night was lit by the sudden flare of explosions and leaping flames. Searing beams of red and white light, cutting through the darkness as they blew apart crude barricades and watchtowers. The element of surprise was total. Dozing sentries were immolated, and clusters of huts crushed flat by racing Space Wolf tanks. The Imperial forces cut through the scattered Ork encampments that dotted the slopes, surging out of the darkness with guns blazing. Panicked greenskins scattered before them and were mowed down as they ran. Within minutes, the space wolves were nearing the fortress walls that ring the caldera. Here, however, the fighting intensified. By now, the alarm had been raised. Frantic grots cranking the handles of rusty klaxons until their wails filled the air. Generators roared to life, the stark illumination of floodlights, silhouetting the advancing foe. From watchtowers and fire steps all along the walls, Ork artillery began to fire, whistling shells and energy blasts, stabbing out at the Space Wolf tanks. Mobs of greenskins lugged heavy weapons up rickety ladders, spreading along the parapets to pour a hail of fire down on Grimnar's force. Land raiders, rhinos, and razorbacks slew to a halt, squads of Fenrisian warriors piling out and taking cover amid the scrap heaps that dotted the slopes. They returned fire with brutal efficiency. Hails of mass reactive shells and frag missiles hurling defenders backwards from the walls in showers of blood. Within the settlement, Orks were dashing back and forth in heaving mobs, fighting to get to their weapons, their vehicles, or just to charge toward the walls. The bass rumble of thunder was joined by the hollow booms of Ork artillery firing blind from within the settlement. Many of their shots flew wide, shells falling woefully short and detonating amid the tightly packed Ork defenders with devastating effect. Yet one shell dropped amid the long fangs of Ragnar Blackmane's company, blowing several veteran Fenrisians apart in a gout of flame, while a lucky salvo hammered into the Imperial Knights of Sire Tomulus, loping over his iron shield and driving his knight's suit to its knees. Grimnar was too wise a general to let his attack be stalled by the Orks' towering bulwark, however. Vindicators and knights moved up, pounding at the iron walls with shell after shell. Stormfang gunships swept overhead, screaming out of the darkness to scour the battlements with withering fire. Lord Degalio strode forward through the driving rain, rockets detonating harmlessly against his flickering shield. Bellowing his hate at the aliens who had ravaged his world, Neru raised his Reaper chainsword high and brought it down upon the wall before him. Roaring teeth churned through meters-thick iron with a rending screech. Sparks fell in waterfalls down the face of the wall, while greenskins hurled themselves howling from the ramparts. Degalio dragged his blade downward, bracing the legs of his armoured suit as he sheared a great rent in the wall. Taking a step back, blade glowing with heat, the White Warden raised one mighty foot and kicked hard. With a groaning, rending crash, an entire section of the wall buckled inward, its own weight dragging it down in a grinding, slow-motion avalanche. Orks were crushed and mangled as the breach tore wider, and then the White Warden was through. Lord Degalio bellowed curses as he blazed away at the foe. Another battering ram kick sending a battle wagon crashing end over end into the settlement below. Blood claws poured between the White Warden's feet, Grom Dragongaze in their midst, and grey hunters at their heels as they charged towards the mobs of Orks that were rushing to meet them. Great masses of greenskins were pouring forth from the settlement now, scrambling up the rocky inner slope of the caldera with guns blazing. They roared their anger and bloodlust as another section of the fortress wall crashed in amid smoke and flame, shells from the Vindicators smashing it flat. From the streets of Scrap Peak lurched hordes of Ork walkers and tanks, answering the Space Wolf's challenge with a reckless headlong charge. The two armies slammed together, venting their fury and desperation upon one another in a devastating display of violence. Blood ran in rivers, mixing with the rain that hissed down upon the battle from on high. Mogruk the Mangler stood silhouetted by the wreck of a burning truck, blasting away at the wolf boys as they charged up the street. Around him, crouched behind makeshift barricades and heaps of wreckage, Captain Badruck and his flash gits were giving it some dacker. The noise of their guns was deafening, and the mess they made of the charging enemy was impressive. Still, as shells and energy blasts whined around him, Mogruk had to admit things were looking dodgy. The Humies were pushing his lads back into Scrap Peak, with more Orks falling all the time. The din was astonishing, a constant roar of explosions and screams and gunshots and bellowing, reverberating around the caldera until it sounded as if the whole mountain was about to come crashing down. Bits of it even were. The teetering heaps of junk and rubbish that filled the settlement shuddered with every blast, many collapsing in roaring avalanches of scrap metal that consumed attackers and defenders alike. The Orks were throwing everything they had into the fight, mobs of boys charging into the teeth of the enemy guns, while looters and battle wagons sprayed fire at anything that wasn't green. Artillery shells sailed overhead, exploding with concussive force amid the outlying streets to hurl geysers of junk and gore into the air. Yet still the Humies came on with their fangs bared in furious-looking snarls. Big wolf boy dreads stomped up the tangled streets, rain and bullets alike pinging off their shields, while their choppers knocked whole handfuls of the boys flat with every swing. The wolf boys riding even bigger wolves were back, the ones that fought like rabid gnasher squigs. Everywhere they charged into the fight. Orks were torn limb from limb or hacked to bloody pieces in short order. Wingnuts hadn't left Grukk many flyboys to speak of, and the few he had were getting clobbered by the enemy planes. Even as he watched, another Dackerjet burst into flames above him, spinning madly downward to ricochet off the glowy shield of one of the huge Humie walkers. Behind Grukk, a Morkanaut rounded the corner into his street, footfalls making the puddles jump and splash as its blasters spat searing death. Alarmingly, the bulky walker was venting flames from its boiler, limping badly and missing about half of its head. Even as the wolf boys dived for cover, one of their big tanks roared up between them and punched a massive shell into the Morkanaut's guts. Grukk was hurled from his feet as the metal monster went up, the explosion flattening a swathe of huts and sending flaming wreckage bouncing up the street. Servos whining, Grukk pushed himself to his feet and promptly staggered as a trio of shots rattled off his armored chest. Bellowing a war cry, Captain Badrock lunged from cover, his massive shooter firing a string of glowing rounds that tore a wolf boy's arm off and spun him off his feet. The freebooter grabbed Grukk and hurled him behind a barricade, gold teeth bared in a strained grin at the effort. "Don't go getting yourself fragged now, boss. Lest not till I get them teeth yours me." The Wolfboy tank fired again, vaporizing several luckless flash kits as it began to roll forward. That was the last straw. Grukk hadn't got where he was today by fighting battles he couldn't win, and he wasn't about to start now. He turned and stomped off, yelling for Badrock and his lads to follow. He had one weapon left that might level the playing field, and he'd be damned if he wasn't going to use it. The silo was in a state of absolute chaos as Grukk barged in. He saw mechs swarming everywhere, working frantically while grots dashed and shrieked around them. Blasts from Imperial shelling shook the chamber, causing the lights to stutter and Gretchen to tumble squealing from ledges into the void below. Storming up to the top gantry, with Badrock and his lads shoving along behind him, Grukk yelled for Dagog. The mech popped up from behind a tangled heap of wiring, beady red eyes magnified to bloody saucers by his heavy goggles. "All right, boss. How's the fight going then?" Grukk scowled and grabbed the scrawny mech boy by his throat. "Just how do you think it's going, Dags? It's time for the super rockets. That's how it's going." Dags scravelled, wheezing at Grukk's piston claw, and grudgingly Grukk loosed it enough for him to croak a response. "Right, boss. Sure think no worries, except, well, they ain't quite ready yet." Dagog's nose made a horrible crunching sound as Grukk smashed it to a pulp. "Sorry, Dags. Didn't quite catch that. Must have been all the racket them Humies is making, blowing up all my lads. Now, is them rockets ready?" Dags nodded frantically and flailed at a nearby control panel. With a grunt, Grukk dropped the grasping mech boy and slammed his piston claw down on the big red button. Immediately, emergency lights began to strobe and armored blast screens slammed down around the observation gantries. Grukk watched through the armor-glass viewing port as flames lit in the depths and the entire silo began to shake madly. Grots and mechs scattered, scrambling for the exits as more big metal shutters ground down into place. Scrabbling green bodies piled up against the sealed doors, clawing at each other in their desperation to escape. Badrock and his lads gave an impressed murmur as a vast metal hatch yawned open above. Scrap Squeaks and flailing orcs tumbled down as the ground slid away from beneath them. With a swelling roar, the rockets began to lift off, surging upward amid a roiling firestorm. They climbed past the observation gantry, Mogruck's eyes alight with the fires of their exhausts. Lumbering skyward, the rockets ploughed up into the dark and the rain, the orcs below bellowing in glee as their superweapon was unleashed. Then, suddenly, one of the rockets lurched sideways and crashed into the warhead beside it. There was a monstrous, blinding flash, a string of thunderous booms, and then a terrible soaring screech as reality was torn apart. Jaws slack, Mogruck, Dagog, Badrak and his lads watched in amazement as the vortex warheads misfired spectacularly. Billowing into existence above the silo, a searing blood-red warp rift spread like cracks running through the substance of the sky. Crimson lightning leapt and roared, and the clouds turned from black to red as the driving downpour turned to hot blood above Scrap Peak, and the raw stuff of chaos began to rain down upon the battle below. The Blades of Khorne. As the warp rift widened, devouring the sky, all of Scrap Peak began to shudder. The ground writhed and cracked, blood-red steam leaping from rents in the Caldara floor. Hot blood fell in hissing squalls, pooling underfoot until Ork and Imperial forces alike were wading knee-deep in gore. A gale began to howl from the mouth of the rift, furnace-hot and thick with a coppery stench. As it swept across the Ork settlement, the jumbled mountains of scrap metal and wreckage began to writhe and twist. Gaping skulls wriggled out of the junk heaps, emerging like clattering maggots. The metal itself melted and ran together, turning the color of brass as it did so. Countless greenskins combusted horribly in the metal tide as their huts, their scrap piles, even their tanks and walkers began to transmutate into molten brass and flow upwards. An impossible brazen waterfall surged into the sky over Scrap Peak, sizzling and hissing in the blood rain. As its tip met the edge of the rift, the molten brass shuddered and began to twist. Several 100,000 gallons of steaming metallic sludge spread and arced and hardened into an almighty bridge that rose from the volcano and disappeared into the warp itself. The vast, impossible construction was forested with spikes upon which countless skulls gnashed and wailed. Its span was etched with blazing demonic runes, and its surface reflected the roiling madness of the war. The bridge was broad enough to accommodate an army, and as orcs and humans stared up in awe, thousands of hateful, glowing eyes appeared, staring back from the depths of the rift. Bellowing roars echoed forth, a thunder that drowned out all other sounds, and the wrath of the blood god descended onto the wounded world of Alaric Prime. From the rift flew a rain of boulder-sized blazing skulls. Where they struck, the demon skulls exploded with monstrous force, hurling sheets of blood and flesh and metal in all directions. Fist-sized chunks of bone shrapnel punched orcs off their feet, their bodies sinking beneath the mire of gore. Brazen war horns sounded, their blasts rolling across the sky, and the legions of Khorne poured forth onto the brazen bridge. At their fore came a mighty host of blood crushers, their jostling stampede striking fat bronze sparks as they thundered down towards the orcs below. In the blood crushers' wake came demon engines, blood thrones, skull cannons, and soul grinders, whose pistons hissed and churned as they lurched from the rift. The skull cannons spread out across the bridge in brazen batteries and began to pound Scrap Peak with fire. Pouring between the snarling demon cannons came bloodletters beyond count, howling their bloodlust as they dashed toward the foe. The rift squealed and crackled, hemorrhaging great flocks of shrieking furies that swirled out to engulf the orcs in a whirlwind of claws and fangs. In a vast red tide, the demonic host swept down into the blood-drenched Caldara, and the slaughter began in earnest. 1 minute, the battered remnants of Mogruck's horde had been enjoying the fight of their lives against the Wolf Boys. The next, The brazen legions of the warp were descending upon them with jagged blades in hand. Most armies would have broken there and then, but the greenskins lucked up at this new foe, bellowed Waaagh at the tops of their lungs, and charged right back at them. A horde of goth boys met the demons at the base of the bridge, and blood sprayed in fountains as the two forces clashed. The blood crushers slammed into the tightly packed orcs with bone-crunching force, green bodies disappearing under brass-shod hooves. Hellblades lopped orc heads from muscled shoulders with every swing, but the orcs fought back with the maddened fury of a foe that has nothing left to lose. Choppers hacked into demonic flesh, sluggers roared as they punched shots through brazen armor. The last goth knobs were at the heart of the battle, their feet planted on the bridge itself and their power claws swinging in brutal arcs. A thunderous undercut tuck one juggernaut under the jaw, hammering it clean into the air to crash down upon its roaring rider. Another knob closed his fist around the waist of a snarling cornade herald, scissoring the blood-fleshed fiend in half even as the demon's blade plunged through his back. For a long, glorious moment, the Goths held the mouth of the bridge with sheer, bloody-minded determination. Then the skull thrones crashed home in a hurtling wave, and the greenskins were swept aside. Now the demons poured out into the ruins of Scrap Peak, slaughtering as they went. Mech gun crews scrambled to turn their weapons around, shrieking in terror as they were overrun by howling demons. The last few wagons rumbled through the press, guns roaring, until they were stomped flat or torn to bits by bellowing soul grinders. Mobs of Bad Moon boys pressed back to back in slowly diminishing circles, shooters bucking in their fists while spent shell casings piled up around their feet. Yet the demons came on in an unstoppable wave, and one by one the pockets of orc resistance were butchered. A single Morkanaut attempted to break away from the slaughter, blazing skulls slamming against its force field. The machine trampled through the press of battle, a desperate mass of orcs and grots scrambling in its wake. Even as the Morkanaut pounded up a wreckage-strewn street towards the wall, it ran straight into the waiting guns of the Space Wolves. Las cannon beams stabbed out, punching through enfolding energy and rusted armor. The Walker's boiler exploded, rocketing its head high into the air, even as its slab-like body keeled over into the orcs behind. The surviving boys tried a desperate charge, but they were shot to pieces in moments. The Fenrisians were given no time for celebration. From behind the slaughtered orcs came a blood-red host, demonic eyes blazing in fury as they charged. The Imperial forces had pulled back as the demons slaughtered the orcs. They had prepared their positions as best they could, waiting for their foes to wear each other down in the maelstrom of violence. Now the orcs were gone, slaughtered to the last, and the defenders of Alaric Prime were next. The minions of Khorne had reaped a bloody tally from the orcs of Scrap Peak. Skulls in their thousands had been claimed already. Blood spilled by the gallon, to swirl amid the blazing wreckage and tumbled junk. The demonic horde continued to pour down the brazen bridge, wicked blades clutched in taloned fists. Above them the rift pulsed and yawned wider, shuddering and howling as it fed on the souls of the slain. From its depths, other demons began to pour, opportunist entities and warp predators, seizing their chance to breach the mortal realm and feed. The demons of Tzeentch swooped into the Alaracan skies, screamers and discs, riding upon the comet tails of swirling flame. Pearlescent blotches flickered into being all across the battlefield. They danced and spread like the onset of some monstrous migraine before ripping open in gauzy, fronded curtains to reveal demons of Slaanesh. Finally, from the churning gore and mud that swilled across the Caldara floor, putrescent lumpen shapes arose, clutching rusted blades and oozing superant foulness from every pore. The demons of Nurgle stumbled forth to join the fight. The Space Wolves watched this terrible scene unfold with growing dismay. Many of them had faced the servants of the ruinous powers before, and even those who had not knew tales enough to recognize the threat they now faced. The Alaracan Knights were not so well informed, bombarding the Space Wolves and each other with frantic cries of alarm. How could a foe so monstrous appear so suddenly and in such great numbers? What were these abominations? Should they stand and fight, or fall back and seek reinforcement? Even as they spoke, the knights were horrified to hear the Vox channels blur with the droning buzz of a billion flies. Voices duplicated and repeated contradictory echoes, or degenerated into bestial howls that no human throat could utter. A vile gibbering and babbling rose behind it all, steadily choking communication with its maddening din. Logan Grimnar cut across every Vox channel at once, bellowing his message to all Imperial forces on Alaric Prime. The great enemy was here, the horrors of chaos unleashed. Now was the time for courage, faith, and strength greater than any the world's defenders had shown so far. Grimnar barked a command for all available forces to make haste for the Caldara. Yet even as his words rang out, the Vox was buried in a deluge of maddened screams. Had anyone heard Grimnar's orders? Was help on its way? As the great wolf wiped bloody rain from his eyes, he could not be sure. The Fenrisians and knights watched as a hellish tide boiled up from below them. It was almost as though the ancient volcano had stirred back to life, though in its sickened fury it spewed blood and demons in place of lava. Behind captured barricades, the Imperial warriors clutched their weapons tight, restraining their own battle lust lest it see them undone. Soon enough, the fight came to them, just as Grimnar had known it would. Well, obviously. With a sanity-blasting howl that struck home like a physical blow, the demons raised their weapons and charged. They flowed in a tide towards the thin cordon of space wolves that ringed the Caldara. Insane horrors from the darkest nightmares of mankind scrambled over one another in their haste to taste mortal flesh. At their head, vastly outnumbering their newly arrived cousins, came the blood-spattered demons of Khorne, with murder in their blazing eyes. The space wolves opened fire with every weapon they had, a rain of mass-reactive bolts thundering down into the oncoming wave of demon flesh. Shots punched through bodies and skulls, exploding with bone-pulping force. Demons were hurled from their cloven feet in gouts of unnatural gore. Limbs were sent tumbling, shorn from ephemeral bodies. Plasma blasts and hell-frost beams washed across the incoming horde, tearing ragged holes in the demons' ranks, even as Vindicator shells and las cannon blasts smashed demon engines to blazing ruin. Still, the unnatural army came on, gaining ground with every second. Here, a thundering spearhead of juggernauts shrugged off the Space Wolves' fire to smash headlong into their barricades. There, a wall of slump-shouldered plague bearers pressed up through the storm of shots, their corpulent flesh torn and ruined, but their bodies still stumbling forward. Knights bombarded the enemy, their pilots' teeth bared and eyes wild. The ghosts of their thrones mechanicum knew this foe, and they whispered words of encouragement and warning to their living pilots and fervent prayers. Still, it was not enough against the endless host that flooded down the brazen bridge. Skull cannons spat and roared, their otherworldly ordnance falling among the Space Wolves' lines in showers of flame. Soul grinders coughed wads of sizzling phlegm that ate through armor and flesh with ease, or else retched great streams of hell-forged bullets up the Caldara's slopes to shred through barricades and powered plate. Blazing Zenchen chariots swept overhead, weaving between the fire of the Space Wolves' surviving aircraft to rain multi-hued warp flames down upon the Imperial forces. Through it all, the Space Wolves and Knights fought on, the bloody downpour slicking their armor and sizzling against their flesh. Their guns roared and spat until the barrels glowed hot and their ammunition ran dry. Long Fangs hefted spent heavy weapons from their shoulders, swinging them in brutal arcs to club their shrieking foes to their knees. And still the unnatural host came on, more and more of them leaping and scrambling up the Caldara's slopes. The Space Wolves howled challenges at their charging foe, vaulting the barricades to meet the demons with chain-swords revving. Led by the howling mad-eyed Wolf Lord Crom, the surviving Bloodclaws hurled themselves down the slopes, ploughing into an onrushing mass of bloodletters with their blades swinging. Behind them came Wolfguard, clad in bulky Terminator plate, guns singing a song of death, frost blades crackling. Still the demons boiled up from below, burying Grey Hunters, Bloodclaws, and Wolfguard alike beneath their heaving, monstrous mass. They tore at dreadnoughts, hacked through the hulls of tanks, scaled the legs of knights, and began to overwhelm their desperate foes. Across the battlefield, the Imperial Vox network crackled to life. Over the infernal din, Logan Grimnar's voice rang out once more, clear and cold. All who could reach the wolf lords were to join them in attack. Any warrior too far removed to aid in the offensive was to fight on regardless. Their efforts bent toward drawing the demons away from the portal. His orders given, Grimnar leapt astride Stormrider once more and loosed a war cry into the bloody skies. He was answered by his brothers, voices rising in a feral chorus until, for one brief, glorious moment, their howls rang above even the shrieks and screams of the demonic horde. Then the sound was swallowed once more, drowned in a cacophony of damnation as the Space Wolves fought for their lives. Reaching for glory and redemption, Crom Dragongaze led the charge. He drove into the foe with his finest on his heels, howling their fury as they fought. Demonic horrors recoiled in outrage as the mailed fist of Crom's wolf guards smashed into them. Billowing flame and crackling blades turning empiric bodies to vaporized slime. Crom fought at the fore, his axe a whirling bloody storm that cleared a path for his warriors to follow. One moment an unstoppable tide of fiends were poised to break the Space Wolf line. The next, like the first tumbling stones beginning a thunderous avalanche, Crom and his warriors were ploughing forward, buckling the demonic horde and cutting a path into which Grimnar and Blackmane swiftly followed. Blood claws, grey hunters, dreadnoughts, terminators, all pressed forward into the teeth of the foe as their attack gathered pace. The demons were falling now like wheat before a scythe, utterly wrong-footed by the mortals' temerity. Heavy bolters and assault cannons roared, thundering streams of fire into the enemy to clear the way. Bellowing in exhilaration, the Space Wolves quickened their pace as their momentum built. Land Raiders ploughed through the midst of the foe, while swift-claw bikers roared around them with guns blazing. The surviving Storm Wolves and Storm Fangs formed up above the attack, their strafing runs sweeping yet more demons out of the Space Wolves' way. The Fenrisians achieved a loping run, and then an all-out charge through the streets of Scrap Peak. They smashed like the prow of a longship through the ranks of the foe, closing on the brazen bridge with every step. Grimnar fought now at the tip of the spear, Stormrider borne along amid a surging wave of monstrous wolves. The knights strode alongside them, the imposing figures of the White Warden and the Forgotten Knight, leading their surviving kin in one final glorious charge. Ragnar Blackmane snarled as he hacked down another grotesque fiend. He caught sight of Crom battling furiously with a pack of gigantic red demon hounds, but the two wolf lords were swept apart, and suddenly Ragnar was clear. Blood swilled around the young wolf's knees, thick with green-skinned corpses, and before him the brazen bridge rose up into the sky. At his back the last of his blood claws hacked their way through the press, one of the rune priests at their head. The priest's eyes flashed with power, and a skein of lightning leapt from his fist, reducing a charging mass of demons to vapor. A great, dark shape swooped overhead, and with a mighty splash, the White Warden's foot came down several yards ahead. Ragnar grinned as he watched the knights stride clean over the Space Wolves and form a line at the foot of the bridge. Bloody rain soaked the mighty walkers, flowing in runnels down their bright armor, and sizzling into sanguine steam against their ion shields. Yet still they radiated defiance and might. Their guns were blazing, a constant staccato thunder. Explosions marched up the brazen bridge, each blast annihilating demons by the dozen. Though the horde was pressing in around the Space Wolves now, forcing their unsustainable charge into embattled pockets, it looked as though the knights might stem the demon tide. Suddenly the rift pulsed with hellish light, a brazen roar welling from within its depths. Something vast moved at the top of the bridge, a huge shadow stirring amid the heat haze. Forth from the warp rolled the Eater of Skulls, a demon engine so vast that it all but filled the bridge's width. The towering Lord of Skulls gave a deafening roar, raised its demon-forged cannon, and opened fire. The barrels of the mighty weapon screamed as they spun faster and faster, muzzles lit with hellish flame. The rain of shots hammered into the knight's shields, causing them to flare and flash. Sire Thaniel de Gallio's knight stumbled, driven to one knee as its shield blazed with impacts. The noble gave one last scream of defiance before his shield exploded, the torrent of fire perforating his knight's torso and hurling it to the ground in flames. The Eater of Skulls ground forward, engines roaring as it crunched over the smashed soul grinders and broken skull cannons. The super-heavy demon engine continued to rake its fire across the knights as it advanced. Their own shots blasting chunks from the monster's armor, but unable to halt its advance. Sire Gelhain de Gallio fell next, his knight stumbling drunkenly before exploding in a spectacular ball of white-hot fire. Nero de Gallio fired back, striding out to try and flank the Lord of Skulls, but its mighty cleaver swung in a meteoric arc and hammered the White Warden back into a mass of demons. Garantius moved to engage the monster, only to be surrounded by a scuttling swarm of soul grinders. The Forgotten Knight's Reaper chainsword carved through the clanking beasts, yet they had succeeded in blunting his attack. A lone knight of House de Gallio, that of Sir Furion, was left to face the Eater of Skulls by itself, but not for long. With a furious roar, the cornate war engine charged into the luckless knight, Furion retreating as he tried to bring his thermal cannon to bear. There was a terrible, grinding screech as the Lord of Skulls' cleaver pulped the knight's helm, and then Furion's slain walker was sent crashing to the bloody ground. As Furion fell, so did House de Gallio. Only their ruler remained, fighting on against a mounting tide of demonic foes, with tears of furious sorrow streaking his face. The battle at the foot of the brazen bridge was quickly turning against the warriors of the Imperium. The demon tide had been hurled back by the Space Wolves' offensive, but now surged in once more to surround the beleaguered Fenrisians. Space Wolves fought back to back in tightening circles against an overwhelming foe. At the same time, the Eater of Skulls' rampage reaped an ever greater tally, its huge Gatling cannon chewing through tanks and space marines alike. The knights had been felled, or else were surrounded and on the verge of being overrun. Yet while Logan Grimnar lived, he would never countenance defeat. With a bone-shaking howl, Grimnar drove Stormrider forth, through the falling sheets of bloody rain, between the blazing corpses of once proud knights. As crimson lightning exploded overhead, the noble Wolf-Lord swept down upon the Eater of Skulls with blade in hand. The demon engine saw Grimnar coming, its burning stare locking with the great wolf's own, and it turned ponderously to meet his charge. The beast's cleaver fell, swift as a guillotine blade, only to churn up a great spume of blood water as Stormrider swerved aside. Logan's own swing struck home, the axe Morkai tearing through the demon engine's armoured midriff in a welter of boiling gore. As Stormrider swept past, Grimnar's Thunderwolves ploughing through the bloody waters with grim determination. The Eater of Skulls bellowed its rage to the skies. Molten brass and steam gouted from the long slash carved by the axe Morkai. Yet as Grimnar swept back for another pass, his foe was ready. The Wolf-Lord's blade hacked once more through the Eater of Skulls' hide, but in return, the flat of the monster's cleaver smashed into Stormrider like a battering ram. The chariot was hurled through the air, splashing down in a tangle. The great wolf, meanwhile, was thrown aside, rolling to a stop at the base of the brazen bridge. Grimnar rose, growling low in his throat, only to be smashed down once again as a hail of forge-hot bullets raked his armour. This time, the old wolf was slower to rise, blood leaking from rents in his terminator plate. Even as he did so, gripping the haft of the axe Morkai with both hands, he realized that the Eater of Skulls was upon him. The mighty cleaver swept down, teeth churning, hammering 1, 2, 3 times against Grimnar's guard. The Wolf-Lord blocked the first blow, skull-sized chain teeth spitting like shrapnel as the two blades locked. The second impact, though, drove the old wolf to his knees, and the third smashed him sprawling onto his back. With a bellow of triumph, the Eater of Skulls rolled forward to grind Logan Grimnar beneath its tracks. Suddenly, a blue-grey blur shot out of nowhere, hitting Grimnar's prone form like a bolt of lightning. Ragnar Blackmane rolled with his liege lord, both of them tumbling out of the demon engine's path and into the bloody waters with a splash. The Eater of Skulls howled, apoplectic with rage as it hunted for its diminutive quarry. There they were, rising from the sanguine lake with blades clutched ready, the young wolf in the old. The blood god wanted the old one's skull, and had raised a whole legion of demons simply to claim it. Yet the Eater of Skulls would be the one to sever this aged cur's head, for it too knew his face of old, and hated him above all others. The Eater of Skulls turned to face its foes once more, mighty tracks churning blood in fountaining sprays. It raised its cleaver high, levelled its monstrous guns, and prepared to blast them from existence. A high-pitched whistling scream caused the vast demon engine's head to snap upright, a split second before a fiery explosion blossomed against its chest. The Eater of Skulls gave a roar of outrage, which was cut short by another trio of thunderous blasts that drove it back and cracked its brazen breastplate. Tracks grinding, the demon engine fought against this unexpected storm of fire, but more shells were falling, explosions blooming all across its vast frame. One blast engulfed its wrist, severing the Eater of Skulls' hand in a shower of blood. Even as its cleaver crashed down, more explosions punched holes in the demon engine's body. They shattered the pressurized vats of gore that fueled its furnace heart. They buckled the barrels of its cannon arm. Back up the bridge, the demon engine was driven, grinding its own warriors beneath its tracks, yet still the shells hammered into its frame. As their doom receded, Grimnar and Blackmane sought the source of their rescue. The great wolf was the first to see them, and to Blackmane's amazement he began to laugh. Roaring over the lip of the caldera, surging through the torn walls of scrap metal, came valiant waves of Cadians, with a company of Leman Russ battle tanks leading the way. It was the combined thunder of the tanks' guns that had driven the Eater of Skulls back. Even now their shells were striking home, dismembering the beleaguered demon engine bit by bit. "The echoes of the Primarch shall gather as one," intoned Grimnar, shaking his head. "Russ shall protect his favourite sons." As the Leman Russ battle tanks ground forward and continued their furious barrage, Logan Grimnar laughed all the harder. Chanting fervent prayers to the Emperor, the Cadians swept down upon the demonic host. At the fore came Ogryn's squads and Tempestus Scions, Salem Whitlock fresh from his Medicare cot and advancing defiantly in their midst. Behind them came infantry platoons, pressing forward alongside their chimeras and tauroxes while the APCs laid down fire. The Leman Russ tanks of the 1,652nd had carved a path of ruin through the enemy, a path that the rest of the Cadian force now followed. On the ridge, batteries of wyverns, manticores, and basilisks maintained a thunderous bombardment. They marched their fire out through the tight-packed demons, raising a creeping curtain of explosions that slaughtered foes in their hundreds and paved the way for the Imperial advance. In the midst of the Cadian force, Gatekeeper advanced, flanked by late-arriving knights from House Brahmica and Valmestrine. This super-heavy sledgehammer crushed anything powerful enough to resist the Cadian advance, their fire vaporizing blood crushers and reducing soul grinders to steaming slag. As the demons wavered, the surviving space wolves launched into them with fresh vigor. Blades rose and fell, flamers roared, and depleted bolt pistols emptied their last clips into demonic flesh. Now did the fierce eye set his warriors loose, roaring at them to charge, to fight, to kill. Lord Crom led by example, his grin a fang-filled slash, and his one eye wide with murder lust, as he vented all his fury upon the faltering foe. Meanwhile Grimnar and Blackmane had charged to the aid of the White Warden. They were even now hacking their way through the demons that assailed Nero de Gallio. The Forgotten Knight, meanwhile, had seen to his own ills, though limping from a deep gouge in one leg. and venting smoke from several vicious rents in his armor, Garantius had slain every last one of his attackers. Even now, the Verdigris Knight was dragging itself towards the brazen bridge, weapons raised in challenge. The demonic host seemed to be flickering, shimmering in and out of reality as the clouds raced faster and faster overhead. The portal was visibly shrinking as the Imperium's forces gained the upper hand, and for a moment cheers began to ring out above the Imperial lines. Then, with breathtaking suddenness, the still blazing wreckage of the Lord of Skulls burst apart. Chunks of burning wreckage the size of tanks sailed in all directions, hurled aside by the violence of a vast dark shadow. A bellow of pure fury shuddered out across the battlefield as the true Eater of Skulls, once trammelled within the demon engine's frame, broke free. The unbound bloodthirster beat its blood-red wings with a sound like thunder and took to the skies. Soaring between dancing bolts of red lightning, the bloody downpour slicking its monstrous frame, the Eater of Skulls exulted in its freedom. The great beast roared once more, and across the battlefield men quailed in fear. Down below, the demon sighted its prey, Logan Grimnar, fighting furiously amid a throng of lesser warp spawn. Howling its wrath, the bloodthirster furled its rings and dropped like a brazen meteor. It hit the lake with monstrous force, a geyser of blood shooting skywards as it impacted. Even as the bow wave of its landing rolled outward, the Eater of Skulls was running, huge muscles pumping like pistons as they drove it towards its foe. A Space Wolves dreadnought moved to block the bloodthirster's charge, but the demon's axe hacked through the dreadnought's shield and the ancient behind it with a single swing. Enraged, Wolfguard, astride monstrous thunderwolves, hurled themselves into the demon's path, but their blades shattered as they struck the bloodthirster's hide. In return, the Eater of Skulls smashed one Fenrisian from his steed with its lash, before decapitating two more in a flurry of blows. A rain of Cadian battle tank shells fell directly upon the bloodthirster as it shrugged off the bodies of the fallen Wolfguard. But as the smoke cleared, it strode from the flames untouched. Grimnar, mounted again upon Stormrider, saw the Eater of Skulls barreling towards him, seemingly immune to shot and blade. Suddenly recalling the dark origins of the axe Morkai, Logan heard again the final words of Vijal's prophecy. The weapons of wrath alone shall sunder the beast unchained. Hope stirring in his heart, Grimnar shot a glance at the young wolf fighting beside him. Ragnar, can you keep the beasts busy for me? Dauntless as ever, Ragnar favoured his liege with a feral grin. If it wants to kill me, old wolf, it has to catch me first. With that, Blackmane broke into a headlong sprint, charging straight towards the rampaging demon. As Blackmane charged, the bloodthirster gave a chuckle like hammered brass. It bellowed a challenge, then, fast as lightning, swung its axe at Ragnar's neck. The Wolf-Lord evaded the blow, throwing his head and shoulders backwards and sliding on his knees beneath the hurtling blade. Coming back to his feet, Blackmane rained blows against the demon's chest, sparks showering into the gore that washed about the combatant's shins. The Eater of Skulls spun and stamped, hooves slamming down with sledgehammer force to crush this nimble foe. Blackmane wove around each attack, rolling aside from another titanic swing of the bloodthirster's axe with a mocking laugh. With a flick of its wrist, the demon sent its lash whickering out, finally snaring Blackmane's ankle and spilling him from his feet. Even as the Wolf-Lord fell, the bloodthirster launched itself into the air, axe raised, ready to cut him in two. But the blow never fell. As the Eater of Skulls rose to the apex of its leap, Stormrider swept out of the driving bloody rain. The axe Morkai, once a fell blade of the blood god, flashed in a single glittering arc. It scythed through corded muscle and brazen plate, hacking through the demon's bullish neck in an explosion of flaming gore. Eyes bulging with furious disbelief, Moor stretched wide in a silent roar. The Eater of Skulls' head tumbled from its shoulders and splashed into the murk. As one, its mighty demonic horde threw back their heads and screamed. As suddenly as they had appeared, the demons shivered like a faulty picked reel, then vanished as one. The bewildered silence they left behind was deafening. Then the cheers began. Aftermath. Alaric Prime stood bloodied but unbowed. The world's infrastructure and population had suffered greatly, and war bands of Orks still infested the wilder places of the world, yet victory was victory nonetheless. The efforts of the Space Wolves, the Astra Militarum, and the Alaracan knightly houses had smashed the strength of the Ork invaders. They had further contained the deadly incident that had occurred atop Scrap Peak, believing the planet's soul saved along with its body. The war's impact upon Alaric Prime's noble houses had been vast. House Castron were gone, slaughtered by the Orks. Worse, of the once great House de Gallio, only Lord Nero now lived, he and his battered White Warden limping away from the Battle of Scrap Peak in silence. In the days that followed, Nero de Gallio would depart from his world without a word, his shame and sorrow so great that he could not face returning home. Soon enough, a new free-blade knight, naming himself the White Warden, would begin to carve out a fresh and bloody legend across the subsector, though upon Alaric Prime he would never be seen again. Into the power vacuum stepped the survivors of House Valmestrine, Brahmaker, and Kamata. All three houses had suffered for the salvation of their world, and the battle had taught them a harsh lesson of unity or death. Claiming the holdings of Castron and de Gallia, the surviving houses took up the reins of power. Rumours persisted of de Gallio's formidable consort, the Lady of the Keys, disappearing in the wake of a mysterious bomb blast, and leaving behind her a bloody vow of vengeance. There was little enough time to hunt for her, however, as many smaller wars would need to be fought in the months to come. As well as the lingering traces of the once great Waaagh, the Alaracan Islands now played host to war bands of escaped convicts, desperate men who would fight hard to retain their freedom. The knights would need to hunt each threat down and destroy it in turn. As a matter of necessity, many of the world's more archaic laws were repealed, releasing great swathes of the surviving populace, only to set them to work, clearing away the detritus of war and rebuilding afresh. A few of the surviving Alaracan knights had witnessed the demonic incursion during the Battle of Scrap Peak. These individuals had been sworn to secrecy that very day by none other than Logan Grimnar himself. Yet each had found his own way to cope with the monstrous things he had seen, most falling back upon their faith with a newfound fervour that was surprisingly infectious. Before long, these so-called sainted knights had become wellsprings for a resurgence of the Imperial creed across their world. New shrines sprung up from the ruins, and the people gathered to sing praises to the Emperor and the Omnissiah both. As for the Fenrisians and their Cadian allies, something of a reconciliation was achieved. During a grand ceremony in the shadow of Sacred Mountain, Castellan Stein and his surviving officers were formally honoured by Lords Grimnar, Dragongaze, and Blackmane. The Great Wolf somberly thanked the bewildered-looking Stein for his timely rescue, before belting out a barrel-chested laugh and insisting that the entire Cadian Command Corps joined his men in their victory revels. While the upshot left several officers temporarily hospitalized, the bonds of loyalty between Stein's Cadians and the Space Wolves were reforged stronger than ever before. Soon enough, new deployment orders reached both Imperial factions, drawing them back to their ships and away into the stars. Yet a few puzzled sacristans were witness to one final spectacle on the day of the Wolves' departure. As the Forgotten Knight strode across the drawbridge of Fortress Alaric, returning once more to his timeless slumbers, Lord Grimnar emerged from a darkened portal before him. Witnesses claim that Garantius stopped for a time, leaning down over the Great Wolf, for all the world as though the two were engaged in earnest conversation. Such a thing was, of course, unheard of, and thus impossible. Still, as Grimnar strode away to take ship on the final Stormwolf, and Garantius returned to the darkness beneath his mountain, there were those who watched and murmured and wondered. The darkness of space spread like a velvet tapestry across one wall of the bridge, flickering with countless pinpricks of light. Yet it was one in particular that drew her eye. From a bead of luminescence, the shape swelled on the monitor, becoming first an orb, then, all too soon, a planet, swathed in turbulent banks of cloud, wreathed with great tangles of wreckage, both Imperial and Xenos in origin. Alaric Prime floated before her. He looked peaceful from as high as she was, wounded certainly, but no longer war-torn. Yet this world had known the touch of the demon, and for this it had to die. She derived no pleasure from the deed, for she was not so bloodthirsty as many of her order. Yet the fact of the world's corruption remained. It was evident in the anomalies riddling the religious credo that had spread so quickly amongst the people. Already her ship was settling into orbit, its sleek black hull invisible to all but the most complex sensors. A payload of cyclonic torpedoes loaded and ready to rain final cleansing death upon the world below. As she awaited the moment to give the command, she studied once more the reports of her agents. Already the Cadians had been diverted, their navigators drawn off course by a siren song in the warp. They would translate into a dead reach of space, only to find themselves contained by her loyal servants. The soldiers of Cadia might be mere Imperial guardsmen, but they were cut above the rest, and if she could help it, they would not all go to waste. Most would not survive the purifying rituals, but she held some hope that the most useful personnel could be salvaged. Her agents had suggested the names Whitlock and Ovick in particular. A muted chime alerted her to her crew's state of readiness. Nothing left now but to give the order and commend the souls of those below to the mercies of the immortal Emperor. But before she could speak, alarms began to wail across the bridge. Her eyes widened as the helmsman reported several flickering beams of lance fire cutting through space to port. Warning shots, she thought. Amid a snarl of static, the star field vanished, replaced by the flickering image of a fanged and barbarous warrior. "Inquisitorial craft," rumbled the apparition, its voice a guttural growl that made the bridge's vox grills buzz. "This world is under the protection of the space wolves, by decree of the great wolf Logan Grimnar himself. It has been claimed as Wargeld, and protectorate of the sons of Fenris. Any attempt to do harm to this world or to its people shall be taken as an act of open hostilities. My lord learned well the lessons of Armageddon. Inquisitor, I have 3 ships under my command. On the world below are weapons that would swat you from the sky, aimed by one who cares only for defending his people. Please, give us cause to fight you." The Inquisitor shook her head in answer to her gunnery master's questioning look. So like the wolves, to put honor before sense. This world was a canker that must not be allowed to fester. Yet her auspex confirmed the Space Wolves' claims. To fight this day would be to die, and leave her duty incomplete. Taking a calming breath, she ordered the helmsman to withdraw, and to set a course towards Bacca. Let the wolves believe themselves victorious for now. This matter was far from closed. And there we go, everybody. I hope you did enjoy this 6-odd hour epic. So for those of you who don't know, there was a video game based on this, and probably a lot of you probably are aware of that, Sanctus Reach game. Thinking about it, a lot of the characters are the same, and some of the settings and the names are the same, but I think the storyline is completely different. It's been like 2 years since I played that game, so I can't remember. But yeah, it was a good little sort of strategy games, good little bit of fun. So there's a lot of, you know, similarities, but I think the storyline was completely different. But oh well, oh well, what are you gonna do, eh? Anyway, thank you all very much. For those of you who want to know as well, this is set just prior to the other one I did, which is the Fenris War. I forgot what I called it. The Warzone Fenris, where Magnus comes back and blah blah blah. So this one's set before then. I got to say, this is a lot better written, completely better written, in fact. So yeah, in comparison. But yeah, it's yeah, that one was fine as well. But this one, it's a lot more grounded. There's a lot more less like over the top craziness because there's less demon stuff, I guess. But anyway, I found this like an enjoyable tale. I liked how all the different forces are gathering together and stuff. And yeah, Ork stuff is always fun, isn't it? Come on, they're the best opponents. Anyway, thank you all very much for watching. Now the reason why this is so long is because I noticed, and this is just something I'm going to do going forward. Big campaign videos, stuff like that, big lore videos. I'm not going to do the multi-part thing anymore. I'm just going to, it'll mean you get them less regular. Well, less regular. It'll mean you get them, when you get them, they'll be coming out as big videos rather than as like hour-long or 2 or 3 hour-long sections, and then like part 1, part 2, part 3, whatever. Because I noticed that a lot of people, they'll watch the first one, but then they won't watch the second one, which is a bit annoying because it takes just as long to do both. You get me? So it's a bit frustrating. So going forward, I'm going to just combine them all into one, and then that's as much as I can do, really, isn't it? I think that's better for everybody all round. I'll definitely put like chapter breaks in there and stuff, see if you want to go to different sections and stuff. But yeah, I think that's the best thing to do. And I'll probably going forward, not right away, but at some point I'll re-release all of the other videos I've done, which are in multi-part things, and combine them all into, you know, single videos, because that seems to do better. It gets more views, basically, and I need the views. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, so get ready for that. It'll just be like re-releases. There'll be nothing different. They'll just be combined into a single video. But anyway, thank you, everybody. The people's names are scrolling by here. This legion of glorious heroes who support the work and support me in these trying times. And I really appreciate it, lads. You guys are the ones that really help get this thing keep this thing going, and help supporting me and the things I'm doing. And I really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, honestly. And a lot of you have been doing it for a very long time now. And that means a lot, seriously. Thank you. Thank you ever so much. And if you would like to join them and help me out too, you can become a YouTube member by clicking the little button below. It's dead easy to click it. You just click it right there. Or you can become a supporter on Patreon or Subscribestar. And there's links to them in the description. Please do remember to subscribe, like the video, comment in the comment sections. These things all really help. If you know anyone who might enjoy this, please pass it on to them. I appreciate that. It's good for, you know, people outside the sort of algorithm thing to get it. I don't know, I'm just babbling now. I'm going to go. I'm recording this on the 21st of December, 2021. It's taken me like 2 weeks to do this. A long time. It's killed me. Probably 3 weeks, actually, technically. But anyway, it took a long time to do. So I'm glad it's finished now, before the end of the year. And yeah, Christmas is coming up. It's the 21st now. So have a good Christmas. Have a good New Year. I hope you have much funs and drinks and enjoyable moments. And I will as well. And, well, the booze, at least. I'll be drinking the booze, at least. I don't know about the other stuff, but we'll see. Have a good one. See you later. Bye-bye. Ta-ra.